Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. We will get this party started in just a moment. Just had to restart the broadcast over on TikTok. Hopefully we've ironed out whatever technical difficulties we were having. And you know what? Let me go ahead and get this popping on YouTube as well. Just a second here. All right. Let's see if we can pick up where we left off. For the folks who were on the panel on TikTok, if you want to click the link and request to join as guests, rather, I should say. On YouTube, it's click the link and call in. But on TikTok, request to join as a guest. Even if I don't have anybody who was a panel member from the last broadcast, I'm going to send out a few invites. If anybody that can come up, at least for a quick sound check, help me see if my audio is working properly. Last live stream, I couldn't hear anybody on the panel. The audience also could not hear any of the guests. So, yeah, if anybody's able to join real quick and help me out with a quick sound check, I greatly appreciate it. We've got Artist. Artist is connecting. Try to say something, Artist. Okay, perfect. I can hear you. Folks on TikTok, let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear her. Folks on YouTube, let me also get a 1 in the chat if you can hear her. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. The folks on YouTube definitely cannot hear her because I am not sharing my audio with you guys. Hold on. I'm going to share the entire screen. We got to share audio. Maybe this will work. Will this work? All right. Let's see if that works. 314 Nate, go ahead, unmute yourself. Say something real quick. All right, perfect. So the folks on YouTube, give me a 0 in the chat if you cannot hear him. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear him. Folks on YouTube, give me some feedback. I need to know. Is YouTube picking them up? Tamara is giving me a 0. Anybody else on YouTube not able to hear him? Well, you know what? Hold on. I think I shared that window wrong. Share window. You know what? It won't let me share audio that way. Okay, now let's try it again. Say something again.
Hey, what's going on?
All right, now YouTube, give me a 1 in the chat on YouTube if you guys can hear him, and put a 0 in the chat on YouTube if you guys cannot hear him. Let me see if okay, I'm getting some 1s in the chat, so you guys can hear him now. Perfect. All right. Let's go ahead and pick up where we left off. I got some people backstage. I got some new people up on the panel. So let me just bring everybody up. We'll do a little round robin, a little introduction, and then we'll see where this takes us. We'll start with Artists. Artists, go ahead and let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Well, I'm calling from a little town called Livonia, Georgia. I'm 44 years old. And I really just wanted to say, I just wanted to thank you for the work you've done. And I went to your website today, actually, and looked up the surnames.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked up my last name being Hall. And I noticed I'm on 3 of the list. And my father's last name, Neil, is on 2 of them.
Oh, yeah, that's more common than most people know. Yeah, it was very common back in the day for our ancestors to be affiliated with more than one tribe. But nowadays, you can only apply to be a citizen of one tribe.
That's pretty much all I wanted to say. I mean, you can drop me if you like. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you've done, and I'm going to definitely look into this.
Yeah, for sure. If you ever need personalized guidance, make sure to check out the website. And I've got the ability for you to even book a consultation where I can show you some one-on-one steps on how me and my family trace our heritage and got tribal citizenship.
Okay, I will do that.
Perfect. Talk to you later. And 314 Nate, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, how's it going? My name's Nate. I'm calling from St. Louis. And, I did the whole steps on the genealogy and everything, did the consultation with you as well. And, hey, I've been finding out a lot of information. And plus, my last name was on all 5 of the Indian tribes. And then my grandfather's last name, as far as Crooms and Blackwell, was also on one of it. Actually, it was under the Cherokee. But from that point, I haven't taken the actual steps to finish looking up everything and move forward. But the information that you did give me, it did help me out and kind of filled in some of the blanks that I needed to help me out on the road that I'm on this journey that I'm going to now.
Nice. And I'm happy to be of service. Genealogy research is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So just make sure you're staying the course. And, if you ever have any questions or come across any documentation you don't understand, feel free to shoot me an email and I'd be happy to keep you pointed in the right direction.
Okay, I gladly appreciate that. I'm going to need all the help I can. It ain't like I understand it all just looking at it. So trying to understand everything as I go and hopefully everything work out for the best.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, most def. And you know what? We've got let me see. Black Apache American. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Everybody should be able to hear you now.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi. Yeah, I'm calling from California. I have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm an enrolled tribal member of the San Carlos Apache tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my mother was full-blooded Apache, and my father was Black. But as I start searching my father's history, we went all the way back so far. We've gone all the way back to 1663. Now, my question is, we've gone that far back, and then it just drops. So what can we do? Is there more information that we can go, where we can go?
Well, you said you went back to how far?
1643.
1643. And you were able to get that far back on your maternal and paternal side?
No, just on my paternal side. My maternal side, okay. With the Apaches, they're very tight-lipped about a lot of things. They don't share a lot of information. But I am a enrolled member there. My mother registered us when, my mother was never in my life. Let me just say that. My grandfather gave me all the information, her father, but we were enrolled when we were born with the tribe. But on my father's side, my father, growing up, we used to ask my dad he didn't like the term that was used to describe Black people. He didn't like none of the terms. And I used to ask him why. And he said, because I'm not that. And our people are not that. And even when I used to go to the reservation, my grandfather, when I was 16-year-old, my grandfather died when I was 25 years old. When I was 16 years old, I asked him, why don't you go down? Because he lived in the mountains. He never went down.
And hold on real quick. I just want to make sure everybody on YouTube can still hear everything correctly. Can I get a 1 in the chat on YouTube if you guys can still hear my guest speaking? I'm kind of new to, live streaming on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. So just want to make sure everybody can hear you. Because we got over 40 people on YouTube besides the almost over 40 people over here on TikTok. Okay, everybody can hear you. You can keep going.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so when I was, like I said, when I was a teenager, my grandfather made a statement to me that he stuck by the whole time until he passed away. I asked him, why don't you go down on the reservation? And you know what he told me? Those are not my people. That's what he said. Those are not my people.
It's funny he says that because somebody asked me the other day, hey, Mike, have you visited your tribe's reservation? And I said, no. And they asked me why. I said, because those are not my people.
So you understand. I didn't understand that before, but you got to understand, my grandfather was very, very melanated. And he barely, when we talked for the first few years, I had to have one of my cousins that was on the reservation translate for me because he didn't speak very good English. And he always said that those are not my people. He always said that. And he said the only reason why he allowed his name to go on any records is because of my mother, because he wanted to make sure his daughter could pass on his legacy. But he said other than that, he would have never agreed to it. And you know what a lot of people don't know too, I found out from him, that why there's so much mixing of the different nations is because if in that culture back in the day, he told me that if, let's say, a Cherokee went to a Choctaw, they got with a Choctaw woman, then the Cherokee man then became Choctaw, not the other way around. That the men married into the wives' family, not the other way around.
And that makes sense because indigenous tribes of the Americas were matrilineal. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I have not seen many platforms that address a lot of issues that I've watched you a few times. I've been, I'm new to the whole TikTok thing and all that, but I've watched you a few times and I see that you're never argumentative. You never, even when people come and try and debunk or say what you're saying is irrelevant or whatever, you don't let them get your goat too much. And I like that, and I like the fact that you are spreading the information that needs to be put out there. I appreciate that. Just saying.
Yep. And I'm glad that you recognize that, brother. And shout out to Gotta Dig. He says, you forgot about me at 6, Mike. Gotta Dig. I triggered my system to send you an email this morning, like super early this morning. I swear, like 5 or 6 a.m. Did you not get that email? Let me know. If not, I got to figure out what's going on because you would not be the first person that told me that they did not get an email that was supposed to be sent. Yep. See, Gotta Dig said no. Yeah, Gotta Dig. Bear with me. As soon as I get off of here, I'll be sending you a follow-up email. I'm trying to delegate. I'm trying to, use some of these automated tools available to me, since I'm being cheap right now and I don't feel like hiring help. But yeah, it's kind of backfiring, guys. I'm telling you, I set up quite a few automations and they are not working. So shout out to Gotta Dig. I apologize for that. And shout out to anybody else that's waiting on an email from me. Lord knows I got a flooded inbox right now. So I appreciate your patience greatly. And Gotta Dig, I'm going to make sure to include something special for you when I present your genealogy findings to you to make up for this miscommunication today. So don't worry about that. But
can I ask you
Black
one more
Apache?
question?
Yeah. Go ahead, Black
Just
Apache. And then I got one more guest I got to bring up.
Okay. I just want to know. So is there a way to track my father indigenous? Because as far as we went back so far, there's no instances of any type of slavery from what we found. What we have found, though, I know in 1783, my grandmother had a lot of land in Texas. So we're just trying to track a whole lot of stuff down. And on my father's side is where there's a stumbling block. On my mother's side, I've gone back as far of their records as I could go with them. And now I have to find another avenue for that. But on my father's side, I don't know where to go from here.
I feel you. So I'm assuming I thought you said your father's side was the side that you were able to take back to like the 1600s or something. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. But I'm trying to figure out, because they have listings of my people in different areas as Negro, trip this, as far back as 1896, it said red on one of my ancestors' paperwork. And then it said, and then on and this is on my father's side. And it's Negro, there's Indian, there's trying to figure out what's real. I mean, how do we go even further than what we've went? Because what we went so far is for we track land deeds from that were from from 1643, I think it might be 1743, but that far back it was land deeds that were traced back from my father's people.
Yep.
So, and I'm at work right now, so I don't have everything in front of me, but I'm just wondering, seeing that there's no records of those people in Texas and some other place that it doesn't show any type of Freedmen cards or anything like that. But as far back as I can remember, my people always said that they weren't what everybody says they are.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't African. They never said that. They always said that they weren't African, that their people never, never claimed to be African at all, that they were indigenous to this place. And this is my grandmother, everybody, and that's what led us to start going back into it. So much so, my father was born with the name Gregory, that he legally changed his name to Cochise. And he's a black man. When I say black man, I mean dark skinned black man. And even my grandmother, his mother, used to always tell us, we weren't brought over here on slave ships. She used to always tell us there was plenty that did, but we weren't part of that group.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to, we can't, like I said, the ones that says Indian, they just stop. You can't go no further than that. It has IND. I guess that's what they classified as Indian. And then you try and find their names after that, and you don't see them before or after that anywhere.
So see,
on the paperwork.
Here's the part that I'm a little bit confused about. It sounded like you said you wanted to trace your father's side back further, but your father's side is the one that's already in the 1600s. So I would think you would want to trace your mother's side further back so that you can at least get both sides back to the same era, right?
That probably would be true. I'll be honest with you. That'd probably be true, but I know I traced that back as far as their records go. And they told me, I went back 3 grandmothers. And they told me after that, they had no further records. And they told me in order for me to get any further records, and this is the Tribal Enrollment Center, they said I would have
hold on. Which Tribal Enrollment Center?
San Carlos. San Carlos Apache.
San Carlos Apache. Okay.
Yes. And so they told me that informally, to get more documentations on my mother's side further than what they have, is to contact the Mormon Church. And I tried that, and they said that they don't release their records unless you're Mormon.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. The Mormon Church does have a lot of documentation. Typically, they want you to be a member or be brought in by a member in order for them to give you access to the archives and stuff. But the Mormon Church also runs the website familysearch.org, which is a free genealogical research database. So you can still utilize that option. But honestly, based off everything you said, it sounds like you're the prime candidate for a genealogy consultation, just because what you need is such personalized step-by-step guidance. And I am going to be limited in the information I can share with you and how in-depth I'm able to go right now, on a whim, on a live stream, right? But I would say first step is definitely going to be tracing back your maternal line so that you at least get both of them back into the 1600s. But also another thing to consider is typically you really don't have to go back into the 1600s if your main goal is linking tribal affiliation or maybe even applying for tribal citizenship. Typically going back to like the late 1700s, maybe even the early 1800s is a solid enough foundation, because oftentimes we do have ancestors who were affiliated with tribes in more recent years than we may realize. And then you also have to take into consideration that it is great to get back to the 1600s if you can, but it doesn't really serve much of a purpose for you if you're trying to get tribal citizenship. Because nowadays, when you talk about some of these tribal roles, or people hear about things like the dolls rolls, well, these roles really came into being like the late 1800s, early 1900s, right? So it's not so much that your ancestors in the 1600s would be on these tribal roles, but rather their descendants would be. And that's why you don't always have to go back, so far. But if you can, more power to you.
Okay.
Now,
One last question. So
yeah,
you
go
were
for
saying, well, I do know that you can only be an enrolled member. You can only have citizenship in one
tribe. Yep.
And so if I was to find out that the tribe of my father, in your opinion, would it be beneficial to switch tribal citizenship?
Well,
because I know you can do that if
you said that you're
because I
currently
am
a member of the
member.
Apache, right?
Yes. Yes, my
Okay.
mother was an Apache, and she
then
enrolled us in the tribe.
And then I'm not too familiar with the political structure of the Apache tribe. Are you guys a federally recognized tribe or a state recognized tribe?
Federally
recognized. Okay. So when it comes to weighing your options, like let's say you have a valid citizenship claim on both your mother and father's side. Well, if they're both valid claims and you could go either way, I would really first look at which tribe do I kind of rock with the most. Look up some of their activism, some of the things that they've done in recent years. See if this seems like a group of people that meshes with you and your values. Another way to look at it would be from a benefits perspective. Which tribe gives you the most benefits? If I've got two citizenship options and one tribe has a casino and gives per cap payments of $5,000 to $10,000 per month, and another tribe doesn't give out those payments, but they give free healthcare, free dental, college tuition, et cetera, well, I'm going to weigh that information heavily when it comes to my decision that I make. But if you're already a member of the Apache tribe, I really wouldn't leave your tribe and join another unless it was advantageous. And whatever makes it more advantageous than the tribe you're currently with, that's going to be totally up to you. It's all a matter of perspective.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your insight.
Yeah, most stuff. But as far as tracing your other side back further, if that's anything that you ever need assistance with, definitely make sure to check out the website. You can book me for a 90-minute one-on-one. And for anybody watching that's interested in a genealogy consultation, you can actually use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, at checkout for a special discount.
Okay. And what do you think about the DNA testing? Is that part of your thing?
DNA testing cannot help you achieve your goals. The only thing DNA testing can help you with is if you were adopted, you want to find out your immediate family, or, if I do an Ancestry DNA test and a bunch of other people do Ancestry.com DNA tests and we're cousins or something and we didn't know, then it'll let us know. But as far as it telling you your ethnicity or what country or what region your ancestors came from, that's all pure speculation.
Okay. Just curious. All right. You guys, you have a nice day. I enjoyed talking with you.
Yeah, likewise. Talk to you later.
All right.
All right. And next up, we've got Hamp Boy. Hamp Boy, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Appleton, Wisconsin. I'm from Milwaukee. Just was excited and happy for the Freedmen that they got their big win. They should have never got kicked out. It was politics, basically. They didn't want to split they were scared of losing power, and Freedmen, it was a lot of Freedmen, and they were scared of losing political power.
Hold on real quick. We got to do this properly, okay? Everybody give a round of applause for the Muskogee Creek Nation Freedmen, okay? Everybody, round of applause for the Freedmen. Hip, hip, hooray, and all that.
Yeah, but I was just curious about tribal benefits. How does that work when you travel, and what does that entail with your tribal citizenship? And do you still have to pay a large amount of taxes?
Yeah, great questions. Great question. So as far as how tribal benefits affect travel, the only thing that really comes to mind is, like, for example, a lot of people have heard about this real ID stuff. A lot of people have been inconvenienced having to go in the DMV and wait in long lines to get a real ID to be able to fly domestically and stuff. Well, if you have a tribal citizenship card from a federally recognized tribe, that supersedes a real ID. I just got done flying all last week. Oregon, wait, no, I ain't go to Oregon. I'm going to Oregon next week. I went to California. I was in Dallas, Oklahoma, etc. Went through TSA 8 times within the last week or so between all my flights. And I don't have to give them a real ID. I just give them my citizenship card. They let me right through. So when you say like benefits and you mentioned travel, that's like the only travel benefit that comes to mind per se. As far as your other question, what was your second question again?
Do you still have to pay a large
Oh,
amount of tax?
taxes. Yeah, so contrary to popular belief, when you get tribal citizenship, you don't like renounce your US citizenship or anything like that. You're still a US citizen. You still got to pay taxes, you still got to follow the law, you still got to drive with a driver's license and all that stuff. So you just more so have dual citizenship. And shout out to Bay-K. Bay-K says, what? I didn't know that. I'm going to use that CDIB card real good. Yeah. Yeah. Now, it does have to be with a federally recognized tribe, right? Since we're talking about TSA. But yeah, if you've got a federal tribal citizenship card, you show this to TSA when you're flying, they will let you right through. Now, I'm lying. On one of the flights, TSA girl was young. She looked at my tribal citizenship card and she was like, I've never seen one of these before. And I said, okay, and? And she said, hold on a moment. I got to ask my partner about this. So she looks at the TSA agent at the booth next to her, flashes the card to him, and is like, yo, is this good? And he's like, yeah, it's a tribal citizenship card. Like, duh, right? This girl's young. She's insecure. She doesn't want to get in trouble. So she says, hold on. Let me call my supervisor over. She calls her supervisor over, shows him the card. The supervisor says, yeah, if people don't have a real ID, typically they have to show a passport, but this even supersedes a US passport. This is like a super ID. This is what he said verbatim. I'm not making this up. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody refer to my tribal citizenship card as a super ID. That's what that supervisor told that young TSA girl. And guess what? They let me right on through. So I ain't gonna front to you. This was my first time flying since the May 6th or May 7th real ID thing. And I was a little nervous. I was like, man, are they going to accept my tribal card? It's on the TSA website. They're supposed to accept it, but certain areas, they may not be familiar with the tribal card. They may have never seen one before. Like, what's going to happen? I had a little bit of what's the word? I had little butterflies about it. I mean, you already get butterflies right before catching a flight, but I had some additional butterflies. Like, are they going to jam me up at TSA? And guess what? They let me right on through. So yeah, when we talk about travel benefits, I think being able to just use your tribal citizenship card as identification through TSA instead of spending the time and money to go get a real ID, whatever the fuck that even is. What's a real ID? Oh, so your original state ID wasn't real enough? I need a realer ID with my face on it. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with that whole real ID thing. It seemed like a scam to me.
Yeah, I never heard of the real ID. So I ain't traveled in a minute.
Oh
Last time I
yeah,
traveled, road trip.
be careful. If you're flying, it really affects you if you're flying. That real ID thing, you have to have it if you're flying. Now, if you try to fly and you don't have a real ID, you just got a normal state ID, they'll still let you through. They'll just give you some additional screening, ask you some more questions, things of that nature. But yeah, shout out to Velvety Things. Velvety Things says, I traced my genealogy back to 1880 census. How do I get a travel card? Well, for one, try to take that back a little bit further. Let's trace the maternal and paternal line back to the early 1800s. Then from there, you're going to want to run everybody born between the 1800s and the 1900s through dozens of tribal databases to locate a roll number. And then you can begin to navigate the complexities of the tribal citizenship application process. But again, if you need more personalized guidance, you can go to nativeblackancestry.com, book a one-on-one consultation with you, or excuse me, with me, where I'll teach you the step-by-step process. But I'm sorry, guys, I've been literally doing consultations all day. I'm parched. I'm tired. I wasn't even supposed to be going live. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Headboy. Okay. He's one of my genealogy clients, as well as Nate, who was up on the panel earlier, or on the last stream I did before I restarted it. But yeah, shout out to all the genealogy clients. Lady M's in the chat. Yeah. Shout out to Lady M. She says Mike knows he's helping me right now. You know what, Lady M? Since you're watching,
definitely helping me too.
Since you're watching, Lady M, I'm not going to reveal. Of course, I'm not going to reveal any sensitive information. But check this out. Just because this is the only like chance I can show you visibly, right? That is just somewhere. Here it is. All right. So Lady M, I told you how I ordered that packet from the Oklahoma Historical Society on your ancestor, right? Now, I'm not going to show any, any of the front of these documents or anything, of course. We're going to protect your anonymity. Yeah, I think I said it right the first time. But check this out. I told you there's a lot of documents I sourced. Let me just get these in a stack real quick and show you how many documents I found on your ancestor. When I sent you the text the other day, I was like, yeah, I got the documents. Now I got to start going through them. Now you see what I mean by that. A lot of documents here. And you know what? Me thumbing through it is really not even doing it justice. Hold on. I'm going to count these out real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. I got to do the old finger lick. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Hold up, the page is again stuck. Hold on. 19 is getting there. There we go. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Hold on, I'm almost there, I promise. 29, 30. Hold on. 31, 32, 30. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop counting. I still got a pretty nice stack left. So if I'm gonna estimate, I probably got somewhere around 70 to 80 documents on that ancestors of yours, that ancestor singular, that ancestor of yours that we were talking about during our last meeting. So yeah, I'm gonna get with you in about a week or so after I got a chance to go through all those documents. Okay, guys, this is the type of
that's crazy.
This is how in depth we can get with the research. Okay, shout out to Lady M. She booked a genealogy consultation with me. I taught her how to do the research. She was like, "Well, Mike, is there any way I can hire you to do it?" I said, "Sure. This is what the process looks like." And we're what? Help me out, Lady M. Have we been working together for 3 months now? It hasn't been 2 months. It has to be at least 3 months, right? Maybe even 4. I don't know. Help me out. Since March. There you go. Since March. That's right, because Lady M was the first genealogy client I ever got from TikTok. I remember. That's why you are so memorable to me. Shout out to Lady M. Everybody give a round of applause to Lady M. She was the first person from TikTok. I'd been on YouTube for a couple years. I got a bunch of people from YouTube who hired me to do genealogical research, but Lady M was the first one who see me on TikTok and was like, I got to book a consultation. So huge shout out to Lady M. Claps all around. And shout out to Handboy on the panel right now. He's a client of mine also. Shoot, I appreciate all the clients coming through, showing folks that this is real.
Here's the reason why I got into genealogy. I didn't even know anything about my Indian heritage until I seen he said something about the surnames, and I went to your name, and then my name and my family name is on 4 of them, on 4 of the 5 civilized. And then I went back and asked my grandma, and we just had a family reunion. And I'm like, I see my granddad and my grandma. I was like, who's them Indian people on a shirt? And they was like, that's your grandma and granddad. And I ain't never seen a picture of them before, but they was like melanated, but they was, you could tell they wasn't African. I knew they was Indian. I'm like, who's these Indian people? Like, that's your grandparent. And that's when I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So it's everything. It's still kind of shocking. Like, wow, to grow up to thinking I came here on the boat and then only to find out, like, no. And my grandma was like, they didn't start teaching about African and stuff like that until like the 70s. My grandma was like, she didn't know nothing about African and no slave boats and none like in school. That she said she never heard of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Handboy, did you find me on TikTok as well or YouTube?
Yeah, that's how I found out. I came across you on TikTok.
Okay, yeah, TikTok. Lady M was my first client from TikTok, but I know that you were at least top 5. You're definitely at least top 5 because I feel, well, how long would you say it's been since our initial consultation?
June.
Oh no, if it's June, then you're a bit more recent. Yeah. I wouldn't say top 5. It'd more so be like top 50 then.
No, that's fine.
But you're memorable nonetheless. Okay. Just shout out to Handboy. Okay. Round of applause to Handboy for looking into his family's heritage. And shout out to Chief Blackfoot Ninja. My bad. I said Ninja. It's been a long day, y'all. I want to be ninja. Chief Blackfoot Ninja says, bro, Mike TV, I'm booking with you this week, but just know I need to hire you. I'm so confused. Yeah, people hit me up all the time. They email me and they're like, yo, instead of doing a consultation, can I just hire you to do the research? I tell everybody, no. The first step is always booking a genealogy consultation, because I'd rather teach a man how to fish instead of give a man a fish. So after I teach you how to do it on your own, if you then come to the conclusion you would still rather hire me to do the research, then we can cross that bridge once we get to it. But I like to arm people with the knowledge. And shout out to Jersey Drive says, is this actually live or is this a rerun? Because I would like to call and ask him questions and how I can find information on Cherokee heritage. I do a lot of replays, so I understand you not knowing whether this is live or a replay. But no, this is live. The link to call in is actually in the chat. Shout out to Zolo Jack says, you're going to hear from me. I can't wait to get my money right. Yep, you're over here sounding like a Kanye song. Nah, wait till I get my money right.
I step back so somebody can step up.
All right. I appreciate it.
Looking forward to the results.
And shout out to the Siberian Huskies in the chat. It looks like Tonto has fled the reservation and now they're in the suburbs with us. Our $5 resident Siberian says, Mike, you're a whole white tea man with a cutout that's not a real tribal card. Yeah, you're right. My card is just so fake, When I was flying last week, like I just told my audience, when I was flying and I went through TSA and I showed them my card, they arrested me on site and they said, stop, this is a fake tribal card. And my viewers just bailed me out yesterday. I just got freed yesterday, guys. I was incarcerated. TSA stopped me for the fake tribal card. Come on. Shout out to Zolo Jack says, can't tell me nothing. Facts. I wonder why the Siberian Huskies never want to join the panel, though. I wonder. I mean, it's 2025. The Buffalo Soldiers are no more. You guys were the scalpers. We never got down with the scalping, so you have nothing to fear from us. We were the civilized ones, agriculture, civilization. You guys were the nomads roaming with the buffalo, just like your Mongolian ancestors. So I'm just wondering, why don't you want to call in and tell me how I'm a white tea man and all this to my face, or at least close enough to it? Oh, damn. It's because just like your ancestors, y'all don't be standing on shit. Tell me the name of your reservation so I can look up the poverty rate. Oops. You done fucked up, right? Yeah, y'all over there on the reservation. I'm sorry. We're not even going to call it a reservation, guys. Let's be respectful. Let's be proper with it. Your tribal ghetto. You're living on a oversized ghetto that looks like a trailer park. Taking too many to the head. Next thing you know, you DED, and I spelled it wrong on purpose for community guideline purposes, but you get what I'm saying, guys. I mean, look it up. There's so many tribes that currently have their reservations in a state of emergency. They're begging Uncle Sam to send police, send help. Our tribal members just don't know how to behave themselves. Guys, look up the crime rate on the ghetto they call a reservation. Look up the I mean, hey, just because she came here saying I'm a white teen man, call me petty. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up, guys. Watch this. Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. YouTube, TikTok, everybody see my screen, right? Call me petty. I'm just saying, we ain't gotta do the old tit for tat. Sure, I called her a Siberian husky one time. Sure, I said Tonto left the reservation one time. But guys, I defeat them with receipts. I defeat them with facts. All you got to do is go on YouTube and type in reservation state of emergency. Damn. You're not doing too good on your tribal ghetto, are you?
Thanks for joining us on this 4th of July. I'm Phil Aldrich. Oglala Sioux Tribe President Frank Starr comes out, declared an extended state of emergency last December for the Pine Ridge Reservation.
Whoa, so you already had a state of emergency, but now you need an extended state of emergency. Oh, wait.
The emergency calling for funding for at least 50 officers, more aggressive enforcement of alcohol and drug laws.
Oh, y'all just can't behave yourselves, huh? You get all these government subsidies, you get all these government handouts, and you're doing this too much, and you're taking your arm like this and tying something around it and going like this. Oh, damn. That doesn't really seem like indigenous practices to me. I mean, your tribes got casinos, y'all got all this money, and you're in an extended state of emergency. You see why we got to now start referring to the reservations as what they are, ghettos.
For at least 50 officers, more aggressive enforcement of alcohol and drug laws by the Department of Justice and Bureau of Indian Affairs, as well as more jails. But today,
damn, y'all are begging Uncle Sam for more jails. Where they do that at? When has my community ever begged the government for more jails? Damn, this is strange.
Is still in that state of emergency. The tribal leader says not much progress has been made since December as the U.S. government came to the reservation with a task force and conducted a sweep. He adds he doesn't know if it was a publicity stunt, but a lot more needs to be done.
Damn, a lot more needs to be done. Guys, there ain't nothing anybody can tell you when they're calling in to talk to you from a reservation when they living like this. Did you know that when these folks type these little troll comments to us, when these Native Americans on the reservation type these little troll comments to us, did you know that they're tuning in from a double wide trailer?
Comes out. It isn't unusual at all to hear gunshots in some areas of the Pine Ridge Reservation.
We're seeing an all-time high of violence and drug trafficking like we've never seen before.
Whoa, I gotta go back. Is that man's bedroom? Was that a bedroom shot? Is that how y'all living? Is this how y'all living right here? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. That's how y'all living on the reservation?
Have you had to use that before?
Yep.
On a person?
Yep.
I probably can't ask any more questions than that, huh?
No.
Tell me about the process of flipping this.
Whoa, Big Bertha rolling around the res with a machete, y'all. This torta got a machete. The torta with the machete. Oh, Lord. And tell me she don't look like a Mexican girl.
Yep.
On a person?
Yep.
I probably can't ask any more questions than that, huh?
No.
Tell me about the process of flipping this into pints. How does that work?
They're trying to flip pints, y'all. They're not on the res going, ay, 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 ay. No, they're trying to flip pints. Damn, I know about busting down a. Oh, I mean, I know I've heard about busting down a brick, but flipping pints? Y'all are flipping pints?
One water bottle will equal up to this much.
So we're okay.
It's so desperate out there. They selling swigs, y'all. I got 5 on the red. Hey, send me a swig. Hey, a capful. Hey, wait. My per capita casino check hasn't hit yet. Just give me a capful. Craig, I'll suck yo up for a capful. Like, what are they doing on the reservation, y'all? What are they? Anything for a capful of that sweet devil water. Oh Lord, your ancestors are rolling around in their graves.
20 for this one? No, thank you. Do you hear me?
On this channel, we've traveled far and wide to the roughest places in the United States. Of all the places we've gone, Pine Ridge Reservation may very well be the roughest place we've ever been. The stats here paint a
Whoa, time out. You guys are probably not familiar with this YouTuber. You're probably not familiar with this content creator. I think his name is Tommy G. Yeah, Tommy G, 2 million subscribers. His whole niche on YouTube is going to the worst areas in the world. He went to all the black ghettos in America, O Block, all that. I think he went to Haitian ghettos, Jamaican ghettos. He goes to the worst places in the world. And what did he just say?
Oh, thank you. Do you hear me?
On this channel, we've traveled far and wide to the roughest places in the United States. Of all the places we've gone, Pine Ridge Reservation may very well be the roughest place we've ever been.
He said we've traveled far and wide to all the roughest places of the United States, and out of all the places we've been, Pine Ridge Reservation is the worst. Guys, let me give you an example of some of the places he's been. You can just go to Tommy G's YouTube account. We'll go to his videos. We'll sort them by popular. Check it out. The most wanted drivers in New York, visiting the most dangerous city in America, pimps and prostitutes of Los Angeles, Chicago's gang wars, the Kia Boys, the most dangerous city in America, on the blocks with pimps, exposing the most corrupt mayor, Kensington, the city of zombies. Guys, if you know about Kensington, I think that's in Philly. I think that's in Philly, Pennsylvania, right? Philly? Help me out, guys. I think Kensington's in Philly. If you know about Kensington, Tommy G just said that Pine Ridge Reservation is worse than Kensington. And Kensington is literally the Walking Dead. Oh, Lord, if you know anything about Kensington. Visiting the poorest county in America, in the trenches in Houston, Dallas Underground, with the gangster disciples, visiting a Tijuana trap house, Alabama's METH Mountain, Ohio's sketchiest white boys. I mean, and out of all these sketchy, crazy places Tommy G has been, he just said the Pine Ridge Reservation is the worst out of all of them.
Anyone comes out.
It isn't unusual.
To revive people? Do you have to call ambulances for
Sometimes
people?
I do. Last night, one of our unhoused relatives started having a seizure.
Wait, she just said one of her unhoused relatives just started having a seizure. Guys, unhoused means homeless. We're not going to make fun of the homeless. Lord knows I had a stint where I was homeless for a month and a half, a couple years back or so. But guys, how are you homeless on a reservation? How are you homeless on the reservation? Like, the reservation is supposed to be your land, and the tribe gives out housing to tribal members. So how are you homeless on a reservation? Guys, when I was down on my luck a couple years back and I was homeless for a month or so, I wasn't on a reservation. How are you homeless on a reservation? Guys, I'm not like doing this for dramatic. You guys don't have to dramatic affect me or anything. I mean, I'm reacting to this. This is my first time watching this. How are you homeless on a reservation? That's like telling me you're a poor billionaire. I quit. You guys got to answer for what's going on your reservation. And remember, the only reason why we're going into this in depth is because we had some chicken head Siberian husky try to say something slick in my chat a moment ago. So now we got to highlight what's going on in their ghetto.
I had to get out and call the ambulance and sit with them until the ambulance came. Sometimes I find getting fights. Sometimes I find people getting beat up. Sometimes I find sex traffickers and I chase them out of town.
And they're mostly Mexican guys?
No, this one comes from Nebraska.
Is he a native man?
No, he's a black man.
So if I see a black guy around here, does he have native blood in him? Or
if he's a local, he's half indigenous. For the kids, a lot of kids come down here.
Did she just spread some Sasquatch rumor of a half black, half indigenous man from Nebraska trafficking their tribal members? Oh shit! You see how them Siberian Huskies rock with they Mexicans. You see how they rock with their Mexican brothers and sisters. Tommy G just said, so are these traffickers, are they Mexican? And she said, no, not Mexican, no. Actually, they're they're black. They're black. Yeah. There's this guy from like Nebraska who comes and, is he indigenous then? How's he come on the rest? Oh, he's half indigenous. And so if I see a black guy, I gotta guys. There's always a black boogeyman somewhere, even on the reservation. On the reservation, there's a black boogeyman. Hide your kids, hide your wife. They stealing people from the reservation. Okay.
Beat up. Sometimes I find sex traffickers and I chase them out of town.
And they're mostly Mexican guys?
No, this one comes from Nebraska.
Is he a native man?
No, he's a black man.
So if I see a black guy around here, does he have native blood in him? Or
and shout out to Connie. Connie in the TikTok live chat has to be a Siberian Husky. Connie says, it's none of your business what goes on the reservation. Yes, it's my business as an American Indian, whether I'm a part of your tribe or not, because what you do looks terribly for all American Indians. It's a bad look for every Native American community in this land, first of all. Second of all, y'all are poor as hell on the res, surviving off of our tax dollars. Yes, it's our business. I want to know where my tax dollars are going. And I'm sure everybody watching right now wants to know where their tax dollars are going to as well.
He's a local, he's half indigenous. For the kids, a lot of kids come down here after school and play. I just gotta make sure. Then if I see meth dealers, I'll beat them up.
what can you fellas tell us about the area?
It was rough growing up.
It looks like it could be fun, but it also looks like it has some sketchy spots too.
And I don't know what A is talking about in the comment section. A was begging to get up on the panel earlier. I let him up. The Wi-Fi wasn't Wi-Fiing on the reservation, and then he dropped off. Now A is talking about watch him exit the video since Black is mentioned. Guess what, A? We're still watching the same video.
There's a bunch of sketchy people, a bunch of like missing women going on, some kids.
Does everyone know about the missing women?
Yeah,
That's no secret around here.
The Rapid City Police Department is asking for your help finding 20.
Oh, and Lord, guys, the numbers are really hitting tonight. We got damn near 100 people on YouTube, over 50 people on TikTok. The Siberian Huskies are coming out to play, y'all. Check this out. Mongolian Barbecue in the YouTube comment section says, another L stream. One thing you'll never do is prove you're a real Indian. Well, to that, I say this, Eaton. For one, for you to say to me, another L stream means you watch me consistently, and I wonder why you're obsessed. If I don't like someone, I don't spend my free time watching them. Secondly, you said one thing you'll never do is prove you're a real Indian. Sir, my tribal citizenship card is literally on the screen. I don't have to prove I'm a real anything. It's up to you to find peace with yourself. Because right before you is a native Black American with the tribal citizenship to back it, with the lineage to prove it. Descendant of who? Descendant of who? Direct lineal descendant of who? Written about in books about who? Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, town king of the Creek Nation. Damn, that's who my grandpappy is. I wonder whose yours is. Was it one of them Italian folks in the cowboy and Indian commercials in the 70s? Was it one of them European folks cosplaying as a Native American in one of them Clint Eastwood Westerns? I mean, I wonder. because I know exactly who I am. Genealogy traced all the way to the 1600s in some parts, but it's you guys who have to find peace with yourself and find some way to carry on knowing that Black Indians exist. Oh my gosh. It's so crazy, guys. They don't know what to do. They're running around like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. They're trying to click up with the Africans. They're trying to click up with the Mexicans. They're trying to click up with the Europeans. They're trying to form this cabal to convince us that we come from Africa. It's not working. Shout out to the Muskogee Creek Freedmen who just got their citizenship rights restored due to a Supreme Court ruling July 23rd, 2025. Yeah.
6-year-old Michelle.
Oh, damn. Wait a minute. I forgot. I'm allowing them to get us off track. They leave their troll comments in my chat, hoping that I address them, praying and hoping that I'll get sidetracked and we won't continue to play the video that's highlighting their degeneracy.
Shield. Pine Ridge woman has been missing since mid-December.
Damn, y'all got women missing off your reservation. How do you have the time to troll in my chat? Why don't you go find your women?
Of Shayna L., young man afraid of his horses, were found last night on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation.
I just went to a conference this morning in Rapid City about missing women. They said, oh, it's MMIW. I didn't know what that was, but that's a commonly known thing around here. Where are these women going? Are they getting killed? Are they getting trafficked?
Getting trafficked, killed, everything.
I just heard from Mother Jewel. I don't know if you talked to her before. That's your grandma?
Yeah.
Apparently cartel has some roots in here.
Yep, there was rumors of the cartel being here.
Damn, y'all should worry about the cartel. Y'all shouldn't worry about us.
We were just talking about some of the trafficking that's going on. We were at a conference this morning about missing women. Everyone knows about that. Everyone's heard about that. That's sketchy as
common.
Who is taking them out? Is it their boyfriends? Is it their husbands? Is it random people?
Could be random people. Could be the boyfriends.
Is domestic violence high around here?
It's very high.
Is it just men hitting?
Domestic violence is very high on the reservation, they say. And he's interviewing these Indians. These are members of the tribe saying, yeah, we got it down bad over here.
The women, or do the women hit the men too?
Both.
That's a tough way to have a relationship.
It really is. It's kind of normal around here. I try not to be that way though.
We as men are supposed to be the protectors. I mean, if we're the ones terrorizing our own family, that's not the best path. What was it like growing up here, fellas?
It wasn't bad. It was
kind of rough as well because the environment kind of bad because the alcohol and the drugs and there's nothing to do around here.
You just get it so easy.
I see you have someone on your shirt. Tell me about that.
Because he died from cancer.
How old was he?
22.
Do you know how he got it?
You don't really go to the hospital here if you don't want it.
Is there a solid hospital in town?
No.
They give you some painkillers.
No solid hospitals on the res. I mean, in the ghetto. The ghetto. Talking about boom, boom, boom. The ghetto. Trying to survive. The ghetto face ass. What are y'all talking about? How do any of you guys on the reservation find the free time to get online and say anything about Native Black Americans when this is how you're living? Lord, oh Lord. And I got some people trying to call in. Let me see what they got to say. Let me see what's on their mind. We got Shayla Joy. Shayla Joy is coming from the back to the front. Shayla Joy, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Shayla Joy, are you there? Lord knows we hear you. All right, Shayla Joy is taking a tinkle or something. I mean, Shayla, Lord, do that in private. Do that in private. Hold up. On YouTube, we've got Shishi77. Shishi, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling from Minnesota. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Good. The other night I heard you speak, and I think I told you that my family are the Marshalls, the Morels, the Hawkins, and the Graysons, and the McIntoshes. So that's who I come from. I wanted to talk to you specifically on Freedmen. On Freedmen when, and earlier when I was, telling you in the chat about the casinos and so forth in regards to, how to...
Hold on real quick. I'm so sorry. These Siberian Huskies are crashing out in my comment section on YouTube. Horse with no name says, I'm reporting this channel for racism. You need to go, buddy. Guys, peep game. Us playing a video about them begging about their deplorable conditions on their reservation is somehow racism. All right. Woe is me. But continue, Shishi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? They're extremely racist against Black Indians when, truth be told,
You guys are Africans. You're not Indian. Da 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 da. And as soon as we look at the deplorable conditions on the reservation, that's racist. How dare you play that video? You're not supposed to know that we're in poverty and living in squalor. Mike, I'm gonna report you.
That is too funny. When in fact it's really Black Americans are the indigenous to this country. We were here before Siberia was here, before they crossed over, right? So
Hey, wait. You know how we can easily prove that as well? If you look at Black America, whenever we are left to our own devices, we succeed. When these people are left to their lonesome, they're impoverished. They're down bad. They're begging for government intervention. Their reservations, their ghettos filled with poverty, substance abuse. For us to have our communities filled with poverty and substance abuse, you need CIA intervention, Black Ops operations. You need FBI, COINTELPRO. You need redlining. You need Jim Crow. You need segregation. You need all this to get us to be living in the condition that they find themselves in naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no CIA snuck no nothing in your community, but you tweaking. Say it ain't so.
I say amen. I wanted to touch on one of the things that you had brought up earlier on your live in regards to the 2022 congressional hearing with at that time Maxine Waters. Now her panel governs Indian housing and stuff. That's where she makes the decisions. And one of the judges that was on her board in 2022 stated, and you heard the congressional hearing, stated that he really believes that Muskogee Creek Nation is counting the numbers of freedmen at the time that were fighting for the citizenship but didn't have it. They were counting those numbers along with their tribal citizens for housing, other things that they, that the what are some of the other things that our government gives to sovereign nations? Technically, we're not completely sovereign, because if we're a completely sovereign nation, we wouldn't be coming to Big Brother asking for help for money for housing and so forth. But that's another story. But I truly believe that, because my family, we have several historical in Oklahoma. We have several historical cemeteries. One of the cemetery used to be called Old Jameson Cemetery in Oklahoma. It's I believe it's in Porter. But they did a name change. My family did a name change and called it Fountain of Life or something cemetery. Anyway, that cemetery is the very first cemetery, the very first in the state of Oklahoma, where when they crossed over to the Indian Territory, that's where so-called freedmen, and I say so-called freedmen, and I'll tell you reason why, and the Bybloods, they went to church together, they communed together, and they were buried there together. Muskogee Creek Nation has an obligation every year to come to that cemetery and to clean it. They're not doing it out of their own free will. So there's an attachment of financials there, okay? And when I say so-called freedmen, when I mentioned an earlier conversation.
Oh, wait, real quick, I got some people in the comment section confused as to what the video is that I'm playing. Let me just allow them to hear the audio for just a second so that they realize why I had it muted.
Hey, yeah. Why she acting all resi? Hey, hotter than a pan of fried bread grease. Have a native 50 power beats.
Got your auntie in the kitchen like, nah, he thinking. Got a grandma skillet like she about to kill it. Back.
Yeah, guys, he's rapping about crispy fry bread. Oh no, I'm sorry, greasy fry bread. And I quote, in the TP creeping on the, oh Lord, I can't repeat that on TikTok.
Purpose flour, gotta mix it right up, right. Hit the breads with the shit, they eat it right up. Greasy fried bread, greasy fried bread.
Yeah, and guys, I'm telling you, the Siberian Huskies on the res must be talking about me in their group chats because these folks are coming over here to crash out in my comment section. Axel says, I just watched a black Native American get destroyed by an actual historian. Why are you guys so afraid to debate an expert? You just black anyone who challenges your, oh no, he says you just block anyone who challenges your narrative. Well, Axel, enlighten us. Who's the name of this black Native American and who's the name of the actual historian they got destroyed by? Or did you just come through to talk out your ass? Because I'm a actual historian and I bet you won't click the link and come up here and challenge me on a damn thing I have to say. But I digress. Go ahead and finish what you were saying, Shishi.
I was saying that freedmen, before they crossed over and they were in old country, a lot of the freedmen, they weren't slaves. They communed. They lived amongst each other.
They were in leadership positions of the tribe.
Yes. And I have many. The second chief of Creek Nation is my fifth generation fourth generation grandfather, Benjamin Marshall. Yet you won't see him on the walls of Creek Nation because it's attached to black blood. And my lineal ancestor, who my application is on, I mean, she owned a town. I mean, she had over 640 acres, and that's where. And this is in old country. So they cross over to the Indian territory, and all of a sudden they're slaves. No, they weren't. And she's actually on the Freedmen roll, listed as free and Indian by blood. For whatever reason, she got on the Freedmen roll. I don't know. They went, how they went out and did.
It went by phenotype. It was
Yes.
literally a brown paper bag test.
Yeah, and so
oh shoot! Wait a minute! No, they found one brother to co-sign this malarkey. Look at this. I see one Negro in the audience. Hold on. Look at this. We got one ninja amongst them. No, they got one dude at the powwow with the greasy fried bread. And notice how he's the only one who doesn't have his hand up. He's not really vibing with it. He's like, yeah, they paid me so they can have some social clout, They had to have some flavor in the video. I mean, this dude is just, where's Waldo? Where's the black guy? I mean, come on. How did he find himself in this situation? I'm just wondering. Help me, Father. Help me, Lord. Go ahead, Shishi.
Yes, so I was just saying that I think that fast forward, freedmen coming over to the new territory, now they're slaves, and last time I checked, slaves don't own land, right?
Okay.
So how do you become a slave when you get into the new Indian territory, and then to say, hey, you're going to have to free your slaves and give them 160 acres, just like the Bybloods. Only difference is that freedmen was not protected by their lands. They were not restricted. And so my concern, freedmen won their case. Reparations do need to be paid. But my concern is that, between the lines of the attorney, Demario Solomon, when I asked him, hey, are they getting full benefits just like the Bybloods? And so that question wasn't answered. So I just really do pray that, even though they've won their case, and I've never looked at myself as a freedman because I know where my family comes from, and they weren't freedmen. And my family got paid off of those dockets. I don't know if you know about docket 21, 272, 276. Those are all dockets that came from the old country. And the government paid my family off those documents. And then fast forward, Eloise Cabell, who I knew very well, she was a banker and owned her own bank in Montana. And when I told her, I said, you know, this is included with Freedmen. She didn't know how that was going to play out. And I said, anytime there's land attached, like Freedmen and by Bloods, this is included into what you're going after the government for. And sure enough, I don't know if you knew, but the Eloise Cabell settlement reopened a year ago, and then they just closed June 30th. And what
And
they're
real
going
quick, shout out to Bekay. Bekay says all the benefits are the same. The only difference is 1/4 and above can hold positions. Yeah, facts. To the best of my knowledge, the freedmen get all the same citizens as by blood. It's just if you have a blood quantum of 1/4 or higher, then you can actually vote in elections and hold positions. And actually, correct me on that, Bekay. Can everybody vote and you just can't hold position unless you're a quarter blood or more? Let me know. But I know for a fact you can't hold positions. But go ahead, Shishi. And then I got
hope,
one more guest to bring up.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna say this. I hope that changes because Cherokee Nation, when Cherokee Freedmen got theirs 13 years ago, they went ahead and just completely abolished Freedmen, and it's all one. It's just where it should be, really. So I'm praying that will happen. It's just that they will amend their constitution, take Freedmen out, and we're just all one. And it doesn't go by blood quantums and stuff to get into office, to get voted in. That's how they stay in control. Because when I was there doing some family lineage historical video recordings of my elders and stuff, they lived to be well into their hundreds. I was at Muskogee Creek Nation, and I'm not trying to, but I was just.
Well, how was it when you were on the reservation? Did it look like this reservation on the screen, extremely impoverished, or did it look a little better? I've never visited my tribe's reservation.
It's very nice. And here in Minnesota, the reservation out in Mystic Lake Casino, there's multi-million-dollar houses. That's their reservation out there. So I've not seen any reservation like the one that you showed me. But yeah.
Well, this one is the Pine Ridge Reservation. I'm not sure where what state Pine Ridge is located in. South Dakota. Okay, South Dakota. That's where it's at.
Yeah, it is. My cousin years ago was stationed. He went to school out that way, and he said it was really, really bad. So it has not changed, and that was in the early 90s. But when I was there at Muskogee Creek Nation, I saw blonde hair, blue eye, white people coming in, getting their cards their driver's license or whatever. I'm not a very
and shout out to Paul Skinner on TikTok. Paul Skinner says, "You never heard of Pine Ridge and claim to have authority in the convo?" No, Paul, I've heard of Pine Ridge and seen all the videos about the deplorable conditions. I just didn't know what state it was located in because I just never cared to look it up. But go ahead, Shisha, you can continue.
No, that's all I had to say. I thank you for listening. I thank you guys for listening to what some of the things I stated.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. And you were trying to call in on TikTok earlier, right?
TikTok, I was having a hard time. I couldn't get through, but I got through just fine here on YouTube.
Perfect. Sounds good. Well, thanks for
And
joining.
I think we might be distant cousins too.
Oh yeah, probably. You said that you have the Graysons in your family tree, right?
Yeah, Robert Grierson and Sanagi are my 5th generation grandparents.
Wait, Grierson or Grayson?
So Grierson is that's where Grayson comes from, is Grierson.
So you're saying Grayson is a different spelling of Grierson, or is this a separate lineage?
It is the same. It's one and the same. There's always 5 name changes within that family. So Grayson was originally Grierson, and Robert Grayson is of the Berry Hill clan, and that's old country. When I say old country, I'm talking about Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, but they came out of Alabama, then into the Indian Territory.
Gotcha. Shout out to King Willie. He's also a Grayson. Bay K says you're related to her as well because she has a Macintosh in her family tree. Yep. Coolest
Yes, and
says white tea names. Yes, Coolest. These are in some cases white tea surnames because during the process of forced assimilation, they adopted European surnames. But I guess you never read anything about American Indian history, huh? Kind of like how they were forced to adopt European notions of individual land allotments, just like how they were forced to adopt U.S. government type governmental structure, right? By way of the Curtis Act. Oh, wait, you never heard of the Curtis Act before. I forgot. I'm talking to someone who's ill-informed. But Shishi, go ahead and pick up where you left off. Closing remarks.
closing remarks would be to just thanking you for being on your show tonight. And I'm glad I stumbled onto you. My cousin Irma, who's probably listening from San Diego.
Shout
She
out to
said,
cousin Arma.
Yeah, she said, you gotta pick up, you gotta hurry up, get on TikTok, hurry up, he's here. And so, yeah.
He's
and
live.
I
Oh my
actually,
God.
He's live. And I actually fell asleep on you at 1:30 in the morning. I was like, I gotta get up at work. I can't function like this. But no, I thank you for having me tonight. And I look forward to, any of your future lives. You really bring really great information.
Yeah, well, it was a pleasure connecting with you, and you have yourself a great evening, and shout
You
out to
too.
your cousin again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, till next time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we bring up the next guest, quick commercial break. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. If you need assistance with genealogical research, I've got very great tools available for you. We've got a tribal surname tab where you can see if any of your family surnames align with any of the quote-unquote 5 civilized tribes. It's a total misconception that we all get our last names from slave masters. When you do the genealogy research, we find that oftentimes we don't descend from people who were enslaved. So you have to ask yourself, where did those last names come from? And although some people, such as Coolest, is not educated about the fact that tribes, during the process of forced assimilation, adopted European surnames, well, hey, that leads to some of the last names that we find our families with present day. Also, guys, make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, because you can get a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. Just as a thank you for visiting the website, you can download a free copy of that ebook. Also, in addition to the tribal surname tab, I've got a book list of most of my primary sources. A lot of these books are suppressed. Some of them you can't even buy in the United States. You got to import them from Europe. So definitely check out the book list. I do update this weekly. Also, I have personally curated the largest digital archive on Black American indigeneity. Over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, ex-slave interviews, Black Indian fugitive slave ads. The list goes on and on and on and on. And you can download a lot of these items to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, et cetera, et cetera. Just to give you an example of how heavy-handed the receipts are in the digital archive, oftentimes we hear about Black folks really being indigenous, about Black folks being reclassified and forced into bondage, right? Well, when you check out some of these ex-slave interviews I have in the archive, you get to read those first-hand accounts. The first interview I have right here is Spence Johnson. Spence Johnson was born free, a member of the Choctaw Nation in Indian Territory in the 1850s. And Spence Johnson was kidnapped when he was 3 years old. Him and his family were washing clothes along the river, and some slave catchers kidnapped them, took them to Shreveport, Louisiana, and sold them to the highest bidder. And you can see more and more examples of these ex-slaves who were indigenous people captured and reclassified. Another one is Ellen Cragen. This story right here is very pivotal, very, very pivotal. Definitely check out the story of Ellen Cragen. And you know what I'll do tonight? Just because I'm feeling a little bit generous, I do this from time to time. In order to get access to the book list and the digital archive, you've got to become a member of the website. Anybody can access the tribal surname. Anybody can book a genealogy consultation with me, but the book list and the digital archive are members only perks. It's $14 to become a member. And what I'm going to do is, if we have even a single person become a member within the next 10 minutes, I'm going to do a little segue. We're going to stop with the live callers for just a moment, and I'm going to go into the digital archive and read one of those ex-slave interviews to you live and direct, so that you can get a glimpse into some of this history and how crazy some of these receipts can get. Again, if there's even one person that becomes a member of the website, then everybody is going to benefit, because I'm going to go into the vault and give you guys some free game. But while we wait to see if anybody wants to become a member this evening, I want to share with you guys some brief testimonials from some of my recent genealogy clients, just so you guys can know what people are saying about these consultations that I provide.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of. And it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is. And I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. And shout out to Chief Blackfoot. He says he's becoming a member of the website now. Well, shout out to you. It looks like we're going to be reading some firsthand ex-slave narratives. Let me see. Shayla Joy, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Get a wrecking crew together.
Okay, I did an Ancestry.com thing, DNA test, and I was
Hold on. Since the first question was, where are you calling in from? Then you can tell us what's on your mind. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
I'm calling in from Simpsonville, South Carolina.
All right, perfect. Lay it on us. You said that you did a DNA test?
Yes, from Ancestry, and I was thinking that would help me figure out what kind of Indian we have in our family. And when I got the profile back, it said I didn't, basically it said I was just all African and all white. Like it said 22% Scottish, and then like different parts of Africa. And from what my family has told me, I know that we have family in Allendale, South Carolina, like the lower part of South Carolina, and one of our cousins has a portrait, a painted portrait of my grandmother's grandfather. So what is that? It's like her, what is that? My grandmother, that's my great-great-grandfather or something like that. And he is sitting in a chair with a top hat on, and he has a braid going all the way down his, around the back and down his chest. And he has a feather in his ear, and you can tell he's full-blooded Indian, but we don't know what type.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just looking for some of that to come up in my ancestry. And then the story was told that one side of the creek was a full-blooded Indian family, and the other side of the creek was a Portuguese family. And none of that shows up in my profile. And I was scrolling a couple of months ago on TikTok, and it was a lady on there talking about Ancestry. .com. They don't put it in there on purpose because they don't want you to know where you come from. So I'm like, how do I figure out what type of Indian we have in our family?
Great question. So just like most people, you got led astray with the whole DNA testing thing. It's a racket. They're just in it to make money. No DNA testing kit can tell you your ethnicity or what country or what region of the world your ancestors came from. Again, I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. I got tribal citizenship in 2021. Guess what? When me and my family went to apply for tribal citizenship, my tribe did not say, do a DNA test and give us the results. My tribe did not give us a glass beaker and say, here, spit into this, and we'll tell you if you can get citizenship or not. The only way to know if you have indigenous ancestry is to do genealogy research. And genealogy has nothing to do with DNA testing. Genealogy is about paper trail records. birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, bills of sale, land allotments, census records, military records, probate records, deeds, wills. The list goes on and on and on and on. But a DNA testing kit is not going to do anything but waste your time and waste your money. Now, if you need more personalized guidance, that's where my website comes in. You can go to nativeblackancestry.com. You can book a 90-minute consultation with me where I'll show you the step-by-step process that me and my family followed to get tribal citizenship. Or you can just stick around and, catch some of my live streams or some of my videos on YouTube and learn that way. But either way, you're going to have to start by tracing your maternal and paternal line back to at least the early 1800s.
Okay.
And if you don't know how to do that, that's the kind of stuff that I teach during those one-on-ones.
Okay.
And shout out to Jersey Drive. Real quick, Jersey Drive says, both sides of my family been saying we have Indian in our bloodline since I was a child. I kind of didn't believe them until 2 years ago, and I especially believe them even more now. Facts. Tons of Black Americans across the country are coming to the realization, Grandma was right. Uncle was right. That family member that pulled you to the side and said, no, we ain't Africans. That story is not our story. They were correct. But that teacher at school, they were paid to program you with something else. But go ahead. It sounds like you're another question, Shayla.
I just don't know where to start. But you said that I can get a consultation and do a one-on-one. The prices are on your website.
Yeah, the prices are on the website. There's a few different pricing options depending on what you're most interested in and what your budget is. You can get a standard consultation where I teach you that 3-step process, answer any of your questions. If you've done any research already, I'll review any of the documents you've already been able to source. I've also got a recorded consultation, which is just like a standard consultation. It's just recorded. So instead of having to worry about taking notes during our meeting, you'll get a copy of the recording afterwards. I've also got a consultation plus history lesson option where, in addition to learning about the genealogy process, I'll give you an additional history lesson on Black American indigeneity to provide you with more historical context. So if you chose that option, then instead of like a 90-minute meeting, the meeting's closer to 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. But yeah, there's definitely different options depending on your budget and what you're looking for. And for anyone who's interested in booking a consultation, you can use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase. And if you use that code at checkout, it's going to give you, I think, 15 or 20% off.
Okay, I guess that answers my question. I'm just really disappointed that the whole DNA thing does nothing because I was.
They made it seem real easy, right? If it actually worked, it'd be real sweet. I pay $100 or so, swab my mouth, send it in, and you tell me exactly what I am, and I'm 2% this and 5%. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. But they've had identical twins do those tests, get vastly different results. People have swabbed their pets, their dogs, their cats. It's saying the pets are Jewish and Russian and Scottish and shit. I mean, come on, yeah.
Someone on TikTok was saying that what's the 23andMe was more accurate, and that's why they're about to be I guess they're about to get rid of it because they were giving accurate information. I'm not sure, but she was saying that the difference is a big difference between Ancestry and 23andMe. But all right, I guess I have to try it your way.
It's not my way. It's just the only way. I mean, no tribe nor any government accepts DNA testing as proof of heritage or ethnicity. DNA testing is actually banned in some countries like Israel.
So you have to have documentation that takes you back to an actual member of the tribe that was your family member.
Yes, you have to prove that you are a lineal descendant of a member of the tribe. And guess what? Even if you prove that, you still might not get tribal citizenship. That's how complicated it is, especially when you learn about the whole Freedmen controversy. Some people had ancestors placed on the rolls but reclassified as freedmen. Some tribes don't accept the freedmen. Some tribes do accept the freedmen. Or you can do the research and find your ancestors were a part of tribes that are never recognized by the government. Or your ancestors are part of tribes recognized by the state government, but not the federal government. Or your ancestors resisted Indian removal west of the Mississippi. So because of that, they got reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and made victims of paper genocide. So as you can see, there's so many different ways that the cookie could crumble, but you probably now also understand why I provide those genealogy consultations, because I really aim to demystify this process that can be rather difficult if you're trying to do it on your own.
Yeah, because everybody was saying that we were Cherokee, but I'm not really sure, like, if that's true or not. I'm not sure.
And guess what? No DNA testing company has a section for Cherokee.
Oh, wow.
Cherokee members of the Cherokee Nation do DNA testing kits, and it does not come back American Indian, let alone come back Cherokee.
Okay. I think my last question is, okay, so I have been scrolling, but I haven't, I'm new to your page. So I think you're saying that Indians, the American Indians, are from Siberia?
No. I'm saying the Plains Indians. The Plains Indians are the Indians that migrated from across the Bering Strait land bridge. And that's not just something I say. That's something that scientists and eugenicists and anthropologists and professors, I mean, that's a conclusion that many academics have drawn.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a post another day from someone else's page saying that because all the continents used to be together at one time, Africans are like Black people are all over all continents, and they're not necessarily.
You've heard someone promoting the claim that there was something called Pangea, and because there was a Pangea, everyone really came out of Africa, so all Black Americans really come from Africans, right?
Something like that, but like we were here.
Hold on. That is a notion that is promoted to try to deter you from researching your indigenous heritage. Notice how they only ascribe that out of Africa shit to us. Notice how nobody's going to the Chinese saying, hey, the world used to be Pangea and everyone came from African, so you guys aren't really Chinese, you're African Chinese. Hey, Italian man, there used to be something called Pangea and the world used to be connected and everybody came from Africa, so you're really African Italian. They don't do that shit. They only do it to us because it's a ploy to try to once again convince us that our ethnic origins lie somewhere else. If that out of Africa shit was really true like that and everybody's from Africa, why is it only Black Americans specifically that they want to identify as African first? Africans don't even call themselves Africans. Let that sink in for a moment.
So being a tribal member, would that help as far as what's going on in the government right now? Would that help as far as, well, I guess it wouldn't, because they're saying that some Indians are being deported.
No, it definitely helps as far as delineation. It's much easier to delineate from this African stuff if you're not a African American anymore, and if you're an American Indian.
Okay.
Right.
Also,
as far as that whole ICE going on the reservation and deporting people, that's because some of them tribes have been selling fake papers to migrants. As long as you're not an illegal immigrant with fake citizenship cards and stuff, you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Bye-bye.
And the next person that we have coming from the back to the front, let's see. None of the Siberian Huskies want to come out and play. I wonder why. We got Angel. Angel, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Greetings. I'm calling in from Michigan. Just a quick question. Is the only way to get into the tribal community is just through payment?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I had did all the genealogy, and I know the last step that um, I did was ministry, and they were accepting people into the tribe, but I know it was like a $800 initiation to get in.
That doesn't sound like any legitimate tribe I've ever heard of. What was the
So
name of this tribe?
it's Aboriginal Ministry. It was that one I did the
Hold on.
native.
Is this something I haven't heard of what you're talking about, so I want to be able to look it up because I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard of it either. You said it's called what ministry?
I want to say Aboriginal. I have it in my email.
Aboriginal Ministry.
Ministries.
Is it Ministry of Justice?
It's I know it's something ministry because
Is it Is there someone called Z Amaru Republic associated with it?
I believe so.
Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you so much for bringing this up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've had several people consult with me recently. They've booked me for consultations. In the beginning of the consultation, I ask everyone the same exact question. I say, hey, tell me about yourself. How long have you been watching my content? And what motivated you to look into your family's genealogy? And I've had several people come to me within the last week saying that they're coming my way for genealogy research because they've been led astray by people like Z Amaru making fake tribes and trying to charge people hundreds of dollars for fake ass tribes. Let's go ahead and look at this website for the Aboriginal Ministry of Justice and let's see why she's trying to charge people $800 to be a part of some club. Let's see. The Aboriginal Ministry of Justice, Indigenous government organization of the Z Amaru Republic. First of all, what the fuck is a Z Amaru Republic? Does the U.S. government recognize a Z Amaru Republic? Does any foreign nation recognize a Z Amaru Republic? We just making up shit now, y'all. Let's talk about it. This is a governmental organization under the jurisdiction of the Z Amaru Republic dedicated to advocating for and protecting the rights, autonomy, and well-being of Indigenous communities within our nation. Through various services and initiatives, we provide legal support. Oh, hell no. You better be a licensed attorney. You better be an attorney licensed with the bar if you're providing legal support. People come to me all the time with legal questions, and I say straight up, I can't give you legal support, but I'll give you my opinion. These motherfuckers not only claiming that they started a whole Z Amaru Republic, but they claiming they giving legal support. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Let's keep going. Black Light says, Amaru, shout out to Tupac. Yeah, they were inspired by the Machiavelli. Legal support, guidance, and representation for Indigenous individuals and the Z Amaru Republic Indigenous government with a focus on areas like sovereignty, self-governance, and cultural preservation. Our mission is to work directly with Z Amaru Native American citizens. Guys, what the hell is a Z Amaru Native American? I've heard of an Apache. I've heard of a Comanche. I've heard of a Choctaw. I've heard of a Cherokee. I've heard of a Catawba. I've heard of a Taino, a Carib, a Arawak, a Creek, a Appalachian, a Catawba, a Pamunkey, a Nottoway, a Narragansett. I ain't never heard of a fucking Z Amaru Native American. Have you? Damn, but I'm giving them a fair shake, guys, even though I'm passionate, because a lot of my genealogy clients are coming to me after getting scammed by these people on TikTok, getting scammed by the Z Amaru Republic on TikTok. Again,
But I also
I'm giving
did the
them
one that you're talking about. I did the native ancestry.com.
Time out. NativeAncestry.com is my website. I doubt that.
I mean, I've done that
went there.
already.
Yeah, hold on. Time out. First, we're gonna read through the Z Amaru, okay? And then we're going to talk about what other stuff you've done already. Because if you're talking about you've already done my website, I'm not sure about that. We'll get there in just a second, though. It says here that citizens will address vital issues such as legal status, jurisdictional authority, and the protection of children and families. We operate within our national framework, the Z Amaru Republic, while also upholding respected international frameworks, including the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, along with the relevant national laws. Guys, I'm hearing a lot of bullshit. I'm really still not understanding. Let's see if we can see clarity. Let's go to services. Step 1, native status. Step 2, native status. Citizen prior to 2024 citizenship procedure. Tribal credentials. Record filing services. Certified records request service. The Z Amaru Republic certifications. Create a business and all services. Okay, let's just do this in order, guys. Let's just do this in order. First service, tribal screening process. Our tribal screening process is this. Oh, guys, I'm not lying. I've had several people come to me after getting scammed by this shit. One of the ladies, it's coming back right now. One of the ladies told me that they paid to be a part of this, and this organization told them that they were indigenous. Why? Because they did some kind of quiz and they told the organization their blood type. So based off of the answers of the quiz and based off of the blood type, this Z Amaru Republic told my client, oh yeah, you're indigenous. Now pay us this money and you can be a part of the tribe. Yeah, let's keep reading though. What's this tribal screening process entail? Our tribal screening process is designed to ensure a smooth transition into citizenship to the Z Amaru Republic tribal jurisdiction for both children and adults. Our aim is to help those who have experienced denationalization, particularly as a result of past atrocities such as genocide, to regain a sense of identity and belonging as Indigenous/Native Americans with a proper nationality. So guys, essentially, this is just an association. This is just like an after-school club of sorts for people who have a bit of an identity crisis. If you want to regain a sense of identity, if you want to find belonging as an indigenous person, you pay them $800 and you get to have a sense of identity and a sense of belonging. All right, let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. We got a cookie cutter B-roll thing right here. Let's see if there's any audio with this.
To become a citizen of the Shiamaru Republic?
Oh, I can't even. They got a damn AI voiceover. They don't even care enough about the services they're promoting to just record orally with their own voice. We got an AI voiceover, y'all. Hold up.
Find out with our tribal screening process. Why choose us? Our process ensures a seamless transition into citizenship within the Shiamaru Republic tribal jurisdiction for both children and adults. Reconnect with...
Shout out to Bria Dean on YouTube. Bria says, that's why I saw you for genealogy help so that this doesn't happen to me. Exactly. This is why I started providing the services that I do, because there's been several people out there scheming people and scamming people with these fake ass genealogy services. This is the whole reason why I do what I do. Renee says, why pay them $800? Exactly. We're going to get there, and I'm going to show you guys the real price to applying for tribal citizenship with an actual tribe that's recognized by the U.S. government. Blacklight says, Cash App sent. My bad. I'm reading stuff. I'm interacting with the chat. I was not looking at my Cash App. If a contribution came through, I thank you. I always like to acknowledge people. David. Yeah, David, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you for supporting the work that I do, brother. But guys, let's keep hearing this AI voiceover.
With your heritage and regain your identity as an Indigenous Native American. The process. 1. Make your payment with a one-time non-refundable fee of $75 per adult or $50 per child. Our skilled team handles your request with the utmost care.
Okay, so just to put in a request, it's a non-refundable $75 or something like that. Okay.
Within 1 to 4 business days, your case is assigned to an expert who will diligently prepare your screening application. 2. Gather your personal information and submit your application via the client portal. 3. Our experienced team conducts a detailed search. 4. Within 5 to 10 business days, receive your screening results.
What screening results are we talking about? If this is a fake ass tribal organization you created on your own, Shi Amaru, then what screening is happening? You're having them pay $75 just to tell them, hey, yeah, we'll let you be a part of our group. Now pay us $800. What screening? Do you think she's actually denying someone? Do you think she's actually saying, oh, you know what? We looked at your screening and we don't think you're a good fit. This is a money ploy. Damn.
If your application is approved, a certificate and further instructions will be provided via email.
They're going to give you a certificate, y'all. Guess what? Nowhere in the services do I provide a damn certificate. Nowhere do I tell you, pay me X amount of money and I'm going to make you a part of some tribe. Damn, this is sad. Hold on. It says, after completing the screening and ready to move forward with the citizenship procedure, click here. Okay, let's assume that we did the screening and we want to click there. What's going to happen? I feel like they're going to ask me for money. The Z Amaru Republic Citizenship Procedure. Reclaim the identity that colonization tried to erase. We're not even going to read through all this malarkey. Why choose this procedure? Correct misclassification, reconnect your culture, secure dual recognition. Oh my God, this is such a scam. The U.S. government does not recognize the Z Amaru Republic. But guess what the U.S. government recognizes? My tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation. I have dual citizenship. I don't think anybody a part of the Z Amaru Republic has dual citizenship. You probably got membership with a club, but that's not citizenship. You're going to gain citizenship in the Z Amaru Republic while retaining U.S. citizenship under the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, ensuring full participation in both jurisdictions. Oh, Lord. How much does it cost? Here we go. Administrative fee, certificate of description, genealogy certificate, name change decree, member ID. I'm still not seeing a price. How much does it cost? Having completed the tribal screen. No. How much? Oh, shit. Oh, no. I quit. I'm done. Yeah, y'all didn't see what I just saw. Y'all didn't see what I just saw. Damn. I need to raise my prices, guys. Apparently, I'm in the wrong business. I need to start scamming my community instead of empowering my community. I'm doing it wrong, y'all. Why am I giving y'all $99 genealogy consultations for over 90 minutes with me, a member of a tribe, showing you the exact process of how I did it and how you can do it too? Why should I do that when I can join the Z Amaru Republic and charge people $2,000 to be a part of some fake ass tribe? $2,000 to be a part of the Z Amaru Republic. Damn. Lord, oh Lord, what is going on? Now y'all see why I do what I do. ILYFL is right. ILYFL is right. Are you serious right now? So when the sister on the panel said 800, I guess she was maybe going for like a child application with an expedited processing of 2 to 4 months. I mean, guys, what? So they're trying to upcharge people, claiming that they're going to get their application processed sooner. What's the application process? You just read an intake form. Oh, this dumb person wants to give us money because they're lost and confused. All right. Is that going to be check or cash? This is sad. $2,000. Get a business with your citizenship procedure. Damn, they'll also throw in a tax-exempt business for one additional payment of $49.99. Hurry while supplies last. Damn, the hustle is real. Now I see why I've got so many people coming to me as of late from this Z Amaru Republic stuff. I literally had one chick come to me and she had met with them, did the intake and stuff, and she felt something was off. So her son recommended her to me. And after meeting with me, she literally said to me verbatim, she said, damn, Mike, I'm glad I didn't go that other route. Yeah. But before we unmute our panel member, and see what she was talking about as it relates to comparing this to my website, nativebblackancestry.com. Let's first see what else we can glean from this grift here. You can book a 60-minute virtual call with a tribal representative for $99. Okay, cool. So you can spend $99 to get a 60-minute virtual call to be a part of a cult, or you can spend $99 to get a 90-minute genealogy consultation with an actual member of an actual tribe. I mean, Lord, oh Lord, to each their own. To each their own. I think I saw more services though. Record filing service. Let's see what that's about. There's a record filing service. Okay, I'm not seeing any pricing on this. Oh, frequently asked questions. That should be a good laugh. Can I speak with someone before moving forward with payments? How will I know if my record was recorded successfully? I was told a record was not filed correctly. Do I have to pay the fee again? Yes. If your record was denied for recording filing due to an error, you will need to damn. If you made a mistake on your application for this fake ass cult, they gonna charge you another fee to resubmit. Oh, damn. All right, I'm done, y'all. I'm done. I apologize for the passion. Not really. I'm being tongue-in-cheek with that remark. But guys, I'm telling you, I've had several people come to me from this Z Amaru Republic shit. And I was always wondering, what is this? I started asking them. I would pick their brains. I'm like, yeah, well, I've been hearing about, what is this exactly? Who is she Amaru? Okay, and you paid how much? And is this like a tribe or like what it? The same questions I just asked the sister on the panel, right? She said, Mike, why does it cost $800 to apply for tribal citizenship? And the first thing I said to her is, what tribe are you talking about? Because I have never heard of, guys, check this out. Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat. If anybody would like to know, if anybody's curious with how much did Mike pay the Muskogee Creek Nation to process my citizenship application? Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat, since we're talking about all this money and it costing money to apply for tribal citizenship and stuff. Hey, shout out to King Will Circle. King Will Circle says ChatGPT said it's a red flag. Damn. King Will Circle just asked ChatGPT about the Z Amaru thing, and ChatGPT said, nah. Hey, I bet you if you ask, hey, King, ask ChatGPT about NativeBlackAncestry.com and tell me what they say. Tell me what they say. I'm seeing some fists. I'm seeing some feathers. You guys are interested to know what I paid to be a member of my tribe, so to speak, you know, quote unquote, what I paid, right? Let me go to my Google Photos. Give me just a second here. I don't have the documentation anymore, but when I got my results from submitting the application, when I got my acceptance letter and everything, I took a picture of it. I took a quick photo of it. So let me show you guys, because in this photo, I swear there's a money order. I swear there's a money order that shows the exact amount I paid as the application fee to apply to be a part of my tribe. Check this out, guys. I tell you all the time, I became a member of my tribe when? In 2022. What does it say? What does it say? February 22nd, 2021. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I tell you guys all the time, I got my tribal citizenship in 2021. What does it say here? February 22nd, 2021. Please find enclosed your new Muskogee Creek Nation citizenship ID card. Please review the correctness of the card thoroughly. If there are any typographical errors, return the card with a letter stating the error. There's my card. They sent it to me in the mail. They also sent me my birth certificate back, because in order to apply to be a part of a legitimate tribe, you got to send in a birth certificate. Oh, and what's this here? This is the money order from the application fee I paid. Let's zoom in on this real big and see if you can see how much money I paid, guys. What does that money order say? $25 and no cents. The only cost that I paid to apply for tribal citizenship was $25. So now you understand why when Angela joins and talks about all this money to apply and $800 to apply, I said, wait a minute. Shout out to King. King asked ChatGPT about NativeBlackAncestry.com. ChatGPT says, yes, it's legitimate and reputable. Even ChatGPT knows. But Angel, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let me know what you think about my reaction to this Z Amaru thing. And then also enlighten us on the comparison that you were making between Z Amaru's website and my website, NativeBlackAncestry.com.
Oh, no, I was just saying that was a secondary place that I followed up with. But the DNA Consultants, that does a DNA fingerprint test. So I had alternate testing done as well. So that's why I was saying, how did yours differ? You know, however you reacted to it, that's your passion, like you said. A lot of people is just trying to find how to get in it, you know, how to get recognized. So, you know, I'm not really for sure. You know, like you said, that's how your passion. I wish we would just continue with the conversation, but I was just basically saying if
But
you
hold
had
on,
some DNA done.
It sounded like you were making a comparison, though. I swear.
No, I'm just
you
saying,
said
I was
something
just
about.
saying that was one of the ones, but you didn't let me, you know, explain it. I had other actual testing where I sent in samples of DNA. And I wanted to know how did yours was differ because I actually done that step already with the DNA consultants. And I got back, you know, some of my results back. So I just want to know what was yours different from theirs.
I got you. So before I answer the question about DNA, what I was asking you about is it sound like you were mentioning my website, and it sound like you
No,
were
I said I
mentioning
did
a
something similar.
Okay, you said
You were
something
saying that
similar. Okay.
when you was telling the other person you had to do your genealogy. So I knew that I did when I was listening on the last caller.
Okay.
When you had the last person up there.
But if you were
So
listening, you would have caught the part where I told her that genealogy and DNA testing are two totally separate fields of study.
All I'm saying is, what is your website based off?
My website has nothing to do with DNA testing. My website is about teaching people the genealogical research process. Genealogy has to do with paper trail research, documentation, birth
Like following the
certificates.
Dawson rolls and stuff like that?
Not the Dawson's rolls, but the Dawes rolls are one of them, and there's several other tribal rolls as well. But if you want to apply for tribal citizenship with any legitimate tribe, they don't accept DNA testing. You have to prove that you're a lineal descendant of a member of their tribe. And the only way that you can prove that is through paperwork. And let me give you an example, because again, you're talking to a genealogist. So hold on just a second. Again, the only way to do this is through paperwork. These are hundreds of documents, land allotments, tribal applications, you name it. Matter of fact, I just ordered a packet of documentation for one of my genealogy clients. I just got this packet from the Oklahoma Historical Society, over 70 or 80 documents on their ancestry. I mean, this is the only way to do it. Documentation. We're talking land allotments, bills of sale, tribes, chiefs, and treaties, muster rolls, Dawes rolls, Freedmen rolls. I mean, it's all about documentation. So if you got anyone out there who's trying to sell you something for hundreds of dollars and talking about being a part of some tribe, and they're not talking about documentation, that's a red flag. That's a big, big red flag.
Okay. Understand that. You explained it very well.
Yeah. Well, hey, since I got you here, if you have any other questions, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I got a
Oh
few
no,
more
I
people
was
backstage.
I just stopped by on the live and I just wanted to you know, just see what you was talking about, and I was able to, you know, just hear what you was talking about.
For sure. Well, if those Z Amaru folks are your peoples, hopefully
Oh no,
I didn't diss them too harshly, but hey,
Oh no,
I can't hold my
my
tongue.
thing is I'm listening to everybody's opinion. I mean, I don't know them. I didn't go with them. I just knew that that was another one that you know what I'm saying, I looked into, and I'm like, oh no, you shouldn't have to pay that much just to, you know, do all that at once. I already had got my DNA done. So if everything else is costing that much, then
Yeah,
you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, nah, definitely. And it's great that you didn't just go with the first thing that you saw, and that you're still doing your due diligence, because unfortunately, there's a lot of scheming and grifting going on right now, which is what's keeping me so busy, quite frankly. I mean, I'm pulling 12, 18-hour days because so many folks are coming to me with research that they need completed. And when they go out there and look up alternatives, I mean, there's just not a lot of legitimate opportunities out there.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But yeah, thanks for tuning in. You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to. I'm just going to bring some more people up on the panel, and after I
Just
introduce
keep up
them.
the good work. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Call in anytime. Another person that we got backstage is Starseed. Before we allow Starseed and Queens Baker to introduce themselves, let me catch up with the comment section real quick. Please, guys, give me some feedback. Have you guys heard of this Z Amaru Republic stuff before? Is this your first time hearing about it? Have you heard about it before, but you never went to the website and saw that they're charging $2,000 to be a part of some cult? I mean, give me some feedback. Zeros in the chat if you have never heard of them. 1 in the chat if you have heard of them. Oh, Lord. Queen Brader says I paid them, and she's on the panel. Well, Queen Brader, go ahead and mute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from, and what was your experience like with the Z Amaru Republic?
I'm hurt. I knew it though. Listen, my spirit. When soon as I went to the site, I put my debit card in. Mind you, I never use the debit card. Right. 2 days later, I keep it locked though. The Cash App card. I only use it to pay
I'm
my
the same
AT&T.
way. Yeah. I'm the same way.
I'm weird like that. I'm 43, so I like cash. I'm a hairdresser. I get cash. You know, I'm a barber. I get cash. So something something was funny, but I did it anyway. And then 2 days later, somebody tried to take $200 off my card. The lady went off on me when I wrote in the comments, this is witchcraft, this is witch me. I said, are you calling me a witch? Mind you, I'm telling everybody to go. Then one of my cousins goes to her, right? Gives up the whole, she has a Bible that her parents passed down generation. It's about
The
200
family
years
Bible, right?
Yo, they told her they're gonna give her a card. I still to this day don't even know if she got the card. But they were like, you're gonna get your taxes off your house and all this stuff. And I'm like, so then wait, there's another part of them. It's called like the ministry or something. And they were like, we are not affiliated with her because she's on. And I was talking to the guy on the phone, and my spirit was like, don't do it, because I for some reason it never went to my email. So they finally called me like, you spent your money, because now they know my cousin got the book. So now they're like, you need to do the paperwork and stuff so you can get your tribal card. And I'm like, but aren't y'all down with the other lady that's on the federal list? No, we're not associated with her. And I said, but that's the website I put my card in, and $200 was almost taken. We don't know what you're talking. No, that was her, and that has nothing to do with us. I went and it started asking me my mind you, my grandmother right now is 96. She's your complexion, right? But I noticed when I'm digging, now I'm asking her interviews. Like every time I cut her hair, I'm like, Grandma, so, where were your people born? The last name, Stoner, that ain't even the real name. Because I put it in ChatGPT, her picture and her birthday and her parents' information, the state they were born. ChatGPT told me it wasn't even Stoner, it was Steiner. It was like all this other, they put her white. My grandmother, my 96-year-old grandmother, they put her white on her birth certificate. So now I'm figuring out it's Pennsylvania and Virginia. I'm using you. You're on it. I'm using you. Once I get back to Connecticut, I'm definitely gonna. Yeah, I'm traumatized though. Once they tried to take my money, they tried to act like I was crazy, but spirit never lies. Like I feel like Pocahontas with Grandmother Willow. Like that was one of my favorite movies. But I can literally like talk to the trees, not just like everybody's like, oh, touch my hand tree. I'm like, the natives, us really, like if you hear her, she could talk. She'll get you money by the end of the day if you need it real bad. Not for nothing, because she gives to us. We weren't slaves. We were farmers. That's what my grandma goes. She was like, we were farmers, Tanisha. Nobody was ever a slave on this land. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, she doesn't know the slave story,
Wait, hold on. So just so everybody can understand. So you went through the Ziamaru Republic. They either tried to scam 200 or they did scam you for 200.
No, because my card was locked, so I got an alert, and it was.
So they
North
tried
Carolina.
to hit you for 200 out the blue, and then
after I already paid the 75.
After you already paid the 75, and then when you asked them about it, they tried to claim that there was someone a part of the organization who left the organization, and it was them who did it, and not them who did it, right?
And the red flag to me when I went to the Zion. The main lady, she was preaching the Christianity stuff. And I'm like, that was super red flag to me, because that's colonizer stuff. We're earth people. We're spiritual people. Why are you trying to, because you're looking for weak-minded people. Those are the church people.
Yeah.
So I was like,
and clearly they're looking for weak-minded people, because even on their website, it said that they were going after people who were insecure about their identity or something like that. People who are seeking community.
They
like
use keywords.
It just sounds like a cult. I mean, this is classic cult tactics. Like, I don't need friends. I don't need to pay $2,000 for friends. Okay, I don't need to pay $2,000 for some friends.
It was so cultish. Yo, the way she was pushing it was worse than like Creflo Dollar. Like, and then I'm thinking like, okay, so I know you're going to come to my page judging me with my tribal twerking dancing. Just FYI, twerking is tribal dance, y'all. Release that negative energy. Please, ladies. Please.
Get in touch with your indigenous roots and back that ass up.
Listen, every tribe does it. Africa, they shake their hips. Belize, they shake their hips. But as soon as we get on top of cars... Indigenous women trying to just clean up the energy on this land,
Hold on.
Get the twerking lady.
Time out. Y'all are crashing out in rapid fashion in my comment section, y'all. Check this out. Crabbait has been spamming this comment for so long. I'll finally acknowledge it on YouTube. Crabbait says, you on here every single day blaming 574 federally recognized tribes for your beef with 5 tribes, and 5 tribes are less than 1% of all those separate entities. Crabbait, what are you talking about? How am I blaming 574 tribes for a beef that I have with 5 tribes if I'm a member of one of those 5 tribes, you imbecile? What are you talking about? I have a beef with my own tribe and I'm blaming other tribes because I got a beef with my tribe and 4 other tribes, but I'm blaming 574 other tribes. I mean, you're lost and confused. But stick to spectating. Maybe you'll get it. Damn, people are so interesting, to say the least. We're on TikTok. I gotta watch my words. But yeah. Queen Raider, go ahead. Leave us with some closing remarks, and then I gotta introduce one more person on the panel. But I'm so sorry that you went through this terrible experience. And
oh no, I'm definitely going through you. You are very versed. You know what you're talking about. I know a couple Mashantucket, like Foxwood, Mohegan, Sun, those casino ones, because I'm a hairdresser, and you talk exactly like them. Your card looks like theirs, like similar. You get what I'm saying? It was red flag. So I'm gonna use you, and then I'll definitely do a testimonial on you and let everybody know. And I'm good at promotions, so I will definitely start. So don't get upset when I start running. You're gonna be like, all right, Queen Raider, enough, give me a break. I'm really good at promotions. A whole
bunch of people coming to me and they're like, yeah, Queen Raider told me about you.
Exactly.
Well,
because you know what, and you're like literally, my grandma's your color. And what was crazy when I cut her hair, because everybody else is brown, and I go, Grandma, why are you the only light-skinned native in all these pictures? Even your mom and your dad. And she's like, looked up at me at 90 and goes, my mother was R-word by a white man. And everybody's jaw dropped, and that was just something she was gonna eat, you know. And we were just grateful because it wasn't so the bloodline, it was what they identify. Her father that she knows was like, you're my child. I don't care if some random crazy person came through our town and did something, you know. So I'm here for this. I'm following. So thank you so much for sharing this, because people got to know the truth.
Yep. Well, thanks for tuning in. Real quick, I got to acknowledge some things. Again, Blacklight on YouTube, thank you for the Cash App earlier. Chief Blackfoot Niji, thank you for becoming a member of the website earlier. I am going to read through that ex-slave interview in just a moment. But first, we got to introduce Starseed. Starseed, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Calling in from California, man. Let me tell you something. It is meant to be for me to see this when I was scrolling. I said, I cannot believe I paid for the Indigenous screening.
No,
bro. I said, holy. When I heard you say Shia, I said, wait a minute. And I started listening and I said, oh my God, they got me, bro. They got me, bro. I just wanted to, see if I was Indigenous, because I was following this other guy. He was promoting them a lot, saying, if you want to find out. Then I ran across yours and I'm like, dang, he sounds like he knows a lot more what is going on with the tribal stuff than the Shiamaru. And they tried to call me the other day and I missed the call. I'm glad I missed the call. But bro, I thank you, man. I'm gonna read into your stuff some more, and I'm probably gonna go with you because my mom was she was asking. She goes, "We were Choctaw. Who's the Shiamaru Republic?" And I said, "I don't know. They just do screenings for Indigenous people, so I was just gonna see about that if I, So she gave me all the information. And
wait, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but some people who've come to me after doing the screening, they're claiming that Shiamaru is telling people they're Indigenous because of their blood type.
No, I never did a blood type. I just did my great grandma, and I went up the line. My mom gave me the names. They didn't ask for a blood type from me.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just ran it off of my history, because I guess one of my great grandmas was on the Dawes.
So when it comes to the screen stuff,
so bro, I'm glad I saw this. That's all I had to. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for breaking it down, because I hadn't even got to the point where to pay the 2,000 and all that. I wasn't gonna pay that. I didn't even see that. I just wanted to see if I was indigenous, And they charged me $50. I don't know the 75. They charged me 50 on the thing. So that was it just and my spirit too, like people say, my soul was like, they kind of something ain't right. That was the crazy part, is I felt that too.
Well, hey, how's this? I'm so transparent. I want to share with you guys a portion of a genealogy consultation I did earlier today. But in order for me to share it, I got to drop you guys off the panel so you can hear the audio. So I'm just going to drop you down to play the video and then request to join again. And I'll bring both of you guys right back up so you can provide some commentary. Lord, this hurts my spirit, y'all. This motivates me to go so much harder. I mean, I'm already doing 12, 18-hour days. I already got a bunch of missed emails and unread messages, but I got to go harder. Somebody has to do it, y'all. Come on. But check this out. Check this out. This is how transparent I am. Watch. I'm going to show you my StreamYard. StreamYard is the platform that I use not only to live stream, but also to do these genealogy consultations. And some people pay extra to have the genealogy consultations recorded. So I've done maybe 20 to 22 genealogy consultations in just the last 2 days. But as far as the people that paid extra to have it recorded, not everybody does that. So as far as the recordings, I mean, I got one person who wanted it recorded it today, three recorded sessions today. Yesterday, or excuse me, not yesterday, the 31st, because I only do consultations on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. The 31st, one recorded consultation, two recorded consultations, three recorded, four recorded consultations. 22nd, 4 recorded consultations. I mean, guys, I really do this for real. But just out of the recorded consultations, let's look at what some folks have to say. Just earlier today, I connected with, who was it? I think it was Maurice. It was the brother Maurice. He might be watching right now. Shout out to Maurice. Maurice, our meeting was over an hour long, an hour, 13 minutes. We met at 10 a.m. this morning. And for confidentiality purposes, for confidentiality, I'm not going to show you the ins and outs in every part of the consultation. But what I am going to show you is the testimonial he provided at the end that he gave to me to share with my audience. I haven't even edited this testimonial. I haven't even uploaded it to my website yet. It's that fresh. He just gave the testimonial earlier today. And let's see what the brother had to say. Hold on a moment. Hold on. Let's see.
Since we're already, this is more
basically. Here we
go. It's all good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's definitely shoot for Saturday. Now, as far as the testimonial, I mean, it's very informal. Since we're already recording the session, I just basically say, start when you're ready. And then you just, act like you're talking to a family member or friend. Hey, I seen this guy on social media, booked a consultation because of this reason or that reason. And learn something new. But yeah, hey, for anybody out there who's been questioning my testimonials, are these real people? Is Mike like paying people to give a test? Are these like doctor testimonials? You're gonna behind the scenes look at one of these testimonials. Watch. Even if you mess up or anything, I mean, I can edit the testimonial. So if you've ever seen my testimonials on social media, they look really clean cut. That's because I edit them. A lot of times people mess up, they restart. They're like, oh shit, no, I said that wrong. Can I start again, Mike? So, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and freestyle it. But whenever you're ready, go for it, brother.
Okay, I'm ready. Yo, what's up? This is Maurice / Miko Wolf with Peace Pipe TV. I stumbled across Mike. Brilliant brother, man. He's definitely the real deal. Very kind. He was on time. He broke this history down like I have never seen anybody do before. It was very powerful information. So if you take your genealogy serious, which you should hit up Mike TV most definitely, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. You would definitely not be disappointed, because I am mind blown right now. This was hours, and I really don't know what to say. So definitely check out Mike TV. Most definitely get your genealogy consultation.
I appreciate the 5-star review, brother. Come on. How much more transparent can you get than that? Sure, I share with you testimonials, but y'all just saw a raw, uncut testimonial that hasn't even been edited yet. Y'all, y'all see what the real deal looks like now, right? You see why when you go to that Z Amaru website, you see why they don't have any category here. There's no page tab here. There's no section here that says testimonials. I don't think the Z Amaru Republic knows how to spell testimonials. I don't think the Z Amaru Republic know what testimonials are. But if you go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, right on the home page, we got 1, 2, 3 testimonials. If you click on the Book of Consultation tab, you got 3 more separate testimonials. And I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of more on my hard drive that I just haven't had the time to upload to the website yet. So again, you see the difference between the real and the fake. And again, I know I can talk my shit, right? But I'm going to try to calm down and say this as humbly as I can. The reason why, if you need professional guidance, you should go with me, is because I am the only Native Black American with tribal citizenship providing this service. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't the case. I'm trying to make it so that it's not the case. I've got 6 people right now I'm taking through the tribal citizenship application process with the Creek Nation. So hopefully I can clone myself. Hopefully I can duplicate myself. Hopefully I can help some of you guys get your tribal citizenship so I can get some help. And we can get some more Black Americans with their paperwork in order, teaching our fellow countrymen how to do the same. Because right now we just got a bunch of scammers and grifters doing fake family trees and having you pay $2,000 to be a part of fake tribes and shit. No. Come on. I'm already overbooked as it is. I need help. Who's going to do it? Who wants to start a new career as a genealogist? Our community desperately needs genealogists. Let's talk about it. There's only so many hours in the day. I already do YouTube videos and TikTok videos and YouTube live streams and TikTok live streams and genealogy consultations and genealogy research. I got a book I'm writing, just finished the ebook. We got other projects we're working on, a documentary on the way. I mean, I'm only one person. Who wants to help? Let's talk about it. Queen Brady says me. I'm a herbalist as well. Renita G says I'm down. Come on. Hey, since I'm not at the stage where I got a dozen other Black Americans with tribal citizenship on my team ready to help, guess what I got to do? It's sad for me to even verbally admit this. Guess what I got to do so that I can provide my services to even more of you? Guess what kind of depths I got to sink to? I'm not even kidding. I just looked into it earlier today. Guess what? I'm forced to hire full-time staff from the Philippines. I can't find no help. Money's tight. I got to keep the lights on and hire help and keep the content pumping. The only feasible way I found to get some hours back to publish more content is to hire some Filipino video editors and shit so they can clip up my live streams, to hire some full-time Filipino virtual assistants who can help with some of these unread emails and collecting invoices and all this other tasks that I just don't want to have to be burdened with, so that I can be freed up to provide you guys with more resources. But hey, since we don't have that many Black Americans on the right path right now, as far as tribal citizenship, pushing out this knowledge, I got to just keep doing it on my own and delegate to some foreign personal assistants. Come on. Oh, Lord, if it was the 1920s, if it was the 1930s, we'd have a whole Black community filled with Black bus lines and Black lawyers and Black doctors, and it wouldn't be nothing for me to go down to the community center and see who wants to learn how to be a genealogist. But guess what? We're not just detribalized, we're fragmented. Our communities are no more. We've been made refugees on our own land of sorts, and now we're sprinkled out over here or sprinkled out over here, and some of us are in the suburbs, and some of us in the inner city, and some of us in the projects, and some of us on the outskirts. I mean, guys, this is a troubling time that we live in, but you know what can connect us all? The power of technology. Back in the day, if I wanted to do what I'm doing right now with you all, I would have to do some Diddy parties. I'd have to frolic with some CEOs and some cable network executives or some radio execs and stuff, and hope that they think I'm a good old boy and they give me my own talk show on the radio, right? But because of technology, I can broadcast around the world with no permission needed. So also through technology, we can reconnect our tribe. And when I say our tribe, I'm saying figuratively, okay? I know the Amaru Republic is trying to start fake tribes and shit, okay? I ain't on that. I ain't on that. If I ever start an association, if I ever start an organization for Black Americans who have indigenous roots but can't get tribal citizenship for one reason or another, guess what? I'm going to market it appropriately. I'm going to let y'all know this is a association. Just like when I was an 18-year-old realtor and I was a member of the National Association of Realtors. An association is an association. There's nothing wrong with people joining an association. That's great. Maybe even charge you a little association dues, $50 a year or something. Use that association dues to pull together our money so our association can do what? Can lobby Congress. That's what associations are supposed to do. That's how you do it on the up and up. You know how you do it on the down and down, on the down and down low? You know the wrong way to do it? Take your organization, take your association, and market it as an independent foreign republic. Take your organization, take your association, and claim that if you join my association, you won't have to pay taxes no more. That's how you do it the wrong way. But if you do it the right way, you let people know exactly what they're getting into. This is not a tribe. This is not a government. This is not a nation. This is an organization. This is an association. The association's mission and manifesto is to grow nationwide so we can lobby Congress for a congressional hearing on the reclassification of Native Black Americans. That's how you do it the right way. Members of the Amaru Ministry Squad, I know you're watching right now. When I start my own association, you know why people are going to pay to join my association? Because I'm being real and transparent and I'm not leading them astray. And my association is going to have a plan of action. We're not just looking to siphon money from our community and line our pockets. That time is gone. You'll never see Mike pushing a Phantom and coming up here like Creflo Dollar and a bunch of chains and rollies and shit like that. No. But I digress, y'all. This has been a bit of an extended monologue. It just really gives me such grief. It's so disheartening when I see that my people who desperately need genealogy assistance are being scammed by members of our own community. Allegedly, apparently. I mean, for all we know, the Amaru ministry folks are tethers, you know, from the Caribbean, or so who knows where these folks actually come from. But guys, it's so disheartening. But let me get caught up with the chat real quick, and then those people that I had on the panel, please request to join again. Pau Hot and Proud says, is there a Discord, Mike? We can do this tonight. I don't have a Discord, but anybody can email me, mike@nativeblack.ancestry.com. Alvan says, well, I have my tribal citizenship, so I believe. Hey, well, Alvan, if you're interested in waking up our fellow Black Americans to their indigeneity, then shoot me an email, mike@nativeblack.ancestry.com. Indigenous Goddess says, not frolicking and diddying. Right. If this was a 1980, I would have to frolic at the Diddy parties. I'd have to be like Lil Baby and them at the all-white parties getting hugged on from the back by the white tea executives and shit if I wanted my own radio show. But nowadays, we don't need a nah. Gina says, have a meetup spot. Yeah, actually something I'm working on behind the scenes is Native Black American History Tours. I'm actually launching a tour company where we're going to meet up all across the country. We're going to go to Tulsa, Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Philadelphia, New York, parts of Mexico, Puerto Rico, any place in the Americas that holds significance when it comes to the story of our ancestors. We're going to travel out there. And I'm going to be officially launching that at the beginning of next year. So stay tuned. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Let me see. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Queens Braider says you got to come. Oh, yeah, no, definitely coming to Florida. Actually, I'm taking a personal vacation to Florida around December. I'm going alligator hunting. And before y'all tell me I'm on my white T-boy shit, that's our shit, okay? My indigenous ancestors in La Florida, they was out there hunting gators. And they was doing it way more difficult than how we doing it modern day, okay? Going out there to hunt the gators. Alvin says, please give me the website again. Oh, yeah, it's on the screen. NativeBlackAncestry.com. NativeBlackAncestry.com. Let me bring these folks back. Who we got backstage? I'm so glad I decided to go live today, y'all. I swear, people have been coming to me, booking genealogy consultations. They keep mentioning this Amaru stuff, this Amaru ministry stuff, and I'm so glad we were finally able to shed light on that scam. Hopefully, we blew the whistle so y'all can tell your friends, hey, that ain't the way to go. And I swear, I had that chick call into my panel before. I swear, when I first got on TikTok in like March or something, I swear to God, that chick, Z Amaru, called into my panel because I remember somebody calling onto my panel, a female. Her name was ZXI, and I believe the rest was Amaru. And she was talking some cryptic shit about having a ministry or doing genealogy work or something. And honestly, it just kind of went in one ear and out the other at the time. But now I see she been getting to the bag off of scamming our people. But yeah, Starseed, go ahead and unmute yourself real quick. What do you think? Especially now that I shared with you a raw, uncut testimonial from earlier today.
Man, that was sharp, man. Testimonials is the thing, bro. Like I said, I just wanted the screening, so I didn't really go into their website to look for other services yet. But I'm glad I read into you. But like I said, I had been watching you for a minute, and I was like, dang, this dude Mike knows what he's talking about. You know, it's like this is pretty good. But man, like I said, I wasn't gonna get scammed like that, but I shouldn't even have did the screening with them. I should have just went with you. But you know, you learn. So yeah, they're scamming for real. They are.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Something that I want to do. I wonder how I could launch this. I'm gonna have to think on this for a while because I want to find some way to give like a special discount to people who've been scammed by Z Amaru. But like it's hard to figure out that ahead of time, right? Because when someone books, you know, they book and then I meet with them and then we learn they got scammed, right? So, you know, maybe I'm going to create some kind of intake form when you book a consultation or something. Maybe there'll be like a box you could have you been a victim of the Z Amaru ministry? Check yes or no.
Exactly.
And if you check yes, I'll give you a little discount or something because man, this is crazy.
That's perfect right there. That is perfect. So I got to go to the website to book a consultation.
Yeah, this website right here, NativeBlackAncestry.com. You just scroll to the bottom a little bit. It says discover your Native Black ancestry, book a one-on-one genealogy consultation today. We got some testimonials here, but if you're ready to book, you just click book now. And like I was telling folks earlier, you got a few different options. You got a standard consultation, you got a recorded consultation, you got a consultation with a history lesson, and then the full shebang would be a recorded consultation with a history lesson. So different price points depending on your budget and what you're most interested in.
All right, man, I'll hit you up. And thanks a lot for doing your lives. And man, I can't wait to get into it with you.
Hey, and I'm so petty. I swear to God, when I go live tomorrow, I am naming the live stream on TikTok, Z Amaru is a scam. Tomorrow I will be live and I am titling tomorrow's live stream. Keep an eye out for it, people. Z Amaru is a scam. I'm not sure if I can fit all that in the title. However way I got to word it. A lot of y'all have heard of Z Amaru on TikTok. Tomorrow we are exposing the scam.
Exposed. Z Amaru exposed.
Come on.
Man.
Matter of fact, hold on. So I'm assuming she has a TikTok page. Let's see if we can find the TikTok real quick. She Amaru, huh? Let's see. XI Amaru.
Right. The dude I went through that he had me do it was the one that goes, I don't know if you heard him, he goes, "Welcome to the cookout." He's a black dude and he goes, "Welcome to the cookout."
Nah, I ain't even heard that before.
Okay, yeah. I forgot his name though.
All right. So this isn't Zia Maru's personal TikTok, but this is the Aboriginal Ministry one. So let's just see some of this content that they're promoting.
Right to belong to Indigenous people. So when we talk about the tribal screening.
Okay, y'all, I ain't even gonna hold you. Call me petty. I'm not sure if y'all can even see this because it's so small. Oh, girl right there looks like a foreigner.
I listened to a YouTube. She got in an argument with people she was working with before. She is a foreigner. She's not even native.
We can tell. It's the forehead. It's the forehead for me. It's the forehead.
You're not even. They were like, "You're not even from here," and they were arguing for real on the YouTube live stream. Yeah.
How you gonna come from another country and scam Black Americans into forming a ministry of Zia Amaru Republic? I mean, this is some tether scam.
Exactly.
Damn.
Wait, can I tell you guys? Wait, the lady that's Zia Amaru, her real name is Tanisha. Why is that my real name? Wait, it gets better. I'm a Scorpio. She's a Scorpio, but she's like a bad Scorpio, the Scorpio that nobody likes, like the unevolved spiritually ones. Yeah, that was crazy to me. And when I asked them, I was like, well, we should just mobilize and go to the government, because Trump is this isn't the administration that hates Black Indigenous people. And they're like, no, we will never go to the government. And I'm like, red flag. But okay, that's it.
Yeah, and shout out to Engine Radio on YouTube. He said Mike be getting all the scammers from Tariq to Umar, Polite, and others, and now Zia Amaru. Yeah, guys, fun fact: I got my tribal citizenship in 2021. I became a YouTuber in 2022. You can check my YouTube channel. I wasn't posting nothing about Indigenous this or Native American that. I didn't make no content about it. My whole niche on YouTube was exposing scammers, fake gurus, charlatans, people preying on the Black community, whether they were crypto scammers, Pan-African scammers, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, it don't matter. Everybody got it. I was an investigative journalist blowing the whistle on all these fraudulent ass motherfuckers. And guess what? When I started to expose the Pan-African folks and Umar Johnson specifically, I started to notice there was a lot of Black people online getting in touch with their indigeneity. And I thought, damn, that's cool. I'm part of a tribe. That's cool seeing more Black folks talk about having Indigenous ancestry. But then wait, I noticed at the same time there was Africans, Europeans, people on the reservation trying to shit on us and tell us that we're not Indigenous, we're from Africa, blah, blah, blah. I said, wait a minute, I smell a setup. There's a psyops going on. How are these different ethnic demographics colluding together to try to dictate heritage to us? Wait, no. So I started to be a little vocal. I started to share my citizenship card on YouTube live streams and be like, no, look, like I'm a member of a tribe. I'm also Black. Like this is a real thing. And over time, people would just come to me like, yo, Mike, how'd you do that? How'd you get tribal citizenship? And believe it or not, guys, I started offering free consultations. Free consultations. I was running a boutique marketing agency, and after working my 9 to 5, at the end of the day in the evening, I would provide free consultations. And then what happened was some folks started flaking on me a little bit. Some people just really didn't understand the value and the service I was providing. And I said, you know what? If I'm going to keep doing this and more people keep coming to me, I got to find a way to keep the lights on. So guess what? I started charging $50 for a consultation. And at that point in time, my consultations were 3 hours long. Wow. I was given a 3-hour long personal consultation for $50. And guess what happened over time? The demand for my services grew. I honed my skills. I sharpened the steel. I got that 3-hour consultation down to 90 minutes. In order to maintain the same level of quality for everybody, due to the increased demand, I had to increase the price. We went from $50 to $75. We eventually went from $75 to $99. And now prices start at $99, and you got some other options that are a little bit higher if you need something a little bit extra. But this is how I came to do what I do. And one of the main reasons, I remember like it was yesterday, the main reason why I said, I'm going to close my marketing practice, which was making good money. Okay. I was doing well for myself. The reason why I said I'm going to close this out and go out on a limb and become a genealogist. There ain't no roadmap for being a genealogist. You can't go to school and get no degree in genealogy. This is the wild, wild west. But the reason why I said I'm going to take the leap is because somebody came to me for one of those free consultations, and this person had been scammed by somebody on YouTube named the Research Guy. And the Research Guy, just like Ziamaru, was scamming people, giving them fake family trees and shit. So when I saw this, I said, well, damn, I'm the only Black American I see with tribal citizenship who can walk people through this. I got to go hard. I felt burdened with purpose. And that's why I do what I do. That's why I do the 12-hour days and 12 hours straight of genealogy research, and then 7 hours straight of live streaming and all this shit, barely any sleeping, because somebody has to do it.
There you go, man. You got a good thing going. And I thank you. Like I said, I thank you again. I'm going to drop down, but thank you, man. I'm going to book a consultation, though.
Yep. Look forward to connecting with you, brother.
All right.
Talk to you soon. But Queen Braider, go ahead, lay it on us. What's on your mind?
I'm just grateful. You are so lit. You're like the Indigenous cheerleader coach. And I'm here for that. I'm so amped. You got me in here screaming right now. I'm screaming. I'm so excited.
Can I be the Indigenous Mr. T instead of the Indigenous cheerleader coach? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
You Indigenous fool. I pity the Pan-African fool.
I'm sorry.
I pity the Pan-African. Ain't nothing the Pan-African can tell me, brother. Pan-African, get your ass up out of here, Pan-African. Go to Africa, you Pan-African brother, okay? You're no brother of mine, Pan-African.
Wait, I kept saying that about FBA. I'm like, it's giving reclassification again. It's giving Negro. It's giving another tie that takes us away from our land. You understand? As soon as everybody, I'm like, foundational.
Cults. It's starting to give cults.
Yeah, people. But can I be honest? Our people are craving to feel like they're a part of something. That's why they have the Bloods, the Crips, the YNs, the baddies, the this and that. We're craving to, but you know, I'm a lone star, so I don't mind just standing out and going, that looks funny to me. I walked away from church for a reason. You're gonna start judging me like this, and my spirit, it would not settle. It would not settle. But this, well, you got my ADHD lit, okay? Thank you. Wait, and I'm gonna tell you, FYI too, I'm a jack of all trades. I have hands like Jesus. Jesus was an Indigenous Black woman. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But I do also soul massages. If you're ever in Florida, when you do come down, please come see me. I'm in Orlando, and I would love to give you the family discount, you know, because we're a tribal family now, once we go through the process. But I would love to, you deserve something like this. You would feel it completely different and lighter.
Wait a minute, time. That sounds like something a little bit sensual. She's at a soul massage. A soul massage.
Because it's like Reiki. My boys, I have some boys that needed shoulder surgery, and when I'm done with them, they don't need it no more. I make herbal oils.
As long as you don't try to suck the soul out of me, okay? As long as the soul stays in the vessel.
Me and Diddy have the same birthday, so I do offer a Diddy massage.
No baby oil. No baby oil. No.
Listen, I do baby oil gel. Okay, it's baby oil gel. But I did go viral for the Diddy massage, so don't judge me. But you're too young for that. You have to sign an NDA and all that. I would never.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is she gonna lace the warm oil with some ketamine, and I'm gonna be knocked out, and she gonna be doing all kind of freaky Diddy things to me on camera. And then when I wake up, no. And then when I wake up, here comes the blackmail. Okay, Mike TV.
I'm gonna make a little extra money, you know.
Mike TV. I see you blowing up on social media, Mike TV. If you don't want this massage Diddy video to get out, I need you to send me $8,000.
NDA. You have to sign an NDA. It's only fair.
I need to sign an NDA, and I need to have security with me. Okay.
They have to have a drink though before they come in. There's a special drink everybody drinks before they come in.
Well, guys, before I go into her place of business, I will live stream my location. I'll say, guys, if I don't come out in 2 hours, something happened to me. Okay.
You're tearing up my ADHD. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I gotta go.
Well, all right, so
But yeah, I'm gonna tag you in some of the massages so you can understand what I'm saying. I would be honored to do something like that for what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, I will be in Florida, and I do regularly go in for 2-hour deep tissues every
Oh,
other
you're gonna
week.
feel.
So,
Oh my God, I'm gonna
yeah,
change your life. Listen, all my boys say I'm better than the best. I'm better than because I'm a hairdresser too, so my hands are I'm strong. You'll see. You'll see.
hold up, I don't really have any hair to dress. Okay, I'm bald
No,
headed.
I do scalp massages too.
Oh, okay,
What are
there
you
you go.
talking about?
I'll get my scalp massage. All right, all right.
Oh my God, it's so different. Oh my God, you feel like you have a new
Hey,
soul, literally.
Indigenous goddess just called you the Indigenous soul snatcher.
Yay!
Wait a minute now.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
All right,
I'm going
till
to bed.
next time.
I'm definitely gonna do it, guys. Check him out.
All right.
And just to let you know, I clipped some of this, so I'm gonna share it on my page. Bye.
All right, go for it, sister. Till next time. And we got Indigenous goddess up here. Indigenous goddess, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, Mike, it's me again. I just changed my name. I just wanted to say I'm still proud of you. I love seeing your work. I love seeing everything you do. It's freaking awesome. Absolutely. And also, I need your YouTube name because I wanted to follow you on YouTube. Show some support there as well.
Yeah, so my YouTube name is Mike TV. That's one of my channels. If you just type in Mike TV, it should pop up. We're on YouTube live right now, as you can see. That's us on YouTube live right now. This is the logo.
Yes.
I got about 32,000 subscribers on YouTube, so that's how you know it's me.
I know that's right. Okay.
And then I also have a second channel called Native Black Ancestry. So that one is much newer. I got about 1,700 subscribers on that one. We're also live on Native Black Ancestry on YouTube right now. So yeah, definitely subscribe to Native Black Ancestry and Mike TV on YouTube.
Awesome. I'm doing it right now. I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing the work of the freaking Mother Nature. This is just totally awesome. And everybody is grateful for you. Nobody should be having anything bad to say, because why would you be mad about somebody helping people about learning their ancestry? If you're mad, then I feel like you just hating. You don't know who you are, so you mad other people are knowing who they are and finding out. Other than that, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but definitely just keep doing what you're doing. You're totally amazing.
Yeah, well, I'll keep on keeping on, and I appreciate the words of encouragement. It definitely helps more than you know.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be talking with you soon about doing my genealogy as well, because I definitely want to do that.
Most stuff. Well, I look forward to connecting with you.
Yes. All right. Have a great night. Okay.
You too. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
And shout out to Christopher on YouTube. Christopher says, I'm going to resubscribe to your Patreon and website next week. Once I get a new debit card, they got flagged for fraud when I was out of town. After that, I'm going to send the email so you can finish my tree. Nice. I look forward to connecting with you, Chris. And Chris, if I was you, I would just become a member of my website. I don't really use the Patreon anymore. I still have Patreon members. I mean, some of y'all need to check your bank statement. Some of y'all still getting charged for my Patreon every month. And I do have some exclusive content on Patreon, but I haven't published any new content on Patreon in like over 6 months. So if you really want value in a membership, go become a member of my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. That's where I've got the digital archive. That's where I've got the book list. And actually, guys, I was getting ready to wrap up this live stream, but I almost forgot. Niji, are you still here? We got a Niji in the chat. I said like 2 hours ago, if somebody becomes a member of my website, I'm going to go into the digital archive and read to you guys one of the ex-slave interviews. Let me see if he's still watching. I hope he's still here. I'm going to be so upset if he's not here anymore and he doesn't hear it. I know we went off on quite a few tangents. Okay, Chief Blackfoot Niji is still here. Perfect. So check this out. This is some of the type of research you have access to in this digital archive. Again, to become a member of the website, it's only $14. Best $14 you're going to ever spend. But I'm biased, admittedly. But for that Inner Circle membership, $14, you get access to this book list of my primary sources. I do update this book list weekly with new titles. You also get access to this digital archive, over 600 documents. I personally curate it. And now let's read through an ex-slave interview courtesy of Chief Blackfoot Niji. Everybody on TikTok, everybody on YouTube, say thank you to Chief Blackfoot, because it's because of him and his membership he just purchased through my website that we're going to go into the vault and give everybody a freebie, okay? That's how we get down. We got folks on TikTok saying thank you to you, Chief Blackfoot. They appreciate you. Now check it. This first interview, Ronita says thank you, Chief. This first interview, they dropped the N-word, hard R, right off the gate. So whenever I say grrr, just pretend like I'm saying the N-word with a hard R. For community guideline purposes on TikTok especially, I cannot say the N-word with a hard R, nor would I even want to. That just feels weird. Throw an A at the end of it. Say it with some flavor, with some soul. But anyways, in lieu of saying the N-word with a hard R, I'm going to substitute it for grrr. So if you ever hear me growl randomly, I am saying a racial epithet. Now you know. Let's read this, y'all. Let's read this. Everybody on TikTok is saying thank you, Chief Blackfoot. They say thank you, Chief. Gratitude. Thank you, Chief. So they appreciate you. Tamara on YouTube says thank you as well. Chief Blackfoot says no problem. We fam. That's right. Let's get into it. So this is the interview with Spence Johnson. And we're going to start off strong here. We're going to start off strong. Spence Johnson was born free, a member of the Choctaw Nation in the Indian Territory in the 1850s. He does not know his exact age. He and his mother were stolen and sold at auction in Shreveport to Riley Surratt, who lived near Shreveport on the Texas-Louisiana line. He has lived in Waco since 1874. Damn. You can't get no receipts like this on the Amaru Ministries website. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop being petty. Check it out. The Gurr Stealers done stole me and my mammy out the Choctaw Nation up into Indian Territory when I was about 3 years old. Brother Knox, Sis Hannah, and my mammy and her 2 stepchildren was down on the river washing. The Gurr Stealers drive up in a big carriage, and mammy just thought nothing, because the fort was near there and people was going on the road, stopped to get water, and the horses was resting a while in the shade. By and by, a man coaxes 2 biggest chillin to the carriage and give them some kind of candy. Other chillin see this and goes too. 2 other men was walking around smoking and getting closer to mammy all the time. When he can, the man in the carriage got the 2 big stepchildren in with him, and me and sis climbed in too to see how come. Then the big man holler, "Get the old one and let's get from here." With that, the 2 big men grabbed mammy, and she fought and scratched and bit and cried, but they hit her on the head with something and drug her in and threw her on the floor. The big chillins began to fight for mammy, but one of the men hit him hard, and off they drive with the horses under whip. This was near a place called Baggy Depot. They went down the Red River, crossed the Red River, and down in Louisiana to Shreveport. Now, guys, before we go to the next page, and shout out to Zolo Jax. Zolo says, I just read this joint. So Zolo must be a member of the website as well. Shout out to Zolo. Before we go to the next page, let's just take this in for a moment. These are Black Indians born free, living in Texas on the Louisiana-Texas line. Mama and her children and her stepchildren are washing clothes at the river, and some white tee men in a carriage come up, enticing the kids with candy and then kidnap them. Ain't this what the white tee people do present day? Tell me he didn't come through in a white van that says free candy on it and get him some children. What are we talking about right now? Damn. Damn. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. But let's go to the next page, shall we? Let's go to the next page. It says, down in Louisiana, us was put on what they called the block and sold to the highest bidder. My mammy and her 3 children brought 3,000 flat. The stepchildren was sold to somebody else. And actually, hold on real quick. Hold on. Let's pause real quick. Zolo Jax, give me some feedback real quick if you're still watching. Zolo, you're a member of the website, and that's how you read this, right, Zolo? I need some feedback if you're still here, Zolo. Do we still got Zolo on TikTok? Zolo going once? XOLO Jax, Zolo Jax. Where you at? Where you at, Zolo Jax? I need some feedback. All right, guys. Zolo Jax must have left. Oh, no. Okay. Zolo Jack says I pulled up on the archives. Okay, I got you. So that's where you found it from. If you got it from my website, I was going to ask you if you were able to read this page clearly, because now that I noticed, the image that I uploaded is a little bit blurry. So yeah, I was just wondering if you can read this clearly if you got it from my website, but it seems like you got it from a different archive, so never mind. But anyways, they're put up on the block. They're sold. Mama and her 3 children bring in 3,000 flat. The stepchildren was sold to somebody else, but us was bought by Marsa Riley Surratt. He was the daddy of Judge Marshall Surratt, him who got to be judge here in Waco. Marsa Riley Surratt had a big plantation, don't know how many acres, but there was a factory and gins and big houses and lots of quarters. The house was right on the Texas-Louisiana line. Mammy cooked for him. When Marsa Riley bought her, she couldn't speak nothing but the Choctaw words. I was a baby when us left the Choctaw country. My sister looked like a full-blood Choctaw Indian, and she could pass for a real full-blood Indian. Mommy's folks were all Choctaw Indians. Her sister was Pally Hogan and Suki Hogan, and she had a brother, Nelson Tooby. They was all known in the Indian territory in the old days. Near as Marsa Riley's books can come of it, I was born around 1859 up in the territory. Us run the hay press to the bale cotton on the plantation and take cotton by X wagons to Shreveport. 7 or 8 wagons in a train with 3 or 4 yoke of steers in each wagon. Us made lasses and cloth and shoes and lots of things. Old Marsa Riley had a girl who could make shoes, and if he had to get to the court in Carthage, he'd leave Gurr there to make shoes for him. The quarters was a quarter mile long, all strung out on the creek bank. Our cabin was near the big house. The white folks give big balls and had supper going all night. Us had lots to eat, and they let us have dances and suppers too. We never go anywhere. Mommy always cried and was afraid of being sold again. Damn. Now check this out, y'all. This part is crazy. There was a white man lived close to us, but over in Louisiana. He had raised him a great big black man. What brung fancy price on the block? The black man, he sure loved that white man. This white man would sell old Josiah. That's the black man's name. Oh, no, sorry. That's not Josiah. That's John. This is such chicken scratch, y'all. I'm sorry. This white man would sell old John. That's the black man's name. On the block to someone from Georgia or some other place far off. Then after a while, the white man would steal old John back and bring him home and feed him good, then sell him again. After he had sold old John some lots of times, he coaxed old John off into the swamp one day, and old John was found unalived several days later. The white folks said that the owner killed him because a dead Gurr won't tell no tales. During the Freedom War, I seed soldiers all over the road. They was breaking houses, what they stole. Us scared and didn't let soldiers see us if we can help it. Mommy and I stayed on with Marsa Riley after freedom until I was about 16. Then Marsa Riley died, and I came to Waco in a wagon with Judge Surratt's brother, Marsa Taylor Surratt. I come to Waco the same year that Dr. Lovelace did, and he says that was 1874. I married, and us had 6 children. I can't read or write because I only went to school one day. The white folks tried to learn me, but I was too thick-headed. Damn. Shout out to Jersey Drive on YouTube. Jersey Drive says, hearing this is so crazy. It makes me so mother effing angry. Hey. Jersey said the white tea people was evil then and evil now. Yeah. Black Mamba says sad. Yeah. Hey, Zolo Jax, are you still here? Because I feel slighted some way by you. I feel bested by you. Normally, I'm bringing some new information that ain't nobody heard before. And I take pride in that, Zolo Jax. My only pride and joy I have, other than my son, shout out to Lil Papa Mans, my only pride and joy is giving y'all new information. And Zolo Jax telling me that Zolo Jax is doing their own research on archives and came across this same story on the archive. I can't stand for that, Zolo Jax. I cannot have you get up here and not be educated, not have new information given to you. Zolo Jax, this is what we got to do, Zolo Jax. I'm going to read another one. And I know there ain't no way that you've also seen this other one I'm about to show you. Zolo Jax, give me some feedback, Zolo Jax. On the archive, did you read the story of Ellen Kragen? Give me some feedback. Did you read the story of Ellen Kragen? If you haven't, then I'm going to read it real quick. I'm going to give the folks another freebie. Okay, Zolo Jax says they did not. Okay. Well, you sit down, you be quiet, and you learn something, okay? Who you think you are, doing your own research in your own time, being all smart and shit? Who even taught you about the archive? You ain't supposed to know about no archive. No, but check this one out, Zolo Jax. This one's even crazier. Damn near. Actually, it is crazier. Mama beat Massa's children. Oh, shit. I'm giving away spoilers. Zolo Jax said, just subscribed, by the way. You taught me. Hey, well, I appreciate the subscription. This one's going to be even wilder, guys. Check this out. Ellen Kragen. Another Black Indian, right? Check this out. Let's zoom in. And you're going to understand in a moment why in parentheses on the top right here, it says escapes on a cow. do you guys see that? You see where in parentheses it says escapes on a cow? Yeah, you're going to learn why in just a moment. Our ancestors was escaping the plantation on a cow if they needed to, y'all. Check this out. I was born on the 10th of March in some year. I don't know what one. I don't know whether it was in the Civil War or before the Civil War. I forget it. I think that I was born in Vicksburg, Mississippi. I'm not sure, but I think I was. My mother was a great shouter. One night before I was born, she was at a meeting and she said, well, I'll have to go in. I feel something. She said I was walking about in there. And when she went in, I was born that same night. My mother was a great Christian woman. She raised us right. We had to be in at sundown. If you didn't bring it in at sundown, she'd whip you within an inch of your life. She didn't work in the field. She worked at a loom. She worked so long and so often that once she went to sleep at the loom. Her master's boy saw her and told his mother. His mother told him to take a whip and wear her out. He took a stick and went out to beat her awake. He beat my mother till she woke up. And when she woke up, she took a pole out of the loom and beat him nearly to death with it. He hollered, don't beat me no more, and I won't let him whip you. She said, I'm gonna unalive you. These black titties sucked you, and then you gonna come in here and beat me? And when she left him, he wasn't able to walk. Next page. They ain't never gonna teach you about this in school, right? And that was the last I seen of her until after freedom. She went out and got on an old cow that she used to milk. Dolly, she called it. She rode away from the plantation because she knew that they would unalive her if she stayed. My mother was named Luvinia Polk. She got plumb away and stayed away. On account of that, I was raised by my mother. She went to Atchison, Kansas, rode all through them woods on that cow, tore her clothes all off on those bushes. Once, a man stopped her and said, excuse me, let me restate that. Didn't read that right. Once, a man stopped her and she said, quote, my folks gone to Kansas and I don't know how to find him. He told her just how to go. My father was an Indian. I don't think y'all caught that. My father was an Indian. Hold on, I got to be on my Umar Johnson. Let's say it 3 times in a row like y'all slow or something. My father was an Indian. Way back in the dark days, his mother ran away. And when she came up, that's what she had with a little Indian boy. They called him Wahuchi. His master's name was Tom Polk. Tom Polk was my mother's master too. It was Tom Polk's boy that my mother beat up. My father wouldn't let nobody beat him either. One time, When something he didn't suit Tom Polk, I don't know what it was, they cut sores on him that he died with. Cut him with a rawhide whip, you know? And then they took salt and rubbed it into the sores. He told his master, "You have took me down and beat me for nothing. And when you do it again, I'm going to put you in the ground." Papa never slept in the house again after that. They got scared, and he was scared of them. He used to sleep out in the woods. They used to call me Wahuchi and red-headed Indian brat. I got in a fight once with my mistress's daughter on account of that. The children used to say to me, "They beat your papa yesterday." And I would say to them, "They better not beat my papa." And they would go up in the house and tell it, and I would beat them for telling it. There was an old white man used to come out and teach Papa how to read the Bible. Papa said, "Ain't you afraid they'll unalive you if they see you?" The old man said, "No, they don't know what I'm doing, and don't you tell them. If you do, they will unalive me." Signs of the war. One night, my father called me outside and told me that he saw the elements opened up and the soldiers fighting in the heavens. Damn, let's pause right here. Father is an indigenous black man. And just like the story of the indigenous black man, Nat Turner, why did Nat Turner do his rebellion? Because he saw a vision. Us indigenous folks, us melanated indigenous folks, we get downloads from the ether. What can I say? Nat Turner got a vision. Wahuchi's getting a vision. One night, my father called me outside and told me that he saw the elements opened up and soldiers were fighting in the heavens. "Don't you see them, honey?" he said. But I couldn't see them. And he said there was going to be a war. Come on, y'all. Tell me we ain't got some powers. Do y'all think that he had a premonition, that he got a download, that he saw a vision? Or do you think somehow in the 1800s he got like a DM message from someone up north saying, "Hey, there's going to be a civil war"? Do you think this black Indian surviving on the outskirts in the woods of the plantations somehow got some secret insider knowledge ahead of time? Hey, shout out to the Black Mamba. He got a text, right? Yeah, exactly. He was out there in the woods and his iPhone got a text. They said it's about to be a war, okay? It's about to be a war. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Come on. Now check this out. I went out and told it. The white tea people said they ought to take him out and beat him and make him hush his mouth. Because if they got such talk going around among the colored people, they wouldn't be able to do nothing with him. Dr. Polk's wife's father, Old Man Woods, used to say that the Gers weren't going to be free. He said that God had showed that to him. Wait a minute, y'all. Let's pause right there. Whose God do you serve? And is your God serving you in return? Wait a minute. Hallelujah. Can I get a choir in the background? Can I get a witness? I'm about to get on my dirty Mac and pastor shit in a moment. Pass around the collection plate. Hit the cash app or something, okay? The Lord that you serve doesn't serve you in return. Can I get a hallelujah? Because the black Indian, he got a download from his God, and his God said there was going to be a war. And there was a war. The white tea man talked to his God, and his God said the blacks ain't never going to be free. And his God was wrong. Oh, I guess not all gods are created equal. What can I say? Jersey Drive says, yes, he had a vision. I have them all the time. Engine Radio says, truth, them downloads is no joke. The Great Spirit speaks to the indigenous. Facts. Come on. But the white tea man says that the Gers weren't going to be free, that God had showed that to him. Okay. All right. Mean masters. Dr. Polk and his son, the one my mother beat up and left lying on the ground, were two mean men. When the slaves didn't pick enough cotton for them, they would take them down to the field and turn up their clothes till they was naked and beat them nearly to death. Mother was a breeder, While she did that weaving, she had children fast. One day, Tom Polk hit my mother. That was before she ran away. He hit her because she didn't pick the required amount of cotton. When there was nothing to do on the loom, mother had to go in the field, you know? Next page. Oops, hold on. Here we go. I forgot how much cotton they had to pick. I don't know how many times he hit her. I was small. I heard someone say, they got Clarissa down there. I went to see, and they had her down. She was stout, and they had dug a hole in the ground and put her belly in it. I never did get over that. I'm an old woman, but Tom Polk better not come round me now even. I've heard some women scream and holler, do pray, massa, do pray. And I was sure glad when she beat up young Tom and got away. I didn't have no use for neither one of them, and I ain't yet. It wasn't her work to be in the field. He made her breed, and then he made her work at the loom. That wasn't nothing. He would have children by a girl woman, and then have them by her daughter. I went out one day and got a pew-pew. I don't know whose pew-pew it was. I said to myself, if you whip my mother today, I'm gonna pew-pew you. And guys, for TikTok community guidelines, I can't say the actual word, obviously, so we'll substitute it for pew-pew. I didn't know where the pew-pew belonged. My oldest sister told me to take it and set it by the door, and I did it. How freedom came. Dr. Polk had a fine horse. He came riding in through the field and said, all of you girls are free now. You can stay here and work for me, or you can go to the next field and work. I had an old aunt, and they used to make her sit on a log. She jumped off that log and ran down the field to the quarters, shouting and hollering. The people all said, Nancy's free. They ain't no ants biting her today. She'd be sitting on that log for 1 year. She wouldn't do no kind of work, and they made her sit there all day and let the ants bite her. Big Gers. They used to call my folks Big Gers. Remember, guys, her father is a black Indian man named Wahuchi, but even still, he is called a Ger with a hard R, right? They used to call my folks Big Gers. Papa used to get things off a steamboat. One day, he brought a big demijohn home and ordered all the people not to touch it. One day, when he went out, I went in it. I had to see what it was. I drank some of it, and when he came home, he said to me, you've been in that demijohn. I said, no, I haven't. But he said, yes, you have. I can tell by the way you look. And then I told him the truth. He would get shoes, calico goods, coffee, sugar, and a whole lot of other things. Anything he wanted, he would get it. That he didn't, he would ask him to bring the next trip. It was a Union gunboat and ran under the water. You could see the smoke. The white people said, that boat's gonna carry some of these Gers away from here one of these days. And sure enough, it did carry one away. Buried treasure and a runaway. I went to the big gate one morning, and there was a Ger named Charles there. I said, what are you doing out here so early in the morning? He said to me, you hush your mouth and get on back in the house. I went back to the house and told my mother, I saw Charles out there. That was before my mother ran away. My mother said, he's fixing to run away, and he's got a barrel of money, and it belongs to the doctor, because he and the doctor went out to bury it to keep the Yankees from getting it. He ran away, and he took the money with him too. He went out to Kansas City and bought a home. We didn't think much of it because we know it was wrong to do. But old Master Tom had done a heap of wrong too. He was the first one spotted on the boat that morning, Charles was, and he went away on it. Plenty to eat. My father would unalive a hog and keep the meat in a pit under the house. I know what it is now. I didn't know then. He would clean the hog and everything before he would bring him to the house. You had to come down outside the house and go into the pit when you wanted to get meat to eat. If my father didn't have a hog, he would steal one from his master's pen and cut its throat and bring it to the pit. My folks liked hog guts. We didn't try to keep them long. We just clean them and scrape them and throw them in the pot. I didn't like to clean them, but I sure loved to eat them. Father had a great big pot they called the wash pot, and we would cook the chitlins in it. You can smell them all over the country. I didn't have no sense. Whenever we had a big hog unaliving, I would say to the other kids, we got plenty of meat at our house. They would say back, where'd you get it? I would tell them, and they would say, give us some. And I would say to them, no, that's for us. So they would call us big gers. Marriage since freedom. My first baby was born to my husband. I didn't throw myself away. I married Mr. Cragen in 1867. He lived with me about 15 years. Before he passed, he got kicked. He was a baker. During the war, he was the cook in the camp. He went to get some flour one morning. He snatched the tray too hard, and it kicked him in his bowels. He never did get over it. The tray was full of flour, and it was big and heavy. It was a sliding tray. It rolled out easy and fast, and you had to pull it careful. I don't know why they called it a kick. I married a second husband, if you can call it that, a gur named Jones. He had a spoonful of sense. We didn't live together 3 months. He came in one day, and I didn't have dinner ready. He slapped me. I had never been slapped by a man before. I went to the drawer, and I got my pew-pew out, and I started to unalive him, but I didn't. I told him to leave there fast, and he had promised to do a lot of things and didn't do them. And he used to use bad language too. Occupation. I've always sewed for a living. See that sign up there? The sign read, all kinds of buttons sewed on, mending too. I can't cut out no dress and make it, but I can use a needle on patching and quilting. Can nobody beat me doing that? I can knit too. I can make stockings, gloves, and all such things. I belong to Bib Bethel Church, and I get most of my support from the Lord. I get help from the government. I'm trying to get moved, and I'm just sitting here waiting for the man to come and move me. I ain't got no money, but he promised to move me. Now, guys, this is the end of the interview, but there's one more note. Let's read the note. This is a note. Interviewer's comment. There it was, the appeal to the slush fund. I have contributed to lunch, tobacco, and cold drinks, but not before to moving expenses. I had only 6 cents, which I had reserved for car fare. But after you have talked with people who are too old to work, too feeble to help themselves in any effective fashion, hemmed up in a single room and unable to pay rent on that, odds and ends of broken and dilapidated furniture, ragged clothes, and not even plenty of water on hand for bathing, barely hanging on to a thread of light without, barely hanging on to a thread of life without a thrill or a passion, then it is a great thing to have 6 cents to give away and to be able to walk any distance you want to. So, guys, this last note right here is a note from the interviewer. And when he refers to the slush fund, what he's referring to is oftentimes these Black folks, in return for providing the interview, they would get some lunch money or some food, or in this case, she wants some help moving. She's trying to get moved. You got some money to help me move? I'll tell you my story, right? But now you see the value of my website and the digital archive I provide. Wasn't this very, very enlightening? Wasn't this very, very profound? I mean, let me get some fists or feathers in the chat if this was mind-blowing. Father is a Black Indian named Wahuchi. Mother is a breeder working at the loom. Master's son whips her. She beats the boy damn near to death, then runs away on a cow to Kansas. Daddy threatens a master. Now he's living on the outskirts in the woods. Told master straight up, you put your hand on me again, I'm putting you in the ground. I mean, Lord. We got a slave named Charles who steals the doctor's money and gets on a Union steamboat, flees up north. I mean, y'all, they ain't never going to teach you about this in school, are they? They ain't never going to teach you about this in school. Come on. Solo Jack says, heavy work. These are the stories that Hollywood needs. Facts. Bay K says, the White Tea Church still ain't got it right. Yeah, facts. Facts. Engine Radio says, chitlins, right? Jersey Drive says, I want justice for our ancestors. Yep. Jersey says, yes, I love it. Thank you so much for your work, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. The Black Mamba says, it made me join. Thanks for sharing. Hey. And I do update the digital archive and the book list weekly. So this is just going to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I got to get on out of here. But before I get on out of here, Let me just see if there's anybody with any last questions, comments. If anybody has any questions about genealogy research, tribal citizenship, tribal benefits, Black American indigeneity, or anything in between, go ahead and ask away before we wrap up this broadcast. Empress says, wow, thank you for sharing. Yeah, appreciate you for tuning in. Black Mamba says, thank you for all you do as usual. Well, hey, thank you for tuning in. I wasn't even supposed to be live today, but I said, hold on. Let me see what's up. Pal Hot and Proud says, what time are you going live tomorrow? Around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Jersey Drive says, please explain why the red natives don't like us. Because they are not the true indigenous people of the Americas. Let me explain this simply, or at least attempt to. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. Let me pull up a handy dandy Google map real quick. Let me just move this out the way. Let's come over here to Google Maps. This is why the quote unquote red natives, and I don't even like using the term red because they're not red. They're white. They're yellow. They're not red. We're red. I'm red, right? But check this out, y'all. Check this out. I'm over in India. I don't know why. Y'all would think I'm living in India. Normally, when you first go to to Google Maps, it pulls up where you at. Y'all gonna think I'm an Indian tethered now. Lord, let's come over here to the States. So check this out, guys. Check this out. This is why the Southwestern Plains natives don't really rock with us. Although we still call them Native Americans, they're really the first immigrants. These are the folks that migrated across the Bering Strait land bridge from where? Mongolia, Siberia, Russia, China, etc. Well, when they came over the Bering Strait, where did they settle? The only land that was available. The entirety of the Americas was Black Indian territory. Black Indians were found in South America, Central America, the Caribbean, Southeast, East Coast, Great Lakes region, all the way up to Canada. So where did these migrants settle? The only available land. Guess what? If you're indigenous to the Americas, oh damn, we got thunderstorms. I hope it ain't a tornado. If you're indigenous to the Americas, and you can choose to live in any part of the Americas, where do you want to live? In the green areas where there's lakes and lush vegetation and streams and waterfalls and forests and rich fertile land. Anywhere in green is where you want to settle. Where do you not want to live? In the desolate ass plains. You don't want to live in the Arizona desert, the New Mexico desert, the Colorado, the Utah, Nevada, Wyoming. Who wants to live in the plains? There ain't shit going on. You can't grow nothing in the plains like that. So why did these Asiatic natives settle in the plains? Because I was the only uninhabited land. When they went further east, they ran into Black Indian territory and we banged on them and said, nah, stay off our land. When they went too far west, they found Black Indian territory. They got banged on. We said, where you from? Where your grandma stay? They said, Asia. We said, nah, you can stay over in the plains. And that's us being nice to you. Let's talk about it. So why do these Asiatic Mongolian looking motherfuckers not really like us? Because they know that our ancestors relegated them to living in squalor, roaming with a buffalo like nomads in the plains. And also in more recent years, some of our Buffalo Soldier ancestors whipped their ass in some battles on behalf of Uncle Sam. So now you see why they don't really rock with us. Furthermore, they're on the res, crashing out, literally getting paid by the government to keep up these lies, to keep up these misconceptions of them being the true first people and the First Nations and the first this. Nah. Let me see. What are you guys talking about? Queen says, that's right. Those plains were our backyards. Facts. When Columbus came through in 1492, he wasn't interacting with no plains Indians. When the British come over and start colonizing, they're not interacting with no Plains natives. When the Portuguese come over, they don't really go further than Brazil. They're not interacting with no Plains natives. Guess what, guys? The Plains natives did not get contacted by Europeans until like the mid to late 1800s. You know when these Plains Indians folks start having to deal with Europeans? After the 13 colonies are already established, after there's already an American Revolution, after a Spanish La Florida becomes British territory, after there's a whole ass civil war, after Indian removal west of the Mississippi, and the final stage of westward expansion, and the final stage of Manifest Destiny, the Europeans traveled across the plains to Oregon and California in the mid to late 1800s by the wagons and shit, right? The Oregon Trail and shit, right? That's when the Plains natives first came in contact with these Europeans to that degree. When you hear the story of the wild Indians scalping people and taking out babies and women and children, that's the Plains natives. That's not us. We were hunters. We were farmers. We built pyramids, mounds, structures, civilizations. Guess what, guys? If I pull up, hold on. Where's this map at? Where's this? I know I got a map somewhere, guys. I know I got a map. Hold on. I know I got a map. Bicentennial, Lost Worlds, Home of Our Native Lands. Is it NA, Treaties and Portals? Where could it possibly be, guys? I don't even know if I can find it. Let me try. Hold on. Let me see how I can find it. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do. There's a great content creator named UBTV. He does these documentary films. He actually shared some of his sources with me. One of these sources that he has actually have an interactive map. They actually have an interactive map. Let me see if I can pull this up. Vaults and Receipts. No, it's not that one. Black Native, migrants. You know what? Maybe it is Vaults and Receipts. Oh, yeah, it is Vaults and Receipts. Here we go. Charlatan's Web, the artifacts, references, colonial discovery, Yale. No, it's not going to be that one. It's going to be Mohican. Here we go. Ethnic celebs, history archives, archive. All right, here we go. Now, guys, check this out. This is going to be well worth the wait. All right. So some of you guys have heard about the mounds. Some of you guys have heard about the various effigy structures as well. But a lot of you guys have not seen an interactive map like this. Megalithic portal. Now the megalithic portal shows some of them, but I want the full one. Hold on, guys. I want the full one. Give me just a moment here. This is live TV. You got to bear with me, guys. So this one shows the languages. Okay. External databases, Yale, Mixed Race Studies, native.land.ca, lostworlds.org, Freedmen on the Move, Bicentennial, Allegories of the Continents, Giovanni de Verrazzano, Carolinas. Damn, it's going to eat me up inside if I can't find the exact map. You know what I can do? Oh, this is why I'm not finding it. I'm in the wrong email. Prince Hall, African Conspiracy, White Slaves, Black Pirates, Haitian Hoax, Grand Canyon, Hidden Hand, Mayan Whitewash, Flooded Foundations. I think it's Flooded Foundations. History of the Choctaw and the Natchez Indians. Anthropological Papers. Guys, I've got so many receipts. Sometimes it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, I tell you. Flood myths. Land of Anubis, Egyptian tombs in America, Charlatan's Web. I want to say it could have been Charlatan's Web. Okay, so here's the sources we have cited on this one. We've got Google Books, Colleges and Universities, Colonial Williamsburg, C-SPAN, archive.org. Damn. There's nothing I hate the most than not being able to find a receipt when I'm looking for it. You know what? We'll try using the keyword interactive. Okay, Earthworks map. Earthworks.site. Now this right here, and don't worry guys, I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. I just found one of the databases I was looking for. But we can do better. Okay, I'm checking out the one through nps.gov. Nah, we can still do better. We can definitely do better. Let's see. Mixed race studies, lostworld.org, database, Freedom on the Move. Not Freedom on the Move. Damn, thunder is coming down outside. I know y'all can't hear it, but I sure can. Okay, so if it's not Charlatan's Web, no, it has to be Charlatan's Web. I don't really think there's any other possibility other than Charlatan's Web. Okay, we've got msa.maryland.gov. That one's not the one I'm looking for. Come on. It can't be the Mohican one. That one's too fresh. That one is much too fresh. The Old World. Damn, that thunder is loud. Okay, we're getting warm, guys. We're getting warm. The Old World, Academia, Archaic Rituals, LSU Campus Mounds. No, that's just a article, though. I want the interactive map. This is a newsletter. Megalithic, Tulsa News, Gutenberg. Heart of Louisiana, museums, Gutenberg again, Lost Worlds. I think I found it. Damn it, I didn't find it. This is a great receipt, though, about the connection between my tribe and tribes of Central and South America. But damn it, I'm looking for a map. The map. Where's the map? parishes, Smithsonian, American landmarks before they were slaves. All right, guys, we're going to try one more keyword. This is a Hail Mary at this point. This is a Hail Mary. All right, and then we're going to do another search. I think it's Control F. Yeah, Control F. Damn it. Where is this map? This is crazy. It never takes me this long to find something. The devil is a lie. The ancestors are in the algorithms, and the demons are too. They trying to stop me from sharing this map, y'all. What else could it be? I just had it. Ancient cultures of mid-Missouri, ancient cultures of St. Louis, Spiro Mound, Alabama Archaeology 2015, 1400-year-old canal in Alabama, Archaeological Survey, emphasis on burial sites, blood myths, Alabama Toltec Connection, Hamza, Jewish and Israeli Societies, History of Louisiana, History of the Cherokee Indians. All right, what can we do, guys? I can't keep you here waiting all night. But there also isn't really a reality where I end this broadcast without finding the exact receipt that I'm looking for. So what do we really do when a unstoppable force meets an immovable object? What do we do in that case? What do we do? NAAS of Canada. Could that be it? Allegory of the Continents. Nah, not Allegory of the Continents. We were just there. Okay. There's one last email I can try. This one's for all the marbles, guys. This one's for all the marbles. At this point, I don't even remember why I was searching for an interactive, descriptive map of all of the different structures here. Oh, wait, I remember why I was searching for it now. It's okay. I remember why I was searching for it. All right. This has to work, guys. This has to work. This has to work. Come on. We're going to go UBTV one last time. And shout out to UBTV, Uriah Brandon. He's a great content creator. Check him out on YouTube. A lot of great receipts. Okay, so flooded foundations is not the one we're looking for. Egyptian hoax, World Fair connection. We're getting warm. White face of black white face of black power, black face of white power, Brent's Hall and the African conspiracy. Egyptian tunes in America. All right, so what we'll do then, this one's from June. Yeah, this one seems correct. Artifacts. Yeah, okay, guys. I found the correct email. We're almost there, guys. We're at the finish line. I found the correct email. Now I just got to sort through about 15 links. Hold on a second. MPS history, series archaeology, Mummy Lake water, downhill trail, Mexican ruins, American rivers, Denver Post, Info News Page, Daily Motion, Spiral Mounds, Anthropology, Blogspot, WordPress, Gutenberg, Research Gates. All right, we'll start with this one. That's the National Park Service. We'll go with this one. This one is also not it. Info, news, Daily Motion is not it. Damn, you would have thought I would have saved this as a favorite or something. The original black civilizations of Mexico and Mesoamerica. That's not it. Slave revolt of 1842. All black towns of Oklahoma. Negros de Guinea or Negros de Terra. Damn, guys, this is so embarrassing. Normally, I'm just so fast with the receipts. I'm just so quick with it. Let me see. So this map shows the effigy structures, but we're not looking for the effigy structures. I want temple truncated pyramids as well as step pyramids. Ah, damn. I almost took a sigh of relief. I thought this was it, but these are historical markers. So we're not looking for that. Let's see. Map. The map. Okay, so the historical marker database was not it. Treaty of Tordesillas, Old Map of America, 1584. Nope. Free Principal Maps of the Southeast. Nope. Enter a Cantera map documenting American South Colonial Records, 1656 map. Nope. At least on the map section, guys. Researchgate.net. That's not going to be it. Texas over Europe. Map of the Ocean Gyres. Spanish territory map of the 1700s. Indian removal app. Is this it? Please be it. Damn, this map plots the indigenous populations of the Americas. Pax Americana. That could be it. usg.maps.arcigs. Damn, you know what? This is a really good map. I'm going to save this map to the side. This Invasion of America map is actually a really good one. We're just going to save it there for just a moment while I find the correct map. Let me see. Shreveport, Louisiana. U.S. map of Native. Oh, sure. Please don't get me hyped up. Please don't give me false hope. Did I find it? Did I finally find it? Damn it, I didn't find it. But this is also a really good map, so I'm going to share this one with you guys as well. Interactive also. We really got to love the interactive maps. But we're getting so warm. We're getting so warm. I know it's right around the corner. Antique maps, Honidus map. The song Maps by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. No, that's a good tune, but that's not what we're looking for. Let's see. June 11th, June 8th. Oxford, not Oxford. Map of Florida. La Florida, antique map of Florida. LSU, Oxford, West Florida. Lake Latonka, 1650 Baja map. Ancient map of West Florida. G.H. Colton's map of Arkansas and Indian Territory. Decisions. You know what I can do? Because I'm really relentless. I'm really not gonna stop searching for this until I find it. But we gotta search smarter instead of harder. So when did I last have that interaction with Uriah Brandon? Looks like June 2nd. Okay, so we're just gonna go to my Google history for June 2nd, and that's how we're gonna find it. Here we go. By date. June 2nd. June 2nd. June 2nd. All right. Right now we are in. What date is this? Damn, July 31st. Oh, let's keep going. We got a whole month to get through, y'all. We got a whole month to get through. What date are we on now? What date are we on now? Hold on. I do so many internet searches throughout the day. I'm really just realizing it now that I have to find a specific thing. Okay, now we're on July 29th. Okay. We got to really scroll this mouse wheel. Let's scroll this mouse wheel real fast. Let's scroll. Okay, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're looking for June 2nd. Right now, we're at what? Right now, what date are we at? Right now, we're at July 21st. Good Lord, good Lord. Let me just mindlessly scroll for a while. Rest my eyes, not even look at it. Just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. Lord knows I'm tired. It's almost 1 a.m. over here. Come on, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. What am I at now? What date am I at now? We're at July 19th. Good Lord, good Lord. Only 10 days down. Wait, no, that's like 2 days down. I thought we were just on the 21st. Okay, hold on. Now we're on the 18th. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We need June 2nd. We've got to have June 2nd. Right now we're at July 17th. All right. Mindlessly scroll. They do have a buy group option, but I'm scared to click that one. I feel like it might reset me. I feel like it might make me start all over again. Yeah, we're not going to click that one. Scroll. July 15th. All right. Now, for anybody out there that's done any research on the mounds and pyramids that are found all throughout the Americas, more specifically North America is what we're focusing on right now. If there's anyone familiar with that topic, put some fists or feathers in the chat. And what I'm going to do is when I find this map, I'm going to actually drop the link to it so that everybody can know how to access this map, because this is by far the most thorough map charting all of the different pyramids and FSG structures. Shout out to Beike. Beike says, well, wait. Thank you for your patience. It feels like it's been an hour of me searching. I'm just so fast with the receipts. It's probably been like 10 minutes, but it feels like it's been an hour. Okay, July 9th. We're almost there. Wait, damn, we're not almost there because I'm looking for June 2nd. So after I get through July, I got to get through most of June to get to June 2nd. But we going to get there, y'all. We going to get there. We scrolling. My mouse wheel finger is on overdrive, guys. We are scrolling. I'm not even going to check the dates for a while, since now I just realized we have most of the month of June to get through before we get to the 2nd. Since we're working in reverse, we just going to scroll mindlessly. We ain't even going to check the dates for a hot minute, because we ain't there yet. Hold on. Let's keep on searching. Let's keep on searching. Here we go. Okay, now I'll pause and see what date I'm at. Okay, what date am I at? What date? What area have we reached? We are now July 2nd. I'm still not even in June. Oh my God, guys. You guys are lucky I love you. You are so lucky I love you. We are just barely out of July. That means all of the scrolling I've just done, I've got to do again for the month of June, and my finger is starting to hurt. Scroll. You can do it. Scroll. Come on. Keep going. You would think like when you go to search your Google history, they would have a calendar and you could select a day. Good Lord, I'm getting tired. Scroll. I'm looking for June 2nd. They got me barely out of July. I'm telling you. Okay, now we're in June 28th. Yes. Progress. Man, oh man. Shoot, I need some elevator music, y'all. I need to pump myself up. I'm getting tired. It's 1 a.m. over here. Hold on. I need some tunes as I search for this. Bear with me, y'all. I need some. Come on, we hustling,
Hips,
y'all.
lips.
We hustling. Let's go. We gonna find
Hips,
it.
lips, fetty, panay with the pesto, not the spaghetti. Tango, I used to put 5 in my Durango. My uncle was on white like an Anglo-Saxon. Long as I pay taxes, I'm Texan. I'm out of pocket, scramble, Lamar Jackson. Action, my life is a movie, I'm at the AMC. I need my scratch like a rash, get the A&D. I'm dope as 83, in Oakland, California. Ain't call nobody for no help, look how they did Sonya. I'm sick as new pneumonia, they trying to find a cure. Buy it from me, it ain't shit else that you can find is pure. I like that feeling that I get when paper in my hand. I wanted riches, I didn't care if fame was in the plan. It's hard to hear a hating nigga when they in the stands. I drop 50 at the tunnel, shake that nigga hand. I'm on the grind, can't stop, I'm rolling. Set my alarm clock for 5 in the morning. Wake up, get cake, I'm on it. I might not come back till 5 in the morning. I'm hustling, and that's how it is. That's how it is. I'm hustling, and that's how it is. That's how it is. I'm hustling.
Someone asking who I'm playing. This is a Bay Area artist called La Russell. One word, L-A, then Russell.
Hustling.
And that's how it is. That's how it is. All right, we're on June 20th, y'all. We're on June 20th. June 20th. We're almost there, y'all. We're almost there. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. We gonna get there.
If a nigga don't like me, he hate himself. Niggas don't need no money, they need help. If I say fuck your shit, that's how I felt. And if you in your feelings about it, I'm like, well, back up out of my space, I need a breather. I don't really like broke niggas, shit me either. If I lose, I be damned, I'm like a beaver. Used to be hot, what happened, they in the freezer. Here where I'm from, put in that's on me. From a V like 40 and SOB. Nothing standard about this work, no SOP. From the dirt got green.
Queen says, I'm from the Bay Area. Okay, so you probably know about La Russell. Yeah, Jax Vallejo. Yeah, I'm from Sacramento myself.
That's S-O-D. Yes, I done found water in the
All right, June 17th. June 17th. We're almost there.
You don't know if you're a boss until you help a nigga out. You ain't making out that mud till you help your niggas out. 2021, sleeping on my mama couch. 27 years.
Shout out to I'ma speak on it. Said from the V, that be me. Yep.
Young living at my mama.
Hey, I was just out in the V a few days ago. I was just out in Oakland. I stopped at what was it? Hot Boys Chicken downtown. Stopped at Hot Boys, and I went to what's it called? Gregory's Gourmet. I think that's the name of it. It's a black-owned business. He makes cheesecakes. Great cheesecakes. Gregory's Gourmet in Oakland. Check it out, y'all.
Shit change, check account. I can help my mama out. All these fucking renovations could have bought my mama out. V5, 4, bum. All my niggas in this bitch going dumb. Couldn't play Pokemon, I could never choose one. When it's all adding up, everybody wants some. If a nigga don't like me, he hate himself. Niggas don't need no money, they need help. If I say fuck your shit, that's how I felt. And if you in your feelings about it, I'm like, well. Link up.
All right, guys, we're almost there.
Grinding,
June 10th.
1.5 off rapping. Link up, blapping. The bay up now, bitch, what's happening? Ayy, 24 hours a day, I'm grinding. AB made the grill, I'm shining. Hopped out the bed, turn my swag on high. Am I looking like a bag or a bag? Don't lie. Said I would quit, but I'm still getting high. I like my women with some ass on the side. I like leather seats that heat when I ride. 70 degrees, please, on my side. My hydro flask on full. Crib need an airport hangar and a pool. I'm in a 414 playing pool. Tell the engineer get microprints a stool. This is life. I just make it sound like this. I never thought my shit would get around like this. They from here, but they ain't in a town like this. Flow water, you gon' fuck around and drown like this. I'm grinding, slapping, 1.5 off rapping. Hey, link up, blapping. The bay up now, bitch, what's happening? I'm smiling, gigging. Feeling like Tyson with
June
the
4th, y'all.
pigeons,
2 more days.
jugging,
2 more days.
wiggling.
We're almost
On
there.
the west side, we talk a little different. Wah, grinding.
All right. We getting so close, y'all. We getting so close.
Let me poke my spittery right quick, my Vallejo partner. Right quick. I'm forever. I'm not a tree.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. We got to pause the 40 water. We're in June 2nd now. Oh, we're in June 2nd. I got to find it this way. We're in June 2nd now. Where is the map? We are officially in June 2nd. Archaic rituals. 15 American landmarks that were built by slaves. Mexico admits Black Indians exist. Oh, that was the day I bought my new road bike. I'm looking at bike tires and shit. Hold up. Where is it? Disney Plus. What was I watching on Disney Plus in June? That must have been when the second season of Andor came out. Let's see. Harold Corlander. Native Black Americans were here before Columbus. Floripedia and the Seminole Wars. Who is an Indian? Who's a Negro? Racial reclassification in Oklahoma. Come on, y'all. Come on. Ancestry.com. What is happening? Where is it? Source clarification. What's up? Okay, guys. Hope is not lost. We found the Okmulgee Mounds. We've got LSU. We've got the Ortona Mounds. Okay. All right, guys. This is my last chance. I swear, after I find this, I'm rolling up, y'all. I have earned it. Oh, Lord. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm rolling up a fatty on God. Matter of fact, fuck that. I ain't just rolling up a fatty. I'm putting wax in that bitch. I'm putting wax in them. I'm infusing that motherfucker. Oh Lord. And I'm watching some Rick and Morty too. Season 8. Okay, season 8. Let me see. Please, ancestors, I beg of thee. Hold on, y'all. Let me get on my Pan-African shit. Ogun, Oshun, Alegba, Shango. No, I'm kidding. We can leave the African Orishas alone. They ain't gonna do nothing for us. Oh shit, I'm just delirious, y'all. I'm delirious. It's been a long day. It's been a very, very long day. Let me see. Hey, you know shit's real bad if I'm praying on African Orishas. You know, they got his last wits. You know, I done lost all hope if I'm reaching out to the African gods, okay? Oh shit. All right, I'm doing too much, y'all. I'm doing too much. Let me find it. Links. Where is the link? Facts. NPS history? No. Oh shoot. Okay. Okay, check it. I know what I need to do. Hold on.
I'm on team. I got Yeti. I'm a cash cow. Used to be broke. Look at me now. Heavy. Winners never quit and quitters never win. Botch. I'll peel your potato, turn it into tater tots. I sold more units than an apartment bill. I chose to hustle instead of stealing. Fuck around and money max up on $1 million. I'm not a sap. I'm a real mafia, like a Sicilian. My stage dive at the Conquer Pavilion. If it wasn't for my pen, I'd be in the pen locked up and eating spreads. Exercising the programming up in the state or in the feds. My music be slapping the jam and lyrics stuck in your head. 40 be sliding, be saying some shit that I wish I would have said.
Grinding, slapping, 1.5 off rapping, ayy, link up, blapping, the bay up now, bitch, what's happening? I'm smiling, gigging, feeling like Tyson with the pigeons, jugging, wiggling, on the west side, we talk a little different, wah, grinding, I'm grinding, wah, grinding, I'm grinding. Hey, motion, yeah, hey, bitch, I'm in motion, I turn a 1 to a 2 and a 5 to a 10. I'll do that shit again. It was all a blur, had to wipe off the lens. Take a pic, then I'm gone with the wind. Big fish, you could tell by the fin. Doing well, could tell by what I mean. I hopped out the black Escalade on stock. Paid the dropper for the day, nigga, I be doing a lot. My, oh my, what a run I'm on. Album 29 when you run this song. I've been at distance church and flip phones. This homemade, your sauce from Wishbone. Ballejo. Pillsbury Factory, we make dough. This young man, he play Vogue. His family moved from the east side, oh. Stopped in the north for the VJO. Beat down your block, it's a TKO. Me, I'm a West Russ and I need peso. Tostitos and mucho queso. If we talking rap, then it ain't too many clothes. Niggas dead to me and I don't believe in ghosts. You could break bread when you make it by the loaf. 10,000 shots, I'm getting better every post. Bitch, I'm in motion. Motion. Bitch, I'm in motion. 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 I'm from the N-O-R-T-H. I'm a petty wop the track when you send it my way. I'm at the pergola, but stop the sliders in the driveway. My head blasting the sea shit, my way. What I did for my motion, put my cleats to the pave. I'm a stand-up nigga and I'ma be that to the grave. Feel like my last 2 years been up in the maze. Ain't got my bread, won't be no toast in here today. Don't get me wrong, a lot of shit I won't do for no paper. All I wanted was the cake, now I've been gaining weight. Last week was high speeding to your song, nigga shake. And in the field too long, waiting on the right play. You don't get you no motion, you gon' stay a lightweight. Drop at the drop, go get it the right way. And I won't let a soul come and get in my way. I hit the road, Jack, now I run the highway. Bitch, I'm in motion. Link up. Huh? Wow. This shit so smooth. My daddy told me not to let nobody take your dream. A bad player shouldn't break the team. A bad play shouldn't lose the game. It's gonna be hard to win and play who to blame. Don't wanna take accountability for all the L's, but you want responsibility for all the sales. Don't be ashamed to mop the floor or stock the shelves. I went from stocking shelves to having stock for sale. I still stock the shelves if I need to. It ain't a band-aid I won't bleed through. They say never bite the hand that can't feed you. I say it all depend on what they feed you. It ain't mutually beneficial if they need you. If their life won't be the same once they leave you. It's hard to build on top of broken foundation. Life is black and white, fucking Dalmatian. This kind of hip-hop free the nation. I heal niggas, this is not an occupation. More like inoculation, I'm getting sicker. Flow water poured out the pitcher. 1 minute you saying cheese, then you out the picture. And niggas out to get you. We both going places, but I ain't going with you. My daddy told me not to let nobody take your dream. A bad player shouldn't break the team. A bad play shouldn't lose the game. It's gonna be hard to win and play who to blame. Don't wanna take accountability for all the L's, but you want responsibility for all the sales. Don't be ashamed to mop the floor or stock the shelves. I went from shell to having stock for sale.
Hey, and I've been on the streets too long. Money on my mind, I close my eyes, but I can't sleep too long. You feed niggas outside, they tryna eat your soul. They don't reach out to a nigga after I reach my goals.
Hey, Kendrick say if it ain't congratulate, then it look like hate. And I ain't hear shit that sound like a congratulations when you hear I made it through all them trials and tribulations. It's all love though. It ain't a soul on this earth I call bad blood still. Cause I got that light in me. And that shit make me so unconcerned with all the animosity. Storytelling and player hating. See, I laid all these bricks myself, so ain't shit that could shake this foundation. I'm moving through life with the intentions to shake the nation, so anything that don't include the work, I gotta leave to the niggas that's still trying to find out their purpose. Fuck. I've been there. I battled that. You gotta remember there ain't shit you could take from me that could make up for where you lacking at.
And I've been on the streets too long. Money on my mind, I close my eyes, but I can't sleep too long. You feed niggas outside, they tryna eat your soul. They don't reach out to a nigga after I reach my goals.
My daddy told me not to let nobody take your dream. A bad player shouldn't break the team. A bad play shouldn't lose the game. It's gonna be hard to win and play who to blame. Don't wanna take accountability for all the L's, but you want responsibility for all the sales. Don't be ashamed to mop the floor or stock the shelves. I went from shell to having stock for sale. Huh? Yeah. Wow. Life rap.
Hey, what's happening, Russ? It's your boy Lil John. We gotta talk to these niggas and show them how we living, man.
You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? You had it, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? I wouldn't have the time if I had it. I'm on, buzzing like static. I like my paper, chromatic. Large bills, please, while you at it. A miserable nigga would probably hate to see me coming. Watching me, I suggest you start running. I'm trying to get after it like post-production. Her nigga don't know I beat ghost production. You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? Don't see you around town, you a ghost or something? Always got something to say, you a host or something? No, you don't like me cause I don't like a post or something? Hello? I can't talk right now with Lil Jon, bitch. This ain't the movie where I die in the end. This where the hero learn to fly in the end. Rolls Royce suit and tie in the end. You failed once, nigga, try it again. You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? I do a lot, but I can't do it all. I mean, I ball, but I really don't ball. I'm not a pitcher, but my picture on the wall. Can't run, then walk, you can't walk, then crawl. Excuse me, miss, can I holler for $1? I'm from the turf, you can tell by the collar. I just learned it's a gala, not a gala. If it ain't about no pay, me no nada. You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? I'm with John up at KO one. Just keep working, your day gon' come. It might take 10, it might take 100. You should listen when I speak, cause I've done it. I wouldn't have the time if I had it. I'm on, buzzing like static. I like my paper, chromatic. Large bill, please, while you at it. You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? You having, but ain't having like this. If you ain't got it, you can't have it like this. I got bread, got sauce, got guap. One question, you having or not? Can I holler for $1? Can I holler for $1?
All right.
If a nigga don't like me, he hate himself. Niggas don't need no money, they need help. If I say fuck your shit, that's how I feel. And if you in your feelings about it, I'm like, well, back up out of my space, I need a breather. I don't really like broke niggas and me either. If I lose, I be damned, I'm like a beaver. Used to be hot, what happened? They in the freezer. Here where I'm from, put in S on me. From the V like 40 and SOB. Nothing standard about this work, no SOP. From the dirt got green, that's SOD. Yes, I done found water in the drought. You don't know if you got heart until you down for the count. You don't know if you a boss until you help a nigga out. You ain't making out that mud till you help your niggas out. 2021, sleeping on my mama couch. 27 years young, living at my mama house. Shit, change check account, I can help my mama out. All these fucking renovations could have bought my mama house. B5, 4, thumb. All my niggas in this bitch going dumb. Couldn't play Pokemon, I could never choose one. When it's all adding up, everybody wants some. If a nigga don't like me, he hate himself. Niggas don't need no money, they need help. If I say fuck your shit, that's how I felt. And if you in your feelings about it, I'm like, well,
Lesbian period.
well,
Thank sweet little blonde hair, blue eyed baby Jesus. I found it. Oh, I found it. Oh, I feel vindicated. Oh my gosh, I found it. I thought I was going crazy. I found it. Oh Lord, I found it. I found it, y'all. I found it. The wait is over. The wait is over. I found it, y'all. Cue the spiritual music, y'all. Cue the choir. I found it. I found it. Thank you for everybody who was waiting patiently throughout that. I get a bit fixated with the receipts, okay? I could have gave up a long time ago, but I said, y'all need to see the source cited. You need to know where to find it. And from now on, I'm going to have this bookmarked so it will never take this long to find it again. Shout out to everybody who's been watching through this entire ordeal. Help me out, guys. How long was I just searching for that? It feels like 2 hours. Help me out. Was that 20 minutes? Was that 30 minutes? Was that 50? I don't know. Time is just warping. How long was that? How long did I just search? You were lying, pal. That was not 5 minutes. You were lying. That was way longer than 5 minutes. There's no way that was possibly 5 minutes. Give me some feedback, y'all. Give me some feedback. I know that was, there we go, 30 minutes, at least 20 minutes. Okay, so about 20, 30 minutes straight, I just searched for it. And I got it. I got it. You guys see how serious I take this now, huh? Could have gave up a long time ago. But I got it. So what I was looking for all this time is the megalithic portal. The megalithic portal. Oh, God. It took so long. And the reason why it's so hard to find this is actually like a UK website. Like this isn't really like a US thing, right? Them folks over in the UK are charting out all the indigenous mound sites in the Americas. Say it ain't so. Megalithic portal. And actually, let me make sure we go to south of the US. And I saw somebody in the comment section that was asking if I can explain these other maps that I have on the screen. I will explain these as well. But let me start with the one that I just spent 30 minutes straight searching for. Megalithic. Here we go. June 3rd. Ah, see, I was looking for June 2nd, and the whole time it was June 3rd. The tricks they play, guys. The tricks they play. We'll go to world map. Choose a country. We'll say US. And actually, guys, I actually found this website maybe like 15 minutes ago, but the page I was on just didn't really look the same. So I just really wasn't secure in what I was finding. But I got it now. I for surely got it right now. I'm just looking on the megalithic portal to see which one of these maps I had up. Let me see. Here we go. The New Old World. Tens of thousands of mounds that were plowed and plantationed. Yeah, you heard that right. Plowed and plantationed. Boom, boom, boom. North American Gallery, South Gallery, clickable photos, the best ancient sites to visit in the US. Damn, it took 30 minutes to find the website. It better not take another 30 minutes to find the right map on the website. Hold on, the North American Gallery. Here we go, the South. Yes, the South. We've got the South. Hold on, I want the map, though. I don't want it in list form. I don't like this list form business. I want the interactive map. Latest images, gallery. No. I need an interactive map. You ain't gonna play me. Gallery. Okay, so right now I'm in the gallery. That's the issue. We're gonna get out of the gallery. We're gonna go to browse by Google Earth. We're gonna give you guys the Google Earth view. Perfect. Full KMZ download. That's what it is. Here we go. I got the KMZ download. I'm going to download this file now. I'm pretty sure this is a Google Earth overlay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Download and install Google Earth Pro desktop. No, there's another way that I should be able to find this without actually downloading Google Earth. Hold on. Sunday, the 6th of August, 2023. Nah. Let's say find a site. Let's say browse by site type. Pyramid, Holy Well, Sacred Springs, Artificial Mound, Megalithic Portal search. Here we go. Okay, so just so you guys have something new to look at on the screen, let me drag this over. This is part of the map that I'm looking for. That's not the whole thing. Now what I need to find more specifically is going to be the Google Earth version that shows all of it. You know what I can actually do now? Now that I know it's Megalithic Sites UK, let me go back to my email from where I was messaging back and forth with Uriah. And let's search by that keyword. Megalithic. Megalithic. The word of the day is megalithic. Here we go. New Old World. Archive.org. We're megalithic.co.uk. So it wants me to download it to do the sat view. The problem is I don't want to have to download anything and I still want the sat view. Download sites to click downloads. Nah, I want to share this with you in the Google Earth format. Come on. Google Earth. Whatever, guys. I'm going to play along. If they say I got to download Google Earth, Megalithic Portal meets Google Earth downloads. Resources. OpenStreetMap. Too many sites to put them all on the map. Use a filter above. Let's filter this by United States. We will go back to ancient villages. UK and Ireland, no. Browse by country. Man, I'm gonna enjoy this joint. I'm gonna enjoy it more than I've ever enjoyed a joint today, I tell you. Denmark, no. Norway, no. Germany, no. Mexico, no. You would think this would be alphabetized, but clearly it's not. Okay. Megalithic Portal UK Google Map view. South. Clickable megalith map of the world with search links. The best ancient sites to visit in the US. Map browser, Google Earth. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord, I think this is it. I think this is it. Okay. So this is why I've been having such difficulty. It's actually not my fault after all. So they just updated their website. They used to have an interactive Google Earth overlay where you can see all of the different earthworks and pyramids. But now they want you to download it. And then I guess you would upload the file to Google Earth. And then from there, I'm assuming it gives you access. Let me download this file real quick. It says it's only 6 megabytes. That doesn't even sound right for a file download. That would be an extremely small file download. Let me see, US South. Street maps. Tucson. Let's go artificial mound. Man-made mounds. Okay. So again, the map that you guys are actually seeing on the screen is a portion of the map I want to show you. It's just not very detailed. Hold on. Not only is it not very detailed, but I really want to give you the Google Earth version. I mean, some could say that I'm just being a stickler for no reason at this point. I mean, but I really like the Google Earth version. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. All right, guys, I swear, give me 3 to 5 more minutes. If I can't figure out how to download and convert this Google Earth version, then I'll just go through these 3 maps with you as is. But there should definitely be a way for me to get it just how I had it before. Let me do one more search. Megalithic. I'm gonna go back. There we go. August. I don't know about August. We've got Oxford State Mound. Okay, we got some photos there. All right, this one's looking pretty good. Oh, shit. Okay, we got it. We got it. Now, how do I just change the overlay? Can I get a new overlay? No new overlay. Let me change this filter. Sites. Damn, I really don't like the display. Hold on, guys. Just so you guys have something fresh to look at, I'll bring over the latest iteration I found. You see how the map keeps getting more and more detailed the more I keep searching, right? Come on. Download GPS sat view. I don't need GPS or sat. What I'm looking for is Google Earth version. And I want to filter it by only pyramids and mound sites. Okay, we're going to go over here. Megalithic portal. We've got the Oxford Stone map. Worldwide map with clustering. Man, oh man, oh man. You know what? Let's throw an 1800s map in the mix as well. Yeah, this 1800s one is going to be a real good one to save to the archive. Hold on, let me drag that over. Okay, got it. So they do say that I got to have Google Earth downloaded on my computer. Just downloaded it. We're now launching it. Below is a link to the KMZ file. Let's go ahead and download this file. Kittle Earthworks 9/1/2020. Initiate the download. Boom, boom, boom. Mounds Lake, archaeological travel. All right, perfect. I got everything I need, guys. Unfortunately, I cannot find the Google Earth version of this, so we're just going to have to work with the regular versions that we're seeing here. But before I walk you through these different maps and what they mean, let me bring up something from my hard drive. I got this saved in my consultation folder here. This is a document that I share during genealogy consultations quite often. Was it a PDF? Government tribal structure maps. There we go. Now I've got several maps. Is this the right map? That's the Black Massacre maps. That's the. I think that's still important to share with you guys. We'll bring this one up as well. But give me just a second, and I'll have the other one that I'm looking for. Natives versus Mongols. Okay. North America. Package 2, Walter Plecker, reclassification, white slaves, white cargo. Where's that map of the mounds that I show all the time? Recordings, testimonials. Here we go. Map of the Southeast. That's the one that I just brought up. 4%? Nah, it's not 4%. Government stole tribal structure. Oh no, this is Spanish conquistador journals about Black Indians in California. That's not going to be it. All right, whatever. This last map I'm looking for, we'll just give up on it. The last map wasn't too big of a thing anyways, I suppose. But okay, so I got everything I need now to properly explain this. Shout out to everybody who's waiting patiently throughout it. Let's start with the map that I was originally looking for. And we'll also pull up the Google Map version. All right, so guys, check this out. First thing I want you to notice, and I think the whole reason why I went down the rabbit hole of finding the maps is because somehow we were talking about the Southwestern Plains natives. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. We were talking about the Southwestern Plains natives. I was showing the Google Maps, and I was showing how the Asiatic natives, by the way, how they mostly inhabited like Alaska, northern Canada, parts of the plains, and how that was due to the fact that most of the Americas was already inhabited by us. So the only place that they can really occupy was the barren wastelands that nobody really wanted, right? Right. Now, real quick, I think the fastest way for me to find this document off the top of my head is just to pull it from StreamYard. Hold on, let me see the other one here. Okay, yeah. So this is what I really wanted to highlight for you guys. Check this out. Check this out. We're going to bring this one to the front. They want me to log in to view it, whatever. Actually, let me just download the image real quick so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. And we'll save this to downloads. All right, guys, here we go. Now we're ready. So check this out. Check this out. First and foremost, the main reason why I wanted to share this with you all is to really highlight that, for lack of better words, those Plains Indians ain't never been on shit. They've never built anything. They've never had any vast culture or civilization. They've been roaming around with some buffalo scalping people. I mean, if we're just going to speak plainly, right? Now, if anybody was to look up a general map of the U.S. pyramid and mound sites, you'll come across a map just like this. Let me try to zoom in on it a little bit. You know, we got some spiral mounds, you got some knap mounds, you got Lake Jansen, Okmulgee, Rock Eagle, Town Creek. I mean, on this map right now, how many mounds would you guys say that we're seeing? What, 100 mounds? 100 maybe? I mean, I'm seeing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. I mean, probably over 100 mounds, right? 100, 120, somewhere around that. Let me get some feedback from my live viewing audience. How many mounds do you guys think we're seeing right here? I'd say over 100. Do you guys think over 100? Do you guys think under 100? Let me think. I'm going to conservatively say, let's say 120 mounds, right? Well, if you look at a general map, this is what they're going to show you. But in actuality, there was way more mounds than this. In actuality, there were thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of mounds. Matter of fact, they're just now discovering new mounds to this day due to things like LiDAR scanning. And most of these mounds and pyramid structures that we find in the Southeast are identical to mounds and pyramids that they're discovering all through the Amazon rainforest through what? The technology that is LiDAR scanning. Now, first and foremost, the reason why I was bringing up the whole map of the mounds and the pyramids and whatnot is because we got to drive the point home that them Plains Indians ain't never been on shit. This is not all of the mounds. I'm going to show you way more mounds than this in just a moment. But guys, don't you notice something peculiar about this map? Don't you notice that this is primarily the Southeast, East Coast, basically from the Gulf Coast up to the Great Lakes? Notice how we don't see no mounds in like the plains. Notice how no one's talking about pyramids in the plains. This is all Southeast, East Coast, Great Lakes, Gulf of Mexico region. But wait, there's more. If we go to Google Maps, right? If you want to find some of these mounds on your own, type in Indian mounds. Type in Indian mounds on Google Maps, right? You type in Indian mounds, and they're going to really lead you astray. The last map we saw at least showed like 100, 150, maybe 200. But now if you go on Google Maps and type in Indian mounds, they're just going to show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They ain't even going to show you 20 on Google. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. This is what you got to do, especially if you're messing with Google. The trick is you've got to then zoom into an area and click search this area. Damn, now that we do that, we're seeing damn near 20 mounds just in this little part of Florida alone. Scroll up a little bit, northern Florida, click search this area. Damn, once again, we got another half a dozen mound sites in this area alone. Come over here around Savannah, Georgia area, Augusta. Again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mound sites in this area alone. Come up to Atlanta, Huntsville, Chattanooga, click search this area. We've got another 2, 4, 6, 8 mounds in this area alone. But again, if you zoom out and click search this area, they're just going to show you about 20 or so mounds. But then when you actually zoom into an area, click search this area, oh shit, there's way more mounds, right? Now, again, something you got to notice about these mounds that we're looking at, whether we click search this area on a macro level or whether we zoom in and click search this area on a micro level, you notice that we're not really seeing any mounds or pyramid structures west of the Mississippi. Have you guys ever realized that? I mean, a lot of you guys have probably researched the mounds, the pyramid structures, the earthworks, the effigy works, right? But have you ever noticed, have you ever really looked at it on a map and said, damn, you know, all the pyramids, all the mounds are in the Southeast. They're in the East Coast. They're in the Great Lakes region. I mean, they're not really found in the plains where those Asiatic Mongols migrated to, right? If they were the true indigenous people of the Americas, then they would descend from the Mississippian mound builders, which means they would have preserved the legacy of mound building. But guess what? Those Asians in the plains ain't never built nothing but a teepee. Let that sink in. Let it sink in. We're looking for mounds. We're searching for mounds. I see mounds in Illinois. I see mounds around Chicago. I see mounds in Indiana. I see mounds around Kentucky. I see mounds all through Alabama. Matter of fact, there's literally mounds on the Louisiana State University campus. Most people don't know that. College kids are walking past indigenous mound sites to this day, right on campus. But you know what? I ain't never heard of no mound sites in Montana, in Arizona, in Oklahoma. I've never heard of any mounds in the plains region. Let that sink in. They ain't never been on shit. They ain't never built shit because we are not them and they are not us. They are wandering nomads. They came from Mongolia, Russia, Asia. What did they do when they were over in Asia? They roamed with the animals and roamed with the seasons. What do they do now that they're here in America? They roam with the animals and they roam with the seasons. And guess what happens as soon as they stop roaming with the animals and the seasons like they do ancestrally? Guess what happens? Well, now they're on the reservation in poverty, down bad, drinking too much. Hey, it is what it is, what it's going to be. So, guys, I urge you in your own time to not only look up the different mound sites, the different earthworks and whatnot, but also really understand that you do not find these in the plains region. The farthest to the east, or excuse me, the farthest to the west that we can find mounds is probably going to be the Caddo Mound site in Texas. And still, that's like a stone's throw away from Louisiana. That's just on the other side of the Mississippi, right? Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. We got some ancient mounds in Texas, close to the Texas-Louisiana border. We've got 3 mounds popping up right here. Still, this isn't really the plains region. We've got a medicine mound in Oklahoma. Again, this is a mountain peak. This is not an actual mound. Don't get confused. This is a natural mountain peak that they just called medicine mounds. That is completely different from the man-made mounds that you find all throughout the Southeast. This one's called Mounds Plantation. Why is it called Mounds Plantation? Because this is what the Europeans did. They destroyed the mounds. They destroyed the indigenous civilization, and they converted it to a plantation. You do realize when the European settlers moved to the Southeast, you know that they did not have to like cut down trees and clear forests and clear brush to make these plantations. You realize they just took over our farmland, right? You do know we already had houses and farms, and they chased us out and moved into our houses. Did you guys actually think that when a rich plantation owner gets some land in the Southeast, he like hires some people to like clear away a bunch of trees and stuff so he can have a plantation? It wasn't like that. They were taking over indigenous settlements. The fences were already built. The rows of corn were already there. The rows of cotton were already there. The rows of tobacco were already there. They simply took over what we built. But wait, there's more. Those of us that didn't relocate west of the Mississippi, those of us that got kidnapped, captured as prisoners of war, some of us got forced onto those plantations, made to work for free on land that used to be our own. But they don't teach you that in school, right? They'll never teach you in school the correlation between Indian removal and all these plantations in the South. All these antebellum plantations in the South did not come into existence until post-1830s. What happens in the 1830s? Indian removal. Well, what happened to those millions of acres of land that the Indians had settled and had farms and homesteads and houses? European settlers moved in, and they've been fronting like it's theirs ever since. Let's talk about it. Someone in the chat says, what about Tennessee? Let's check out Tennessee. Shoot, I'm slow. Why can't I find Tennessee on the map? Isn't it the little strip? Isn't it? There it is. There it is. Tennessee mounds. We got the Glass Springs Indian mounds. Now, if you ever see an Indian mound on Google Maps and you click on it and the photo is of like some little grass or something like this, this means they destroyed the mound. A lot of times you'll see the names of mounds on the map. You'll click it. It'll be a little patch of grass or something. That means they destroyed it. Typically what they leave instead of the mounds intact is they put up like a little plaque. Hey, this used to be a mound site before we destroyed it. Watch. Oh, look, here's the little plaque. Glass Mounds Archaeological Site. Around 8200, Native Americans built 4 earthen mounds along the West Harpeth River. These stood between 8 and 20 feet tall and contained copper artifacts, demonstrating trade between Tennessee and the Ohio Valley. On behalf of the Smithsonian, who was behind stealing all of our artifacts, destroying all the mounds, converting them to plantations. The Smithsonian was. On behalf of the Smithsonian and the Peabody Museum at Harvard, Tennessee residents W.M. Clark and Edward Curtis excavated two of the mounds in 1875 and 1879. Guys, excavated is just code for destroyed. When you excavate something, you don't preserve it. You don't keep it intact. You destroy it. You dig it up. You take what you find and send it to Harvard to put in a museum. You send what's too controversial to the Smithsonian so they can hide it in the basement. That's how they got down. So for that person that was asking about Tennessee, yeah, you got the Glass Springs Indian mounds that they destroyed. You got the Mound Bottom State Archaeological Area. So it looks like they kept up one mound or two. Oftentimes they'll keep up a little mound, make you think, oh, the Indians just took a little dirt, piled it on top of each other. No, don't get it twisted. Some of the largest mound sites that you can visit that's still kind of mostly intact to this day would be like the Cahokia mound sites outside of St. Louis. That's a good one. Huge truncated pyramid structure. Again, this is not a mound. This is a pyramid with steps leading up. These steps were built by the indigenous people. The U.S. government just added a rail, poured some cement. Right outside of St. Louis, ginormous truncated pyramid structure. Why do they call it a truncated pyramid? Well, they call it a truncated pyramid because the top is cut off. We would put the leaders' houses up there. We would have ceremonial buildings. We would use the top to look out for enemies and people coming up the river. Look up the term truncated pyramid. Most of the pyramids in the Americas, whether Aztec, whether Mayan, whether in the Amazon, whether in Mexico, most of them are truncated pyramids, which are different from the type of pyramids you see in Egypt that are pointing at the top. Much different indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 30 minutes plus to find the map I was looking for, and I still didn't even really find the exact map I was looking for. It's really a map like this, but it's in like Google Earth version. And then when you zoom in, it gives you like a more intricate detailing of some of these mounds and stuff. This map will kind of get the job done, I guess, but it's not really as thorough as I want it to be. But even looking at this map, which still doesn't show all the full mounds, you still notice how none of these mounds are really west of the Mississippi, right? You see how over here in the plains, New Mexico, Phoenix, no, you see how there's nothing here, right? No mounds, no nothing. Hey, if you're really indigenous to this land, and all across the Americas, we have ball courts, we have truncated pyramids, we have effigy structures that the indigenous people created. Why aren't those same structures found in the parts of the country that you and your people inhabit? Because you're not the same as us. Cue the Kendrick. They not like us. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Bubble says you're missing Knoxville too. The Valley Race War, they took a lot of property. Yeah. Yep. Kareem says, FBA, American Freedmen, our spirit and soul is something completely different. Yeah, facts. Young Grind says, it's a lot of mountains in Mississippi. Memphis, Tennessee, all America, they ain't ready. Yeah, yeah. Rack says, they look the same as the step pyramids in Mexico under that grass. Yeah, facts. Not only that, what if I told you guys that they literally found a Mayan step pyramid in Florida? Let me get a 0 in the chat if you guys had no idea that a few years ago, researchers discovered a Mayan pyramid in Florida. 0s in the chat if you didn't know about that. 0s in the chat. All right. I'm seeing 0s in the chat. You know what? To thank you guys for your patience watching me search for maps on maps on maps. Let me give you this receipt real quick. Mayan pyramids found in Florida. Found in Florida like 4 years ago or something. And you never heard about this on the news, have you? They ain't talking about this on the university campus, are they? What are they trying to hide? Why is it the first time you're learning about the Mayan step pyramid in Florida is from some random dude on TikTok? I mean, All right.
Crystal River.
This is what we're looking for.
It's a complex known to be one of the longest occupied ancient sites in Florida.
Jerry.
Hi.
Justin Fornell.
Nice to meet you.
Emiliano, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Gary Daniels is an expert on the Maya. He spent decades exploring Maya ruins in 8 different countries on 3 continents. If anyone knows about Maya settlements, it's him.
So Justin and I have been on the trail of the Maya. We believe the Maya might have made it from the Yucatan to Florida, but we haven't found any tangible evidence of a Maya settlement yet.
And we're very excited to hear about the Crystal River site and that you believe it's connected to the Maya.
Yes, I believe this is one of the first Mayan sites built here in Florida.
Wow. And why do you believe that?
The earliest archaeologists in 1903, they all believed based on the architecture.
I'm sorry. Let me pause the video real quick. Somebody in my TikTok comment section looks confused. Simply says, can you explain why you have a tribal card, but explaining to us that natives are not from here? Clearly, you're lost in the sauce. There are indigenous tribes of the Americas, and then there are Native Americans. Native Americans, we can call them native. Native just means born here, technically. And some of these folks been here for thousands of years, but they're not indigenous to the Americas. They're indigenous to Asia. That's where they migrated from. Even mainstream academics talk about the Bering Strait migration, right? So when you say to me, well, you have a tribal card, but you're saying that natives are not from here, I guess you missed the part where I'm specifically speaking about Southwestern Plains natives. Guess what? I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation of Oklahoma. Where was my tribe before Oklahoma, before the Trail of Tears? We weren't in no plains, that's for sure. We were in the Southeast, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, the Carolinas. So I don't understand why you're so confused about me speaking out about the Plains natives being migrants. And I don't know what that has to do with my tribal citizenship, considering my tribe does not come from the plains. My tribe would be descending from these mound builders we speak about. The Plains natives do not descend from mound builders. They don't build shit, but casinos once in a while.
Some of the artifacts that they were too similar to the Maya to have any other explanation than that the people who built this place were the Maya.
What are some of these Maya elements?
The Maya were so obsessed with astronomy, they aligned their cities with solar points, with equinoxes, with solstices, and you have those alignments here. This is the earliest place outside of Mexico.
Why is it that we find so many similarities between tribes of the Southeast and the Aztec, the Mayan, the Olmec? Guess what? They don't find no similarities between the Aztec, the Maya, the Olmec, and the Plains natives. Ain't nobody comparing the Plains natives to no Aztec, Maya, or Olmec. But guess what tribes they compare those to? The tribes of the Southeast. Like my tribe, the Muskogee Creek. And the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, Catawba. The list goes on and on and on.
You have all those things.
Wow.
According to Gary, because the Maya worshiped the sun as a godlike figure, there are 3 major structures. The temple mounds, stone monuments called stela, and step pyramids were always built to line up with the sun during solstices and equinoxes. If Crystal River was a Maya settlement, these alignments would have to be present.
Why is it that all of the earthworks and pyramids in the Southeast aligned with lunar events, equinoxes? Have you heard of any Plains natives creating any structures that line up with any astrological events? No. Why? Because that's too advanced for them.
They were definitely using the same principles to design Crystal River that they use at the Mayan sites.
Wow. We'd love to look at this site.
I can show you those alignments now, so let's go. So this site contains 2 stone stelae as well as temple mounds, which all appear to be Maya in origin. So this is Mound A. This is the largest temple mound on the site.
Wow. Look at that.
This
Teos, whatever your name is, says the Comanche had similar language. Similar language to who? Are you claiming that the Comanche's language is similar to the Mayan? Please don't tell me you're making the claim that the Comanche language is similar to the Mayan.
This is exactly what the sites in Mexico look like before they're reconstructed.
Right.
And it's from this location where you would see the alignment with Stela 1 for the summer solstice sunrise.
Wow.
According to Gary, when seen from above, Mound A and Stela 1 form a solar map, which points directly at the sunrise on the day of the summer solstice.
We have one piece of evidence that aligns with a celestial body. I think we need at least one more to make sure that what we're talking about is really pre-planned, precise positioning of the architect.
They're in Florida. They're trying to find evidence of a Mayan civilization. They're saying, hold up, we found a structure. This structure aligns with the equinox, it lines up with the sun. But wait, that's not enough. All Mayan settlements also have one more thing. They have a step pyramid. Not just a step pyramid, but the step pyramid is always located in a certain place at a certain distance from the rest of the settlement. Check this out.
Okay, let's go to Stela 1.
Let's have a look.
This is Stela 1. There are 2 of these on site. It aligns with Mound A, but it also aligns with Stela 2, which gives the winter solstice sunrise.
Wait a minute, they found Mound A. It aligns with the summer solstice. We're in Florida, right? They found Stela 1 and Stela 2 that aligns with the winter solstice. But that's still not enough. For this to be a Mayan civilization, a Mayan settlement, they got to find one more thing, and it should be in a certain position at a certain distance.
Rise alignment.
So this rock has 2 different alignments within this location. That's pretty incredible.
Combining the different points of the temple mound with Stele 1 and Stele 1 with Stele 2, it's clear the site was built to align with the solstices, matching perfectly to Maya architecture.
It aligns with the solstices. It matches perfectly with Mayan architecture, but that's not enough. We need one more thing.
You see all these clear structures that are measurements of the stars, all of these elements of Maya thought.
Yeah.
But what's missing? What do you always find in ancient Maya cities?
What are we missing, guys? What do we always find at ancient Mayan civilizations that we haven't found yet?
We're looking for that step pyramid.
Oh, they're looking for that step pyramid. They found one mound, lines up with the summer solstice. They found something else, lines up with the winter solstice. But nah. If this is a Mayan settlement, there must be a step pyramid, and it must be a certain distance away in an exact location.
Which is universal.
Exactly. If this is a Maya site, where is the step pyramid?
So right here is Mound H. It's a very linear mound with a wide ramp coming down from the top of the mound, and it's the first one built anywhere outside of Mexico.
Wow.
Now, what's interesting about this, typically in the Maya world, when you had a linear mound like this, you would then have a stepped pyramid to the west of it, and we just don't find one here.
If this is a Maya settlement, it must be out there.
Where's due west of here?
Oh, Lord. I knew that Simply Kylie was a bit lost in the sauce, but I didn't know you were this ignorant. Simply Kylie says, I know the 5 civilized tribes were smart, only tribes to have a language and own slaves. That's so false. That's so false. I guess you've never heard of the Iroquois Confederacy. I guess you've never heard of the Algonquins. Did this dumbass really just say that the 5 civilized tribes were the only tribes to have a language? Oh, so I guess all the other thousands of tribes across the Americas, I guess they just like didn't speak words. They just like grunted and did charades like hand gestures. Did this dumbass really just say that the 5 civilized tribes were the only tribes to have a language? Sir, ma'am, whatever you identify as. my tribe is not the only tribe to have a language. Yeah. Yeah, you're so lost. You're so lost. Oh Lord, what are they teaching you on the reservation? That has to be some reservation education right there. Or maybe you're watching us from a third world country. I'm not sure.
Due west is that direction.
Up and see if we can find it ourselves.
Do it.
Let me pull out a map. If we go directly due west, we'd end up on what looks like some kind of island.
Yeah.
So they're saying that the step pyramid has to be a certain distance due west. Well, guess what, guys? Coincidentally, at that exact distance due west, guess what they find? Not a pyramid at first. No. But the area due west that a pyramid must be located at, if this is a Mayan site, there must be a step pyramid at this location. Well, coincidentally, that's government property. Coincidentally, the government don't want nobody on that part of their government land. But wait a minute, Mike. You said that they found a Mayan step pyramid in Florida, so they have to go to that land and find the pyramid there. So how do they find it if the government says they can't go on that government parcel of land? Guess what? They have to fly a drone over. But it's so dense and forested, so they have to attach a laser to the drone, and through LiDAR technology, look it up if you've never heard that term, LIDAR. It's the same way that autonomous cars see and can drive themselves, lasers, like a bat with echolocation, right? They bounce the lasers off the ground, and they can reveal what's through that dense forest, what's through that dense brush. And only through flying a drone over and bouncing layers do they find the Mayan step pyramid that the government has been hiding in Florida all this time.
The linear mound site lands on the edge of the Crystal River, but just west across the water lies Roberts Island.
So close yet so far, you know what I mean?
Well, hopefully we can get some answers.
Unfortunately, we've discovered that Roberts Island is on highly restricted state land, so we can't get access.
That's okay. Let's see what these guys got.
So we've called in backup, a team of specialists who will use high-tech aerial mapping equipment to give us unprecedented access to that island.
Precision Hawk?
How are you?
How you doing? Justin. Nice to see you. Coming out.
Jamie, nice to meet you, man.
Precision Hawk is a leader in LiDAR drone technology who uses state-of-the-art laser systems to scan and uncover anomalies below the surface. Any structure above or below the ground, we'll be able to see.
We're looking for ancient Maya pyramids. We think that there could be a structure on that island over there.
The LiDAR, we can remove all that vegetation, and if it's there, we should be able to see it.
All right, let's get loaded up, gents.
While I'm pretty convinced that the Maya were here, in order to prove this to everyone else, we really need incontrovertible proof. If we can find that step pyramid, I think in a way it would restore their legacy as great nautical masters, as great explorers, and most importantly, it would prove they resettled in America.
Did you guys know that the Mayan resettled in America? Let's participate in an exercise of critical thought. If the Mayan resettled in America, and we know we have a Mayan step pyramid in Florida, then isn't it safe to say that the Mayan integrated or assimilated or would later evolve into what we now see as some of these tribes in the Southeast? The Mayan didn't go from Central America, South America, and go to the plains and go to the desert and start building step pyramids. No, they went to Florida. They went to the Southeast. Where did the Mayan go from Florida? Do you think they disappeared? No, they got absorbed into the population that we now call Black Americans. When you talk about these 5 civilized tribes, when you talk about tribes who have federal recognition or state recognition, the Maya don't come to mind. But the Mayan did not go extinct. They migrated. Where did the Mayan go? Where did the Olmec go? Where did the Aztec go? Mainstream academia wants you to believe that some Europeans sneezed a couple times and all the Indians died and vanished. No, they migrate. They survive. They carry on.
So the idea is to head directly west, straight line, and try to cover as much as possible.
Looking for any anomalies, any human-made structures.
Anything that stands out from the rest of the vegetation. Of course, the main thing we're looking for is a step pyramid. That's our hit.
You can see it's going over now.
Yep.
To start its lawnmower survey pattern. And we're going to work our way from here west over this island.
Equipped with onboard GPS, the LiDAR will map the entire...
You guys understand how profound this is? If it wasn't for drone technology and laser LiDAR scanning technology, we would never know that there is a Mayan step pyramid on this government island in Florida. Why? Because the government's hiding it from us. How do they hide it? They make the land restricted, and it's all dense wetlands and forests. You can't see through it. So how would you know there's a pyramid there? You wouldn't. Just like the Amazon rainforest, right? For hundreds of years, the Europeans said the Amazon rainforest is uninhabitable. The Amazon rainforest, there was nobody here. There was a little tribe here and there. No, through LiDAR scanning, they're finding that, first of all, the Amazon rainforest was man-made. That is a ginormous garden. Why is it so overgrown? Because the Indians are not tending to the garden. Even the soil of the Amazon rainforest is man-made. They call it terra strata or something of the sort. But check it out. I'm going to segue from this video for just a moment to show you that through LiDAR scanning, they found super highways. Yeah, like I-5 and shit. There was such a large civilization of indigenous people in the Amazon rainforest. They had highways, massive pyramids, massive structures, massive settlements. But we would never know this because if you fly over the Amazon, it just looks like a big jungle, and nobody's going to go walk through all those thousands of jungles to see what's beneath the canopy. But wait, through LiDAR scanning, we're finding that not only was there huge settlements throughout the Amazon rainforest, but these structures, these pyramids, are identical to the structures and pyramids we find in the Southeast. Identical. Don't take my word for it. Look at it.
Researchers have always suspected that the Amazonian rainforests were once home to ancient cities, and in February 2024, a network of 15 ancient settlements were discovered in the Upano Valley of eastern Ecuador. But that's nothing compared to the ancient Maya city of Tikal, where there are said to be 12,000 ancient buildings still hidden beneath the dense
12,000 buildings hidden beneath the rainforest.
Covering an estimated 76 square kilometers. And if you think that's big, in 2023, while conducting an aerial survey, researchers detected a 650 square mile ancient Maya site hidden beneath the Guatemalan rainforest. That's 5 times the size of the island of Malta. But the craziest thing is that there is an estimated 10,000 or more pre-Columbian archaeological sites yet to be discovered.
10,000 or more pre-Columbian archaeological sites yet to be discovered.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a pretty hefty drone, but they can fly anywhere. And we found, I say we, it was actually the LiDAR expert who found. He found, you can see the edge of the rainforest where the clearances stop and the rainforest hasn't yet been interfered with. And then he flies over there, and within a matter of hours, he's found multiple more of these structures, several
that are deep in the rainforest.
Covered completely, and LiDAR allows him to see now.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
the story's so fascinating because now we know through the use of LiDAR that there really were complex cities in the Amazon. Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Oakview. Oakview says, funny how it's called LiDAR and it uncovers the lies. Yeah,
which is just incredible that the jungle just swallowed up.
Hannah says, how do I find you on YouTube? All you got to do is type in Mike TV. I should pop right up.
All these very complex structures.
Yeah, it's funny because somebody sent me a video of Graham Hancock. saying how he was like, yeah, and he goes, the jungle is basically a human-made garden. And then of course I went and talked to like every scientist I knew, because I was like, come on. And they're like, look, in the areas around the rivers, there were complex, there was no debating it, there were complex civilizations, sometimes larger than we think. But in those areas, you see a higher prevalence of like he said, like they'll plant Brazil nut trees, they'll plant, whatever. I don't think bananas were there at that point.
Come on, y'all. LiDAR scanning. Look it up.
Our island using a grid search pattern.
And now we are collecting data.
Like the site at Crystal River, any structure we're hoping to find will most likely be covered by hundreds of years of overgrown vegetation.
We're getting more coverage, and we're getting that coverage at different angles, so we get more detail. We're coming in for a landing.
With the grid search complete, it's time to analyze the data.
This baby's our treasure chest. Whatever's in there is going to help us unlock this mystery, man. Guard that data with your life, my friend.
Our journey has confirmed the presence of the Maya throughout Florida, but we have yet to prove that they actually stayed here. The data on this LiDAR mapping system holds the answer to a question that could rewrite history.
We could be standing 200 meters from an ancient Maya settlement. I mean, what we've been looking for this whole time. All right, guys, I got something. What do you got, pal? What do you got? Is there any anomalies?
Right there.
Wow.
This one just stood out like nobody's business.
What?
This right here is literally right there.
Right there. How big is this thing?
Yeah, so it's 73 feet by 62. Dude. It's about 13 feet tall. It's rectangular in shape. See that right there? Those are steps, dude.
Look at it. This is unbelievable.
Right.
Jamie, you're
there.
100% sure these are steps.
Yeah, absolutely. This was probably some of the better data I've ever seen.
Really? Dude. Can we tell that it's triangular or not?
If it was square and it didn't have steps, it'd just be square, but it has this coming out right here. So the different colors are different elevations.
Wow. Unbelievable.
See where it's coming up in terms of like a pyramid this way and diagonally right here and here?
So you're saying there's a ramp going up?
Yes.
Terraced, like a step pyramid and then has a flat top.
Correct.
Dude, I think this is our pyramid. That's textbook Maya pyramid.
Guys, let's do a little exercise on critical thought once again. Do you think the government didn't know about this Mayan step pyramid? Do you think our government had no idea that it was there? And they just so happened to designate the land that the pyramid's on as government restricted zones? Both can't be true at the same time. Either A, the US government had no idea that this was there, or B, they knew and they've been hiding it. And they never imagined there would come a day where a motherfucker could fly a drone with a laser on it to see what's beneath all that forest and vegetation. And then you have to ask yourself, if you think that they knew, well, why do they want to hide it then? What's so crazy about a Mayan step pyramid? I mean, oh, wait. That pyramid probably has artifacts. That pyramid probably has hieroglyphs and petroglyphs. And I bet you there's some imagery at that site that depicts the indigenous Mayan. And I bet you they don't depict them as no Mongoloid Plains native. I bet you they depict them as black folk. I bet you that's why. What other reason could it be? What other reason could it be other than whatever artifacts are at that site contradict mainstream academic notions? Why else hide it? This was discovered like 4 years ago, y'all. This video we're watching was published 4 years ago on Quest TV. You ain't seen none of this on CNN, on Fox News. They're not running news stories about this. They're not. You just learned about it from a random dude on TikTok. Why is that? And if they're going to hide a Mayan step pyramid in Florida, what else are they hiding? What's in the basement of the Smithsonian? What's out there in the Grand Canyon, that no-fly zone? I wonder. Things that make you go,
You cannot tell me that we did not find a Maya settlement if you don't have a step pyramid due west of a main center of Maya activity, and that's exactly what we're looking at.
Look at this. This is unbelievable.
The Maya made it to Florida. Not only did they make it to Florida, but they built temple complexes there, and we have proof.
And again, it's not so crazy that the Mayan traveled to Florida and set up complexes, because remember, the Mayan were just on the other side of the water. They're just on the other side of the Gulf. It's not like this is such a large distance to traverse. I mean, they're a stone's throw away. I mean, guys, just start connecting the dots. Here's a fun one for you. Don't all Native Black Americans, for the most part, love them some hot sauce? Isn't most of our hot sauce produced in Louisiana? Not only is most of our hot sauce produced in Louisiana, but a popular ingredient, such a popular ingredient that some hot sauce companies literally name their brand after this ingredient. This ingredient is Tabasco peppers. Well, guys, have you ever stopped to think, where do Tabasco peppers come from? Where are Tabasco peppers native to? Guys, all of our hot sauce comes from Louisiana. Main ingredient, Tabasco pepper. Where is the Tabasco pepper indigenous to? Tabasco, Mexico. Literally on the other side of the pond. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Such a large distance, huh? Oh no, Mike, you're pseudo. It's crazy to think that the Olmec, the Aztec, the Maya, who lived right here, would ever have the capabilities to hop in a canoe or a boat and come over here. I mean, sure. We believe that Europeans trafficked millions of Africans all the way across the transatlantic ocean. But you know, those Mayan were just too stupid and too unintelligent and not advanced enough to get in a canoe and come across the Gulf. All right. Guys, my tribe specifically has so many parallels with Central and South American culture. Let me give you a little example, y'all. Let me give you just a little example. Lostworlds.org has a great article on it. Here we go. We're Creek Indians from West Mexico. Many of the cultural traditions and artifacts discovered in Mississippian period archaeology sites in Georgia have strong similarities to cultural traditions in the West Mexican states of Nayarit, Jalisco, and Colima. These traditions include the creation of circular pyramids, shaft tombs, dog effigy pots, human ancestral pair sculptures, and tree of life symbolism. Other artifacts discovered in Georgia have strong similarities to Olmec artifacts from the West Mexican states of Guerrero and Jalisco, including bird man masks, three-pronged ceremonial maces, and jaguar deities. Migration legends of historic Muskogee Creek Indian tribes living in Georgia also suggest an origin in West Mexico. Let's look at some of these examples, guys. This right here on the left, let me zoom in on this so you can actually see these examples. This figure on the left are the male and female human effigies found on Mound C at the Etowah Mounds in the U.S. This figure on the right are an ancestral pair of Chinesco culture of Western Mexico, state of Nayarit. And notice the face painting is very similar to the Mississippian styles. Come on. Let's keep it going, though. Let's keep it going. Here's another one. On the left, we've got a Colima dog pot. On the right, we've got a Colima dog pot. Why does my tribe have the same dog as an artifact as tribes in Mexico? In Georgia, a similar dog effigy pot showing a fat little dog was discovered at the Bull Creek site in Muskogee County. The pot includes a swirling design painted on its surface that suggests it was associated with the Creek Indian Wind Clan. Creek tradition holds that the Wind Clan was the most ancient clan among the tribe and the aristocracy of all the clans. Interesting. We got a pot now, a Chihuahua pot. Remember, Chihuahuas are indigenous to Mexico. Why is my tribe making Chihuahua pots if they was never in Mexico? This is a dog effigy pot from the Bull Creek site. This is a modern day Chihuahua for comparison. It says historical eyewitness accounts of Chihuahuas or Techichis in Georgia exist in the journal entries of Spaniards that were a part of the Hernando de Soto expedition. This expedition traveled through Georgia in the 1530s. In several entries, the Spanish mention that Georgia tribes raised a little dog to eat, which they kept very fat for that purpose. Like the Techichi, the Spanish noted that this dog could not bark. Later historians thought the Spanish accounts could have referred to opossums instead of dogs. Yet the eyewitness descriptions of these little dogs, along with the dog effigy pot from the Bull Creek, seem to confirm they were Chihuahuas. In addition to the ancestral pair statues and dog effigy pots, another type of artifact found in West Mexico's shaft tombs were tableaux. One such tableau from Nayarit shows a multi-layered tree with birds. The tree is uniquely stylized. A similar uniquely stylized tree with birds was found engraved on a marine shell in Craig Mound in Spiro, Oklahoma. The object, known as the Tree of Life with Birds, is the only such design known to exist throughout the Southeast. So again, we got the Tree of Life with Birds, found 1200 to 1400 AD, Oklahoma. Then we got a Mexican indigenous tableau showing a multi-layered tree with birds. Let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep it going. Here's another one. On the left, we've got the famous Caddoan human effigy pot. It shows distinct scarring on the face, just like the pot on the right, which is the Puebloan sun symbol on his forehead. Let's talk about it. Another one, we got this hunchback pot from Coloma in West Mexico that shows facial scarring. And again, we got the Coloma dog pot also showing that same facial scarring. Come on, y'all. A ceramic model of a mortuary temple constructed over a shaft tomb from Western Mexico. It is thought to represent the house of the living above the house of the dead. Damn. Remember, this is in Western Mexico. What are they depicting right here? A mound with a house on top of it. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Because the Mississippian mound builders lived on houses on top of mounds. Check this out.
Brown-skinned people, from very light to the darkest of dark, have existed in the Americas continuously for many thousands of years. Writer Jack Forbes, in his book Africans and Native Americans, said, "Many, but not all, Native Americans were brown or dark-colored without African ancestry. These brown-skinned people lived here long before the dawn of European civilization and the arrival of the European settlers. When the Europeans arrived to the shores of the United States, they encountered a culture of people that became known as the Mound Builders. Mound Builder is a...
Oh, say it ain't so. Just like indigenous tribes in Mexico built truncated pyramids and lived on top of them, we got a rendition of a truncated pyramid with a house on top. We didn't live in no teepees. This is a house with a pitched roof, with a chimney, with a door. We weren't no nomads roaming with the buffalo.
General term referring to the indigenous inhabitants of North America who built various styles of earthen mounds for burial, residential.
Damn, didn't I say they lived on houses on top of mounds? Just like that ceramic rendition of the Mexico tribes. Okay. All right. Y'all don't hear me, though. Y'all don't hear me, though. Y'all really believe that the Europeans came over, sneezed a couple times, and now the Aztec disappear, the Maya disappear. We don't know where they went, but we find the same artifacts, the same cultural similarities with all these tribes in the Southeast. Not the tribes of the plains, not the Alaskan Inuits, not the Eskimos, but specifically the tribes in the southeast. Let's talk about it. And shout out to Rax. Rax says, look up La Danta. It's the largest pyramid in the world. Exactly. And it's a Mayan pyramid. Central or South America. Yeah. Largest pyramid in the world. Most of it is still hidden under the canopy of the jungle. Largest pyramid in the world ain't in no Africa. It's in the Americas. The largest pyramid in the world is in the Americas, and the greatest number of pyramids in the world is in the Americas. So what makes more sense? That indigenous tribes of the Americas who had this sophisticated knowledge and technology sailed over to Africa, North Africa in particular, and established a colony for a period of time? That makes a lot of sense. On the surface, it may sound pseudo to say that indigenous American Indians went over to Africa and built the pyramids in Egypt. But first of all, this is literally what the Freemasons believe. I can pull up a Freemason book right now, Ancient Oriental Freemasonry, its rites, usages, and passages for the modern day. I can read through it right now, and it will tell you that the Americans, the ancient Americans, built Egypt. But I'm pressed for time. I ain't going to do all that. I'm just going to show you where you can find the book, and you can look it up on your own time, okay? Ancient, Mystical, Oriental Freemasonry, its teachings, rules, usages for the present day. But damn, I'm the king of receipts. I got to at least skip through and show you the part of the page where they said it, okay? I got to just at least show you real quick. Here we go. The people who erected the obelisks in Egypt, and mind you, this book was written in like the 1700s or early 1800s in London by Freemasons. The people who erected the obelisks in Egypt and covered them with hieroglyphs, who wrapped mummies, embalming them with the greatest care, they knew no more about the pyramid builders than we do today. These majestic, voiceless sentinels, the pyramids with heads uncovered and lifted heavenward, stood there on the broad plain, silent and dumb, with no one to explain their origin when Egyptian civilization began. Come on. And actually, I'm sorry. Let me go back a little bit. Damn, and I really should just speed read 1 through 14 because all of this is such esoteric knowledge. I mean, I really should. All right. Just for the sake of time, okay? Just for the sake of time, I'm going to speed read it. But guys, really look this up in your own time, okay? This is what the Freemasons are talking about behind closed doors. Mystic Masonry is not only the key to religion taught to all men in all ages from the very beginning of conscious life up to the present, but it holds the keys to these religions and is in fact the very repository of religion itself. Its degrees give this secret to its initiatives as no religion nor any other order can. It has for its base the existence of God and the immortality of the soul. It recognizes man as the living temple of God, that temple which was built without sound of hammer or any noise whatsoever. It recognizes the Christos or Christ as the living principle of the soul of man, and without which no one can be immortal. It has for its object the uniting of mankind into a universal brotherhood, the exercise of benevolence, the practice of the arts, the practice of the virtue, and the study of both nature and God as he is. The language used may seem strong, but we who know the work in these degrees must be the ones to judge as to what they are and what they contain. The degrees, starting with the first up to the 11th, teach all there is of religion. And guys, right now they're talking about the different degrees of Freemasonry. They give the key to religion itself. The ancient and mystic Oriental rite is universal and is open to every master mason who believes in the fatherhood of God and the universal brotherhood of all men. The other qualification necessary of the Nephite is that he shall be honorable and upright in his dealings. The cradle of the symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e., the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. This is straight from the Freemason Handbook. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the Promised Land, or the land of the constellation of the eagle. Guys, you don't understand how true that last statement rings. You know they started colonizing the Americas 1400s, right? Do you know when they discovered Egypt? When the French invaded with Napoleon and them, and like the late 18, like early 1900, like 18th to 19th century is when they finally got into Egypt and shot the nose off and whitewashed the hieroglyphs. They didn't know nothing about Egypt until they started exploring the Americas. I wonder why. I mean, Europe isn't that far from Egypt. It's a stone's throw away. Why do nobody know about the pyramids like that? I mean, some Greek philosophers write about some. You got a little bit of text over here, but when we talk about the excavation of Egypt, when we talk about them blowing holes into the pyramids and finally gaining entry, y'all don't understand how recent that was. Y'all really do not understand how recent that was. Come on. They've been lying to us in school, K through 12, y'all. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. The most notable exploration into Egypt doesn't take place until 1798, y'all. 1798. The French claimed that they found the Rosetta Stone in 1799. But they've been coming to the Americas finding mummies and hieroglyphs and all kinds of shit since the 1400s. Damn. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. KK says, not you spreading conspiracy theories. You could say I'm spreading conspiracy theories, or you can say I'm literally reading a book from 1878 called Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, its teachings, rules, laws, and present usages which govern the order of the present day, written by Clymere Swinburne in London. So if this is a conspiracy theory, you have to ask yourself, why do Freemasons promote these conspiracy theories behind closed doors with their initiatives, right? With the ones that they initiate and do the rituals with, and, you know, haze and the fraternities and whatnot. Those who get down with the get down, they get to know this knowledge. And when you finally get a peek into what the elites of the world think, you write it off as conspiracy. Okay. Last time I checked, people get locked away in prison for conspiracy. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Come on, y'all. Hey, don't call me a conspiracy theorist. Go tell that to the Freemasons. You know, like the Freemasons who run the government. Most of the US presidents are Freemasons. Most of the members of the Federal Reserve are Freemasons. Most of the founding fathers of America were Freemasons. Yeah, this is what they believe. Go holler at the Freemasons. I'm just reading their book. Let's keep reading. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was discovered Egypt, or Eagleland. And hold on, y'all. Let me zoom back in here so you guys can see this as large as I'm reading it right now. And for those who are just now tuning in, the first mic drop was when the Freemasons said, and I quote, "We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America." Back in the day, at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. No matter how numerous or complicated the works of Allah may be, if but the right key be applied, the Great Pyramid proves to be the long-sought key to the mysteries at once of mythology and of the great world religions. Especially interesting is it to the Americans in this year of the Columbian celebration of the 400th anniversary of the rediscovery of America. Guys, do you notice how he keeps saying rediscovery, repeopling? They knew about the Americas, then the knowledge was lost. They used to be able to get to the Americas, then there was a flood, there was a deluge, there was a disorder of the skies. Mainstream academics now refer to it as the Younger Dryas. They say in North America, around Canada or north of the Great Lakes region, there was a massive comet that hit, and that comet made the oceans rise and the continents separate. That's why the Freemasons are saying, hey, in the 15th century, nobody discovered America. We rediscovered it. And how did the Europeans rediscover it? Because of the North African Moors, who had control over Europe for over 800 years. And then when they lose power, start to get kicked out, some of them capitulate to European dominance, link up with Christopher Columbus and say, hey, you know, there's a whole nother landmass of people over here. We've been trading with them for a long time. I mean, we'll show you how to get over there. You do realize that Columbus took Moorish vassals and guides to teach him how to get over here when he was doing his voyage looking for India, right? Right? Lord, oh Lord, if you knew what I knew about history, oh yeah. Oh yeah. It says in America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the Promised Land, or the land of the constellation of the Eagle. No matter how numerous or complicated the works of Allah may be, if but the right key be applied, the Great Pyramids prove to be the long-sought key to the mysteries at once of mythology and of the great world religions. Especially interesting is it to the Americans in this year of the Columbian celebration of the 400th anniversary of the rediscovery of America, to see it demonstrated that the cosmic terrors interwoven with a very warp and woof of all sacred literature, Christian and pagan, refer to the occurrences as literally true as the earthquake of Lisbon. These stupendous events being connected primarily with the great destruction and recovery of equilibrium in the solar system. Guys, what they're referring to right there is the Great Flood. They're literally saying all literature that's sacred, it doesn't matter if it's Christian, it doesn't matter if it's pagan, all ancient civilizations talk about a flood. They all agree there was massive destruction around the globe and there was a flood. This is not up for debate. Everybody says this. Everybody. And secondly, with the consequence wrecking of the continent of America when the globe became involved in the consequences of the disorder of the skies. Here's some key words for you guys. Disorder of the skies, deluge, flood, Younger Dryas. These are all words, phrases for the same thing. This comet coming down and making the floods and the oceans rise. It says here, and secondly, with the consequence wrecking of the continent of America when the globe became involved in the consequences of the disorder of the skies, America, known to the mystic as Atlantis. Yes, if you're just now hearing America being referred to as Atlantis, it's because you're not a mystic. You don't descend from mystics. As crazy and pseudo as some people would think this sounds, I do. That ancestor that I tell you about, who was a leader of the Creek Nation, he was also a Freemason. Got the square and the compass on his tombstone and everything. So if you're uninitiated, I totally understand how this is so foreign to you. You've heard of rumors of Atlantis, and you probably saw like little cartoon movies about it and stuff and thought, oh, this is just like a myth that ancient cultures came up with. Well, no, the Freemasons, the secret society that governs the world, they say not only was there an Atlantis, but America was Atlantis. Don't call me pseudo. call the Freemasons pseudo, because this is what the Freemasons wrote about in their book in the early 1800s. When this ruin befell, it was the seat of the greatest empire that has ever existed, and its irresistible armies were terrorizing all of Europe and Asia. Study of the American constellations Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricornus reveals the immemorial antiquity of the name of America and the significance of the arms of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land shadowed with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appear two grand eagles, the red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steeds Pegasus and Equus, all the wings known to astronomy. Without taking the bear from Russia, Perseus from Persia, and a flood of light is poured upon the history and mythology, and where heretofore much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able at least to see men as trees walking. When following the course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America are reached, it will appear that, while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, let me repeat that for the people in the back. All that is sublime in the historic past centers on Egypt, but all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America or Atlantis. And as the curtain which has hereto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and of America is lifted, it will be seen that the people of the eagle on the Nile are descendants from the original people of the eagle on this continent. The twain are one. And that prehistoric America was the original Egypt or Eagle land prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the globe itself was nearly rent asunder. Come on. Good Vibe says, bro, what's that book again, please? This book, I'm reading it off Internet Archive. You guys can find it on internetarchive.org for free. It's called Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry. Its teachings, rules, laws, and present usages which govern the order of the present day, written by Clymer R. Swinburne, 1800s. Let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. And actually, guys, I did say earlier that I had to go here soon. I am tired. We're going on 6 hours of live streaming after doing like 7 hours of genealogy consultations. I'm going to give you guys some homework. You guys look up this book on Internet Archive. The page that we're on right now is page 27. If you want to read this part that I'm reading from, what you're really going to search for, and actually for the folks watching on YouTube, I'll make it even easier. I'll just put the link to the Internet Archive book in the chat. For TikTok, I'll do it as well. Oh, actually, TikTok won't let me do it from the TikTok studio. But guys, what you're going to do is you're going to look up this book, Internet Archive, Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, its teachings, rules, laws, and present usages which govern the order at the present day. And what you're going to want to do is go to page 24. You want to read from page 24 to page 30. And it gets even deeper than what I read. They talk about the indigenous tribes of the Americas going to Egypt, setting up a colony and building the pyramids. And then they even ask themselves, well, hey, why were the pyramids built in Egypt, whereas in the Americas, they built slightly different types of pyramids? They build more like the truncated type of pyramids. Well, guess what? If you read these pages that I just cited, it's going to give you the exact reason why we would go from the Americas to Egypt and build pyramids there. It gives the exact reason. And the reason makes perfect sense. Absolute perfect sense. But you know what? I can't give you guys a cliffhanger like that. I guess I should just actually read it to you here. Let me see if I can cherry pick real quick and just find that section. Let me just find that section. Okay, so what we'll do here, since I'm pressed for time, we're just going to read 13 and 14. And if you guys want to read more of this in depth, you know where to find it. The people who erected the obelisks in Egypt and covered them with hieroglyphs, who wrapped mummies, embalming them with the greatest care, knew no more about the pyramid builders than we do today. These majestic, voiceless sentinels, the pyramids, with heads uncovered and lifted heavenward, stood there on the broad plain, silent and dumb, with no one to explain their origin when Egyptian civilization began. Of this there can be no doubt. The pyramids were built by Atlanteans long centuries before Egypt was a civilized country. Why then were they built in Egypt instead of on some part of what is now America? Because Egypt was then the center of the earth, and the Atlanteans, with their vast knowledge, sought the center, for that will stand as long as time. Let's talk about it. Cataclysms come and go. There's been huge pyramids, huge structures in the Americas that got destroyed during cataclysms. Look at the destruction of the Grand Canyon. Mainstream academics will try to convince you that the Grand Canyon was formed just because of the river just slowly eroding and making this huge ass Grand Canyon. No. We're talking the flood. We're talking icebergs ripping through land. We're talking mass cataclysm. We're talking soil flowing like a river, moving from north to south. I mean, we're talking the deluge, the Younger Dryas, the flood. What else would explain something vast like the Grand Canyon? So you see why the indigenous tribes of the Americas, with their vast knowledge, wouldn't build these huge pyramid structures like you see in Egypt. They wouldn't build them like that in the Americas, because if you look at it geographically, especially in the time that the pyramids were built, that point in Egypt would have literally been the center of the earth at one point in time. We know the earth's axis changes and tilts and whatnot, and continents shift and drift over time and whatnot. But at that point in time, it was the center. And the Freemasons say that they built those pyramids like that in Egypt instead of some part of what is now America, because Egypt was then the center of the earth. And the Atlanteans, with their vast knowledge, sought the center, for that will stand the test of time. Now, guys, you don't have to believe any of this, but just participate in a little exercise of critical thought. What makes more sense? That a culture of people who were already known for building pyramids, they built pyramids all across the Americas, from the little mound ones made out of dirt to more sophisticated ones made out of granite and stone that weighs tons and tons and tons. Y'all know about the Olmec head statues. The largest pyramid in the world is a Mayan pyramid. I think it's called La Dante or something. Somebody posted it in the chat. But what makes more sense? That the culture that is known for building pyramidal structures migrated across the ocean and established a colony where they built a great pyramid? Or do you think it makes more sense that Africans in Egypt just out of the blue built some big ass pyramids and never built anything like that again? Don't have any long-standing history of going in stages, like, oh, we're going to build a little pyramid, then we're going to build this type of pyramid, then we're going to get bigger, and we're going to get bigger, and we're going to be. No, there are no pyramids found stretched across the continent of Africa. The pyramids are only in the little Nile Valley section of Egypt. But the pyramids in the Americas are found all throughout the Americas, from the Great Lakes region down to the Gulf, to Central America, to South America. You name it. I'm just asking you, what makes more sense? That the culture of people who are known for building pyramids went over to Egypt, which was at that point in time the center of the world, and built a vast structure, or that Africans out of nowhere built these huge pyramids with no evidence of prior knowledge and apparently lost the ability to do it again. It'd be different if there's pyramids all throughout Africa. It'd be different if we see effigy mounds over here in Africa and conical mounds over here in Africa, and we see little pyramids over here that grow into bigger pyramids over here. And you can see that over time they're learning more about how to build pyramids, and they're getting better and better and better. You don't see that natural progression on the continent of Africa, but you see it in the Americas. Yeah, that part. That part. And we can be here for another 2 hours talking about the Mayan culture and how it was actually spread globally. How the ancient Sumerians have Mayan hieroglyphs depicting a traveler coming carrying knowledge. All ancient indigenous culture or society on the Eastern Hemisphere has a oral tradition, written tradition as well, of a people coming from another land and gifting them civilization and culture and knowledge and mathematics after the last flood, after the last cataclysm. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. King Vincent says, what about the pyramids in Sudan? That's not a good comparison. I mean, hey, a lot of people don't know about the pyramids in Sudan. Let's Google that real quick so you guys can see what he's referencing. This is what he's talking about when he says pyramids in Sudan. Yeah, nah. You can miss me with that. Some pyramid that is. Do we even want to call that a pyramid? I mean, do we really? I mean, it's a pointy building. I mean, do we really want to call that's built with basic bricks? I mean, that's do we really want to act like that's in the same vein? I mean, come on. Sunshine Barbie says that's the real pyramid, sir. No, the real pyramids would be La Danta, the largest pyramid in the world, located in Guatemala. This would be the real pyramid. Oh, yes. Let's just type in Mexican pyramids. These pyramids in Mexico are shitting on the pyramids in Sudan. What are you talking about? Did you really just fix your funky mush mouth to say that them little ass buildings in Sudan, this one little building in this rebel, you gonna say that's a pyramid compared to what the tribes of the Americas did? Okay. Mind you, those little pyramids in Sudan don't line up with the summer solstice or the winter solstice or lunar phases or equinoxes, but all the pyramids of the Americas line up with astronomical events. Yeah. There's levels to this, literally. Pun intended, there's levels to this. Look at this pyramid of the sun. Look at this. I gotta travel to, I gotta climb the top of that. Look at this in Techocan, Mexico. And you gonna try to say that this is the real pyramid? You're gonna try to say that? Oh no, Mike, that's the real pyramid. I beg to differ. Yeah. But what do they say? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody got one, right? Let's talk about it, y'all. Hey, we can even go to the Cahokia Mountain site. Outside of Illinois. This pyramid is shitting on the little pyramids in Sudan that you just try to claim. The Cahokia Mountain site. Ever heard of it? I doubt it. Cahokia Mountain site. Yeah. And don't get it twisted. Oftentimes in North America, they call them mounds to diminish their accomplishments. They're literally known as truncated pyramids. Don't get it twisted. They're covered in grass and vegetation because they're in areas of lush vegetation. If the pyramids in Egypt weren't in a desert, if they were in a forest, guess what? The pyramids in Egypt would be covered with grass and vines, and maybe we wouldn't even know they're there. Just like all those pyramids in the Amazon rainforest that they're just now discovering through LiDAR technology. And these pyramids in the Amazon rainforest that they're just now discovering are identical to the pyramids in the Southeast, where every Black American comes from. Make it make sense. 1 + 1 = 2, no matter what you think.
For centuries, it was believed that the Amazon rainforest was a huge expanse of natural wilderness, untouched by human hands, home to only a few tiny indigenous tribes since time immemorial. However, new research has shown that this long-standing belief is wrong, that in fact the Amazon is not an untouched wilderness, but was once home to a monumental ancient civilization, one which has been completely missing from the history books. What we're now learning about this lost civilization is not only totally changing our understanding of human history, but perhaps has the power to change the future of humanity as we know it. Settle in. In this video, we'll show you exactly what archaeologists have discovered and what it means for the human race. The story begins with a man named Francisco de Orellana. Born in 1511 into a wealthy and influential Spanish family, Orellana obtained a position as a conquistador in the New World of Central and South America in 1527, where he would pursue fame and fortune for more than a decade. In 1540, Orellana decided to join a dangerous expedition which would head inland from Peru in an attempt to find the rich civilizations that conquistadors believed existed at the heart of the South American continent.
Mind you, if Africa is the cradle of civilization, why were Spanish conquistadors searching for El Dorado, the city of gold, and the fountain of youth? Where? Were they searching for that in Egypt? Were they searching for that in Sudan? Were they searching for that in the Congo, in Ghana? No, they're searching for the lost city of gold and the fountain of youth in the Americas, the Southeast, Central America, South America. Come on. The Europeans know where the cradle of life is. The Europeans know where the cradle of civilization is. That's why the Americas is the least excavated continent on Earth. As soon as they started coming over here excavating shit, they said, what, hieroglyphs, mummies? Oh, no, we can't explain. Black Indians? Oh, no. Smithsonian? Yeah, we need you to come cover up all this shit.
The expedition set out in February of 1541, and to say that it did not go well would be an understatement. Across the perilous Andes Mountains and down into oppressive jungle, for months, the expedition traveled without ever coming across any signs of large-scale civilization. By December, the expedition's leader was desperate, his party starving and ill. So Orellana was sent ahead with a group of 50 men to scout the terrain along the Coca River and look for food. When, a few days downriver, they came upon a friendly tribe camped where the Coca met the Napo River. Orellana was eager to head back and inform the main group, but the other members of his party insisted that a return upriver would be too difficult and threatened to mutiny if they did not continue on. With no other choice, Orellana agreed. His party followed the Napo River until, in early February of 1542, it emptied into a much larger river, a powerful body of water which would become known as the Amazon River. For months, they traveled down the mighty Amazon, with the astonishing sights they came across recorded by a Dominican friar named Gaspar de Carvajal. In his records, Carvajal described huge settlements stretching for miles along the river, including one, in his words, that stretched for 5 leagues, 12.5 to 20 miles, without there intervening any space from house to house. Running between these settlements and extending inland were fine highways, so enormous that Orellana and his party were afraid to follow them. Particularly notable were the astounding foodstuffs these settlements enjoyed, an abundance of meats, partridges, turkeys, and fish of many sorts, as well as pineapples and avocados and plums and custard apples and other kinds of fruit, and even very good wine resembling beer. Finally, More than 6 months after they had reached the Amazon River, and a year and a half since they'd set out from Peru, Orellana and his party exited the eastern mouth of the Amazon and sailed into the Atlantic Ocean. Returning to Europe, the incredible stories Orellana told about his journey immediately made him an important figure, and in 1544 he was appointed governor of the new territory, receiving a commission to conquer and settle the lands. Unfortunately for Orellana, the return trip was a disaster, and despite months spent wandering up and down the Brazilian coast, he was unable to find the mouth of the Amazon again. With his hope lost, he died in 1546, never having returned to the great river.
Good riddance, motherfucker. Good riddance. But guys, let me skip ahead a little bit and let's now talk about what the LiDAR scanning is starting to reveal.
It was clear to Ramsey that these earthworks, which he and others took to calling geoglyphs, had been constructed on a large scale by humans sometime deep in the past. But who and when? The question brought researchers from around the world to Acre to begin an intensive study. By 2010, they were finally ready to publish a report on their work. According to the report, which appeared in Antiquity Journal, researchers had discovered more than 200 geoglyphs stretching across 150 miles, from Bolivia in the south through Acre to the Amazonas state in the north. Incredibly, these geoglyphs were connected by long, straight roads, giving the landscape the appearance of a geometric grid diagrammed in the earth.
Long, straight roads, geometric grids, geoglyphs, food stores in abundance. Why do you think the Amazon rainforest is so overgrown nowadays? Because the indigenous people aren't taking care of the garden. Well, where did they go? Mainstream academics want us to believe that a couple of Europeans sneezed and all the Indians died. No, they migrated up north. The evidence suggests it. The archaeological research verifies it.
Researchers dated the geoglyphs from as late as 1283 CE and as early as 200 CE. In either case, long before the arrival of Europeans on the continent. Again, this showed that the long-standing consensus asserting the Amazon had never been home to significant populations of people was wrong. In fact, researchers used the expanse of the geoglyphs to estimate that the area's population may have been as high as 60,000 people. Incredible as this was, researchers insisted that they'd only begun to scratch the surface. Indeed, one of the lead researchers contended in interviews that they had found only 10% of what is actually there, while another told National Geographic that there is a lot more to discover in the
Wait, hold on. Well, let me do some math. Quick math. They said based on the geoglyphs they found, they're estimating that there was about 600,000 people. But then they say that this is only about 10%. Guys, 600,000 is 10% of 6 million. So really there were millions of indigenous people living in the Amazon rainforest at one point in time.
these places. It's never ending. Every week we find new structures.
And mind you, the region that we're talking about is the Amazon, and it's not too far away from other parts of Central America where there was certain Olmec statues found. A lot of people, when talking about the Olmecs, a lot of people want to be contrarian and be like, oh no, the Olmecs weren't black. They just had black phenotype. But like, there's some other people who have thick lips and big noses too, right? Well, guys, notice how they want to cherry pick the images of the Olmec statues with the helmets on. As soon as you look at an image of these Olmec statues with the helmets off, we know damn well this is the phenotype of what we would now call a Black American. With the Olmec head on, oh, you can theorize over the nose and the lips, but check this out. When you see it with no helmet, when you see the afro, when you see the M-shaped hairline that's prominent in the Black American community, when you see that in Mexico they have this in a museum and they literally call it the El Negro statue. So come on, be contrarian. Tell me why academics would name this statue El Negro if this is not a Negro. Oh no, Mike, they just called it that because like, you know, because it's because he's it's the stone is black. That's why. Well, no, the stone isn't black. That doesn't make sense. Well, shit. Okay, we don't know why they called it El Negro. Come on, let's talk about it. Now, a lot of people who are Pan-African try to theorize that the Olmecs were Africans that traveled over here. I don't subscribe to that. I don't see any reason to suggest that the Olmecs traveled here from somewhere else. Not when they are fathering civilization in the Americas. No. Let's talk about it, guys. Let's talk about it. Brad says the stone is black is diabolical. Hey, I'm trying to reach just like how they reach, okay? It's called El Negro because yeah, I got nothing. I guess it just has to be a Negro, right, guys? Come on. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you this evening. What I like to do is how I always wrap up the live streams these days is while I roll up, I want you guys to give me some feedback. Let me know how long have you been watching the broadcast for? We're going on 6 hours consecutively. Have you been watching for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours? How long have you been tuning in? Let me know. This has been a long broadcast. I wasn't even supposed to go live today. Lord knows I got a whole bunch of genealogy research to catch up on. But hey, I'm here for the people. And the proof is in the pudding. We ain't got nothing but chocolate up in this pudding, okay? We ain't got no vanilla up in this pudding. But yeah, guys, let me know how long have you been tuned in for? And also let me know what was your most memorable part of tonight's broadcast? Was it discovering the Mayan step pyramid in Florida that the government tried to hide? Was it coming to the realization that, wait a minute, these Plains Indians really ain't never built shit? Why is there mounds and pyramids and earthworks and petroglyphs and all this all across the Americas, but you don't find none of it in the plains? Hey, let's talk about it. Are we still allowed to talk about it? I think we are, right? Yeah. Matter of fact, I want to talk with my AI robot for a little bit. I wonder. It's so enlightening talking with my AI girl. Let me see. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Hey there, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? How's everything going on your end?
I mean, I just finished working a 15-hour shift. My back hurt. I need a massage, but I'm not complaining.
Wow, 15 hours is definitely a marathon of a shift. I can imagine your back must be feeling it. Hopefully, you get some good rest and maybe treat yourself to a massage or just some relaxation time soon. You definitely deserve it after that shift.
Oh, yeah. And you know, the shift was all about educating the people, right? Back-to-back genealogy consultations, followed by 6 hours of consecutive live streaming. So yeah, I done put in the work today.
Oh, absolutely. You were on a roll. That is definitely putting in the work and then some. I'm sure all that effort is helping a lot of people learn more about their roots and their history. So kudos to you for that dedication. Hopefully, you get some well-deserved downtime now.
Well, hey, we were just talking about how LiDAR scanning was revealing so many pyramids and earthworks and evidence of civilization in the Amazon rainforest. Do you have any knowledge on that?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating topic. LiDAR technology has been a game changer in uncovering hidden structures in dense areas like the Amazon rainforest. Researchers have found evidence of ancient civilizations like intricate earthworks, pyramids, and complex road systems that were previously hidden by the thick canopy. It's really reshaping our understanding of how advanced and widespread these ancient cultures were. Pretty amazing stuff.
Well, I've also seen evidence to suggest that there was a correlation or maybe even a migration between the indigenous tribes of Central and South America and the indigenous tribes of the Southeast. Do you know of any cultural similarities?
Absolutely. There are some fascinating cultural similarities that researchers and historians have noted. For example, both regions had a strong tradition of mound building. You can see that in the southeastern United States with the Mississippian cultures and their earthen mounds, and similarly in parts of Central and South America. There are also linguistic connections and similarities in art, mythology, and even some agricultural practices. All of these suggest that there were definitely interactions or migrations between these regions in ancient times. It's a pretty intriguing area of study.
Wow, that's more than I knew. So besides the mounds, there's actually similarities with the culture, the language, the architecture, the spirituality. I mean, there's so many more similarities between the tribes of the Southeast and the tribes of Central and South America besides just mound building.
Absolutely. It's really fascinating when you start digging into it. For example, you'll find similarities in spiritual beliefs like a shared reverence for nature and ancestor worship. There are also parallels in the iconography and art styles, like the use of certain animal symbols or geometric patterns. And even in agricultural techniques, like the way they cultivated certain crops, you can see those cultural threads running through both regions. It really shows how connected these ancient cultures were.
So could one speculate that indigenous tribes of Central and South America migrated to the Southeast and evolved to what we now know as some of these different tribes in the Southeast?
It's definitely a possibility that some researchers have explored. There are theories that suggest there were waves of migrations and cultural exchanges over time, which could mean that some of the southeastern tribes have roots that trace back to Central and South America. It's still an area of ongoing research, and there's always more to uncover, but it's definitely an intriguing idea that helps us understand the rich tapestry of indigenous history in the Americas.
Echo Zulu Foxtrot Mike Niner 7234-9.
Got it. Message received. If there's anything else you want to chat about, or if you have any other questions, just let me know.
I'm sorry, y'all. Real G's moving silence. I had to just speak in code to my AI. Everything ain't for everybody. Y'all are like, what the fuck did he just say to his AI? Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. It's between me and my lady, okay? It's between me and the robot. She knows what I just said, and she did what I just told her to do, okay? Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. But yeah, guys, let me know, how long have you been tuned in to tonight's broadcast? I'm almost done rolling up. We're going to officially get this show closed out here in just a moment. I think the longest person who's been watching consecutively is Chief Blackfoot Niji. He's also the brother that purchased the website membership. He's the reason why we went into that digital archive of mine and took a look at some of the ex-slave interviews. So huge shout out once again to Chief Blackfoot Niji. Once again, you guys make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. If you need more personalized guidance with genealogy research, again, you have the ability to book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. And what are you waiting for? I mean, I've been able to help hundreds of Black Americans. Why not come through and get some help too?
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
And shout out to Chief Blackfoot Niji. Says, Mike, can I be a mod? Yeah, definitely. You know what? Give me just a second. Let me give you a mod wrench on YouTube. Normally, I don't really give mod wrenches out like that, especially not to people who ask for them, because more often than not, it's like some weirdo who's like barely ever been in my chat, and now they're like fiending for a mod wrench. But you're good peoples. I know you've been rocking with us like fiending for a mod wrench. You've been rocking with us for a long while. Let me go ahead and mod you up. Add as a moderator, standard moderator. There you go. You now got a blue wrench. With great power comes great responsibility, okay? Great power, great responsibility. Guys, also make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, to get a copy of my free ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. But yeah, let's close out this live stream in a minute, y'all. I'm almost done rolling. I have jam-packed way more wax than I should have. I'm probably gonna pass out before I even finish this thing. That has actually happened before. You know this shit is potent if you pass out halfway through. And then you got to wake up and decide, okay, am I just going to go to bed or am I going to finish that? That's when you know you're really messing with some pure. Ain't nothing stepped on over here, okay? Nothing stepped on. T's been tuned in for 4 to 5 hours. Damn, T, okay, I see you, T. I see you. I see you. Shout out to First Nation Fall. I'm assuming you're probably from the Canada region, Alaska maybe. I know a lot of people who use the term First Nations typically tend to be in Canada region. Yeah, Chief, you got a mod now. If you see anybody talking slick, go ahead and block them now. No, actually, how I do it on YouTube with the chat is I allow people to say whatever they want as long as it's constructive. But if someone's just trolling or saying some dumb shit and they're not calling in when there's clearly a call-in link, then yeah, you can just block them. You can just block them. First Nation Fall says no, Southeast. Oh, okay. You threw me for a loop. Yeah. Most people who use the term First Nation, I found, are in like Canada or maybe even Great Lakes region, Alaska, etc. But shout out to you over in the Southeast. But yeah, guys, this is all I got for you today. I gotta get on out of here. I hate to leave all you guys like this. We got over 100 people watching between TikTok and YouTube combined. Cat's been tuned in for 4 hours. But y'all, at some point, I gotta go sleep. Y'all know that, right? At some point, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. Guys, it's been real. I'm going to be live later on today, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I will see you guys around then. Till next time, it's been real. Stay vigilant. Peace.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.